or another, and I don't think there was anyone I knew in Madagascar who hadn't done at least one of these things at some time or another, but no one would consider appealing to their own ancestors. Unless, perhaps they thought that their ancestors had been responsible for causing the problem to begin with. It's true that some people would occasionally ask for a tsidrino from their ancestors by placing small offerings of rum, candies, or honey on the roof of their tomb, accompanying the gesture with a prayer. The offerings are mainly the same as the tokens of request for tsidrino given ancestors at Famadi Hana. This appears to have been a common practice. At least, there are almost always 1 or 2 empty bottles or the remains of other offerings to be seen on the tombs of deme founders, and occasionally similar offerings on less prominent tombs as well. But it's hard to say exactly who did this and why, since with one exception, I never found anyone willing to admit to ever having done it themselves. This was in itself unusual. I rarely ran into anyone reluctant to talk about, say, offerings she had made at the shrine of some ancient king, or the rituals performed in consulting an astrologer or spirit medium. The one man who did admit to having made one was something of a social pariah, notorious for having offended his Razambe by violating a number of ancestral taboos. He was said to have fallen into abject poverty and debt as a result. One night, while drunkenly celebrating an unexpected windfall, he declared to his neighbors that he had appealed to this same Razambe for relief from his debts, and that his prayers had been answered. It was clear to everyone that his real motive was to broadcast as far as possible that the ancestor had forgiven him. They were not convinced. I strongly suspect that, in most, if not all, cases where people left offerings on the tops of tombs to ask for their ancestors' tsidrino, what they were really doing was appealing to them for relief from some punishment which those ancestors had themselves inflicted. At any rate, this would explain their reluctance to admit having done so. 42. The word tsidrino literally means to blow water. At its simplest, it refers to a domestic ritual in which a child or younger person requests his elder's blessing, and the latter responds by sprinkling him with water, usually adding a few words of benediction, which, using a relatively conventionalized language, wish good health, prosperity, and many descendants on the person being blessed. There are 2 very important points to be made here. The first is that elders never give such blessings on their own initiative. A tsidrino must always be requested. In the past, I was told, children had to buy their parents' blessing by presenting a coin or small piece of money to them as a token of request. The giving of small change and other gifts to ancestors as tokens of request would seem to echo this same ritual logic. 43. The second point is that the effect a blessing has on its recipient is the precise opposite of that of cursing or ozona. By cursing, parents impose taboos and restrictions on their descendants. By blessing, they remove them. In one village, for instance, I heard that the local elders gave such a blessing after a number of teenagers who were studying in Antananarivo approached them complaining it was impossible to maintain their deems fadi on pork while living in the city. The elders blew water over them, so freeing the whole deme from the taboo. In fact, in almost every context in which I heard of someone asking for a tsidrino, giving it could be construed as releasing the recipient from some constraint or restriction to which the giver would otherwise have had the right to hold them. The archetypical example was that of a young man leaving home, whether to pursue his education or simply look for money. Such a person, I was told, will always go to his parents and ask for their blessing, particularly if he is leaving the country or going very far away. In common speech, one can say that 2 lovers have blown water over one another, my fampat sadrino, if, on parting temporarily, they agree that each is free to see other people until they are reunited. Shortly before leaving Madagascar in December 1990, just as the war in Kuwait was heating up, I heard on the radio news that the American Congress has given President Bush their tsidrino to use force in the Persian Gulf. More elaborate rituals were often organized in terms of requests for tsidrino. This was true especially of the rhetorical contests which surrounded the payment of the vodi andri, a kind of symbolic bride wealth. Cf. Block 1971, 175 to 205, 1978, Keenan 1973. In all the examples I myself witnessed, the speech-makers treated the entire affair as a request, by the boy's family, for the girl's family's tsidrino. The theme was repeated over and over in their speeches. Even the money which the suitors present was referred to as a token of respect, given in way of requesting a tsidrino. In fact, the payment itself is often divided into a large number of small payments, each named after some task that a woman would normally be expected to perform in her parents' household: makakate, gathering firewood; tsakareno, fetching water; alambolafatsi, plucking out her mother's white hairs, and so on, all of which clearly imply that the money is at least symbolic compensation for the services the daughter would have provided her aged parents were she to have remained at home. After the money has finally been accepted and the woman's parents have formally agreed to the match, the latter actually did blow water over the couple, adding some conventional words of advice and wishing them 7 male and 7 female children. It seems clear to me that it was this act of tsidrino which really affected the change of status of the woman. By giving it, her parents release their rights in her, or more precisely the constraints their authority as parents allows them to place on her freedom of action and of movement. In effect, it parallels the tsidrino a boy's parents give him before he leaves home to seek his fortune. Both are a release from the obligations and constraints of parental authority. 44. The only other occasion I know of, aside from Famedihana and the tomb ritual, when anyone was said to request a tsidrino from the dead was a ritual said to be performed privately by a widow who wishes to remarry. She has to ask for her husband's tsidrino before being free to do so. This she does by approaching his tomb carrying 2 stones. One, a piece of quartz, is called stone of the living; the other, granite, is called the stone of the dead. The ceremony itself is simple. She throws the dead stone at the tomb, and carries the living one home, but one can see it too as a capsule Famedihana, at least in so far as it involves the same combination of violence and request for release. A war against death? What I am arguing then is that, since there is no clear line between positive benefits and the benefits of simply being left alone, the notion of tsidrino can be used as a kind of euphemism. This became particularly clear when, instead of asking what you accomplished by performing Famedihana, I asked what would happen if you didn't perform them at all. While answers to the first question was usually preceded by a good deal of reflection and casting about for the right words, the second response was instantaneous: your children will die. Or you will fall desperately ill. Or you and your family will fall deeper and deeper into poverty. The catalogue of misfortunes could, admittedly, be seen as simply a negative image of the fertility, health, and prosperity tsidrino was said to bring, but since people were always much more concrete and specific in speaking of the misfortunes than they were of the benefits, it would make better sense, I think, to look at it the other way around. The danger of ancestors coming to kill a family's infant children was, in fact, a constant concern. Ghosts, Lolo, and Gatra, Madoto, were said to linger around tombs, and anyone unwise enough to come in too close contact with a tomb in ordinary circumstances should light a small fire in the doorway of their house and enter by stepping over it lest a ghost follow them inside. The same thing is done after attending funerals. There are any number of customs having to do with placement and maintenance of tombs which are explicitly concerned with keeping the dead from having access to the living, and the sure way of knowing that one has failed to maintain the separation is that the young children in one's family begin to die. Most of the people I knew could tell stories about waking in the middle of the night because they, or someone in the same room, were in the middle of being strangled by some malevolent ghost which, when they appear in one's sleep, are typically characterized by their naked, black forms and huge size, and any marketplace would be sure to contain 2 or 3 vendors selling charms aimed at keeping ghosts away or getting rid of them. 45 These ghosts were anonymous, generic beings and contrasted in this with individualized, good ancestors who, when they appeared in dreams and visions, were usually robed in white. But even such relatively benevolent ancestors were, to say the least, troublesome, One of the most frequent reasons for their appearance was to complain of being cold and demand that their descendants perform Famadihana, and I've already mentioned what is considered likely to occur if they are not satisfied with the results. When asked about the origins of the dark, murderous specters that disturbed children's sleep or otherwise plagued the living, most people immediately suggested they were ancestors whose descendants no longer took care of them. Since some would say that it was most often the recently dead who demanded Famadihana, one might be tempted to look to Hertz's secondary burials once again for a parallel. In the societies he discussed, the vindictive ghosts of the recently dead were believed to linger near their old habitations, and the ritual served to release them into another world where they would be harmless to the living. Famadihana could be thought of as doing something similar, dissolving away the identities of the dangerous, recent dead, so they could ultimately be absorbed into that of a relatively benevolent Rezambe. But, as the example which began this essay makes abundantly clear, Rezambe are not necessarily all that benevolent. One married couple from Betafo who had, in fact, just earlier told me their own version of the story about the fire in 1931 mentioned that, after the most recent Famadihana for Andrianambalalona, someone broke into his tomb and stole several expensive lambamina that, having been bought for the ceremony but never used, had been left behind inside it. "That's odd," I said. "You'd think a thief would be afraid to enter such a tomb." "Well, this one must not have been. But he's supposed to be so powerful and fearsome. Isn't this the same one who burned down the town?" "Well," they both replied, more or less at once, "he wasn't cold anymore, was he? If he starts appearing to you, it can only be because he's cold." But, in this case, there had just been a Famadihana. He'd just been wrapped, he wasn't cold at all, and unless he was, the husband added, he's really nothing but a pile of dust. Heat did play an important role in the symbolism of Famadihana. Honey, rum, cow fat, ginger, and even candies, all of which are prominent among the tokens of requests for tsadrano given to the ancestors, are also things one eats when one has a cold precisely because they are considered food with heating properties, that can relieve the coldness in one's head or chest responsible for coughing or congestion. In fact, these gifts were supposed to be placed roughly where the ancestor's head and chest ought to have been. Fire too had a complexly ambiguous relation with the dead. Ghosts were frightened by it. Everyone knew that, if in danger of being accosted by a ghost, the best thing to do was to light a match. A flashlight, I was told, wouldn't do, because it isn't light ghosts fear, but actual flames. I've already mentioned that stepping over a candle or other flame when entering a house prevents ghosts from following one in. Charms to drive away ghosts almost always involve heat and flames, most involved incense. But, at the same time, I heard people insist that one had to carry a candle or lantern again. A flashlight would not do when descending into a tomb to fetch the dead during a Famadihana, and it was common practice to burn candles at the tombs of ancient kings or other benevolent spirits, or while invoking them elsewhere. A friend of mine called Ramos Parson, a biology teacher at the Catholic secondary school in Ayavanimamo, told me that he always thought of the practice of Famadihana as being basically the same as cremation, except carried out over a much longer period of time. Cremated bodies are reduced to dust through the application of heat. Afterwards, the dust is encased in an urn which ensures it never mixes with the surrounding earth. All of which, he pointed out, is also the case in Malagasy mortuary ritual, the place of the urn here being taken by the lambamina, which is valued for its hardness and durability, and by the care people take to ensure the ancestral bundles never come in contact with the earth. This is of course one man's theory, and a rather eccentric one at that, but, if nothing else, it would make the story with which I began this essay all the more poetically appropriate. By forgetting to carry out the Famadihana in its entirety, the hapless descendants of Andrianambalalona ended up bringing the destructive fire on themselves instead. Some conclusions. It can also be interpreted to mean that remembering and forgetting are equally matters of violence, that it is only the direction of the violence that varies between the two. This is, of course, the argument I have tried to develop over the course of this essay. The ancestors whose enduring memories give shape to social groups, whether these be recent Ray Amandreni or ancient Ray Zambe like Andrianambalalona, do so in practical terms mainly by their power to constrain and punish their descendants, by ancestral violence, while Famadi Hana, seen as the highest expression of group unity, were occasions on which descendants could turn a form of violence precisely modeled on that of their ancestors against them, and by doing so gradually blot those memories away. In Imarina, the rather commonplace dynamics by which genealogies are made and transformed, ones which, it has been clear since Evans Pritchard's work on the newer, require a continual process of forgetting people's names, are transformed into a veritable struggle for existence between the living and the dead. This was true in the most literal sense. The dead, as a Malagasy proverb puts it, wish to become more numerous by murdering the living respond by crushing and consolidating the bodies of the dead so as to keep their numbers low. This is not to say that Famadi Hana were not also memorials to the dead, just as participants said they were. The memory of ancestors was in its essence double-edged, particularly so from the point of view of the most important men in rural society, who wield an authority and fame largely borrowed from ancestors who are ultimately their rivals, as well as being people they knew and cared for while they were alive. As I've said, the contradictions of their position often seem to put such men in a position of wanting to deny the existence of such violence altogether. For all that, in describing the moral unity of the community that ancestors create, they are in effect speaking of the effects of that violence itself. Women, whose position in relation to ancestors is very different, though equally complex, feel much more comfortable talking about such matters, but even they did not really know how to reconcile the cruelty of which ancestors were capable when enforcing moral principles and the sheer egotistical violence of ancestors who simply wanted to be remembered for their own sake. It was presumably this latter dilemma itself a transformation of the same central contradiction which caused images of the dead, in effect, to split in two, between the one idea of benevolent elders who bring their descendants together in a moral community, and the other of rapacious ghosts who carry their descendants' children off to join them in the tomb. 7. Love, Magic and Political Morality in Central Madagascar, 1875–1990. This essay sets out from a simple question. Why is it that at the end of the last century, people in Imarina in central Madagascar seem to have universally assumed that it was men who used Odifisha, or love medicine, while, when I was living there between 1989 and 1991, absolutely everyone I spoke to took it for granted that it was women who did so? This question is linked to another. In both periods, love medicine was clearly the stuff of scandal. But over the last 100 years, what is scandalous about it appears to have changed. 19th century texts invariably emphasized that what were called love medicines were really forms of violence. Not only did they humiliate their victims, often in spectacular ways, they also could do very real physical harm. The people I knew were just as disapproving. But what they disapproved of in love medicine was something very different, the fact that people under its influence would do whatever their enchanter told them, that they were, in effect, enslaved. The change is all the more dramatic because if one looks at most of what was written about medicine in the 19th century, what we would ordinarily call magic, it's almost exactly the same as what people say about medicine in the present day. You see the same lists of charms and spells, the same sort ceremonies and ingredients, bits of wood, metal ornaments, the same colors and varieties of magical beads. What people say about the sorts of medicine used in protecting crops or helping one in lawsuits or business deals has hardly changed at all. What people say about love medicine, on the other hand, seemed to have transformed completely. Why? What had happened in the meantime? 1. The argument. For an anthropologist, one of the more unusual things about Madagascar is that it seems to lack any sense of a bygone mythical age. Most societies have a fairly clear sense of a time of origins, a time when, say, the distinctions between animals and humans and gods were not yet established, when creatures far more powerful than exist nowadays were able to create rivers and mountains and institutions like marriage, or even life itself. Often this is followed by a heroic age, in which humans, while no longer capable of such cosmic acts of creativity, were still able to wield powers that no longer exist in these current, fallen, times. In Madagascar this sort of view of history was strikingly absent. Founding ancestors, for example, were almost never represented as being in any way superhuman. They were simply men and women who traveled, farmed, and raised families just as men and women do today. This is not to say, however, that amazing powers were not available in the past. Folk tales often feature mythic heroes who, by dint of their magic charms, or odi, are able to fly through the air, turn invisible, become impervious to their enemies, or even to blast them with lightning. The point is that none of these powers are seen as limited to mythic times. Any odi mentioned in stories are assumed to still exist and to be available to anyone sufficiently determined to obtain them. Some, perhaps, were more arcane, more difficult to come by. Love medicine, by contrast, was assumed to be readily available just about anywhere. Pretty much anyone could, if they had the money or connections, get hold of the knowledge and ingredients. Most were probably available at local markets. Insofar as mythic times existed, then, people were still potentially in them, and this made the social universe unusually dangerous. The danger that someone you knew might use odi-ficia was something any reasonable person had to take account of. To talk of love medicine, then, is to talk about fears, about the dangerous powers people saw lurking in their social environment, and about how those fears found shape in startling images that, in the 19th century, centered on women driven mad by sorcery, ripping off their clothes to run through the streets, and, in the 20th century, on men ridden like horses by naked witches in the night. This is my central thesis, that such fantasies are ultimately fantasies about power, and the only way to understand them is by casting them in a broader political context. Between the end of the last century, when Imerina was the center of an independent kingdom, and the time when I lived there, lie 65 years of French colonial occupation. The experience of colonial rule had a profound impact on popular conceptions of power and authority, by which I mean, the ways in which it was considered possible, and legitimate, to influence others. Now, the authority of ancestors and elders in highland Madagascar had long been conceived in basically negative terms. Authority was seen most of all as matter of forbidding, of binding, of restraining others from acting rather than causing others to act. True, it was not the only kind of authority people recognized. The power of kings, for instance, was conceived quite differently. One effect of colonial rule, though, was that this kind of authority, I will call it negative authority, came to be seen as the only traditional Malagasy one and, as such, explicitly counterposed to relations of command, which were identified with an alien, military, government. It was the only kind of authority that was considered entirely legitimate. Nor was this simply a matter of abstract ideology. This shift appears to have entailed a genuine change in attitudes, and especially, in the standards by which people judged each other's actions. It was this new social world which created the fears that found shape in the new images of witchcraft and love medicine. Such an argument is a little unconventional. Feminist scholarship has long contended that traditional distinctions between public and private domains are profoundly deceptive, and that the forms of power and authority assumed to be characteristic of each are entirely interdependent. Still, there is a tendency to assume that if, say, sexual politics, or the fears and fantasies surrounding imagined dangers in domestic life have any relation to national politics, it will be as a kind of infrastructure. It is easy to imagine how the appeal of a fascist regime or nationalist movement might ultimately be based in male anxieties about a threatened loss of power in the home, much more difficult to imagine how affairs of state might have an effect on people's most intimate anxieties. But this is precisely what I am arguing here. Of course, it is easier to see how things might work this way in Madagascar, under a colonial regime imposed by foreign conquest and maintained by force, which did not have to maintain even the fiction of the consent of the governed. But, as an approach to colonial history, this is a bit unusual as well. First of all, I am not primarily interested in colonial policy, with what the French regime in Madagascar thought it was doing. Nor am I dealing with questions of hegemony and resistance, with the degree to which colonial institutions like schools and churches could impose their definitions of reality on the colonized, or the degree to which the colonized were able to develop their own counterposed ideologies. Point 2. Or not exactly. Certainly I do recognize that this happened, that people in Highland Madagascar came to redefine their entire sense of what it meant to be Malagasy in opposition to what they saw as the logic of the colonial regime. But I also want to emphasize that this did not occur in a vacuum. By focusing on the question of authority, I am starting from an existing moral order with its own characteristic tensions and dilemmas, its own ways of arguing about right and wrong. Doing so casts the problem not so much as how people dealt with their conquerors most, in fact tried as far as possible to avoid having to deal with them at all, but on how, as a result, they ended up having to reconsider their relations with each other. On the ethics of magical practice. Malagasy Fanafodi, or medicine, consists mainly of objects called odi, a word usually translated charms. Most odi consist of bits of rare wood, often along with other ingredients, preserved in an ox horn, wooden box, or similar receptacle. Different ingredients can act on the world in different ways, but the power that lies behind them is not seen to come from any intrinsic property of the ingredients but from the conscious agency of an invisible spirit, which the user has to invoke with prayers each time the charm is used. In ordinary conversation, though, and this is as true then as now, people do not tend to speak of odi either as objects or as spirits. They speak of them as a form of knowledge. One never says, for instance, that one suspects some person has an odi fisha, one says that one suspects they know how to use odi fisha. In common conception, odi become a kind of knowledge that extends their owner's powers to act on the world. Point 3. This latter is crucial. Charms are almost never said to act on the users, but always on someone, or something, else. Love medicine, for example, is never said to make its user more attractive or desirable but always to inspire desire directly in another. On the other hand, odi are more than mere extensions of their owners. Odi, or at least the more important ones, have their own will and intelligence, and their owners have to appeal to them, sacrifice to them, and generally treat them as hierarchical superiors. Just about everyone I talked to, and every source I consulted, agreed on one thing. Medicine is governed by one absolute moral principle: to use it to harm other people is always wrong. Such behavior can never be justified. It is witchcraft, and witches, mpamozavi, are the very definition of evil. If medicine has always had a somewhat morally dubious cast to it, then it is because it has such a tremendous potential to cause harm. Only Fiaravana, or medicine used for protection from harm, is entirely above suspicion. As a result, people will always try to represent their medicine as a form of protection if it is at all possible to do so. Early sources speak of odi that can protect their owners from hail, crocodiles, guns, thieves, witches, knives, locusts, fire, and an endless assortment of other dangers. I heard practically identical lists myself. But, then as now, the protection such charms afforded took a distinctly active form. Rather than fortifying the user or her possessions against harm, they were almost always said to intervene to prevent or disrupt the harmful actions of others, though never in such a way that they could be said to be actually attacking them. An odi that provided protection against bullets, for instance, did not make the bearer's skin invulnerable, it made those shooting at them miss, or turned their bullets into water. Charms employed in lawsuits never made the bearer's own words more persuasive, but always prevented his antagonist from arguing effectively, or at all. There is a very famous book called Le Tsini et le Todi dans la pensée malgache, Blame and Retribution in Malagasy Thought, written in 1957 by Richard Andriamangiato, then a young Protestant pastor. He has since become a major figure in national politics. In it, Andriamangiato argued that since traditional Malagasy thought assumes that anything one might do will inevitably bring at least indirect harm to someone else, all action is intrinsically problematic. One can easily imagine the ethics of protection as a kind of corollary. If acting is so problematic, then at least in areas in which one is wielding extraordinary powers, for instance, the invisible powers of medicine, actions could only be entirely above question if meant to prevent the even more harmful actions of someone else. The same logic applied to the more public powers involved in communal authority as well. In my experience, the role of elders was never represented as a matter of initiating or even coordinating communal projects, but of imposing prohibitions, and stepping in to prevent younger people from taking actions likely to shatter the solidarity of the community. Ancestors are seen as acting in much the same way, imposing taboos or rules of conduct that were always stated in the negative. This is a point which will become very important as the argument develops. For now, suffice it to say that this meant love medicine, which could hardly be represented as a form of protection, was seen as lying at least on the borders of morality. On the inducement of states of amorous madness. The love charm, one missionary wrote, gives the wearer control over the affections of any person he desires, and is chiefly in requisition by unfortunate ill-looking youths in search of a wife, or by profligate characters seeking to seduce their prey. Hiley 1893, 12-13. The assumption here, as in all the 19th century sources, is that it was typically men who made use of oedificia, even if some added that women could do so on occasion. The reigning assumption 100 years later, when I was living in the town of Ayavanimamo in western Imarina in 1990-91, was precisely the opposite. Several women, in fact, made a great point of this to me, suggesting it provided a profound insight into the difference between male and female psychology. If a girl, they said, is attracted to a boy but finds he has no interest in her, her instinct will be to try to make him change his mind. If she appeals to medicine, she'll try to find something that will make him love her as much as he possibly can. If a boy is turned down by a girl, he's much more likely to get angry and look for medicine that will enable him to take revenge, say, by blasting her with lightning or driving her insane. While everyone conceded that men had been known to use love medicine, this was considered an exception. On the other hand, ambalavalana, a form of sorcery which caused its victim to be possessed by an evil ghost and thus driven insane, was often said to be employed by men against women who had rejected their sexual advances. 4. This is useful to bear in mind while considering 19th century accounts, because the oedificia described in them can be seen as a combination of the two, that is, they punished women by driving them insane at the same time they were said to evoke love and desire. The greatest source on 19th century marina medicine is a book by a Norwegian Lutheran missionary named Lars Vig, who lived in the far south of Imarina between 1875 and 1902. It was common practice for new converts to turn in their odi to the local missionaries, but Vig seems to have become an enthusiastic collector, quizzing their former owners on their ingredients and manner of use, and later publishing his notes. Of the 130 charms or elements of charms Vig lists, 24 are described as love charms. Some of these were meant to strengthen, or disrupt, existing relationships, but the majority, and these were the archetypical ones, were meant to arouse passion in a woman 5 who had proved resistant to the user's advances. The implicit scenario seems to have been roughly similar to the one assumed by the people I talked to in Ayavanimamo. A man makes advances, the woman is proud, in other words she is not interested, he resorts to medicine. The charm Imahaka, for example, helped to overcome the resistance of a proud woman. It was supposed to have the power to render women mad, of provoking amorous madness. This is the prayer one makes to it: listen, O Imahaka. There's a woman who is proud towards me, render her mad, demented like a rabid dog. Make it so that her heart moves, bubbles, boils, so that she can no longer be kept back by her father, by her mother, by her kin. Vig 1969, 30-31.6. The woman would thus be compelled to the caster's bed. This sort of amorous madness was said to be a feature of almost all such charms, but the descriptions often suggest, not a person caught up by a frenzy of desire, but one simply torn away against her will. Often, it seems as if the enchanter is acting out of a vindictive desire to humble and humiliate the woman who had rejected him. Consider, for instance, the prayer to another charm. Even when the woman is before the eyes of her brother seven or in public, may you render her so mad as to throw off her clothing to run to me. Even if the rivers are deep and the current strong, even if the day is dark and the place she lives very distant, may she be obliged to come. Even if she is hidden away and 1,000 men let forth a cry of war to retain her, make it so they can do nothing. The poor enchanted woman would be like a rabid dog, like a mad thing, the foam would keep coming from her mouth like a rabid dog, and like a rabid dog she would fling herself about, run and run without aim or reason, and all the while raving like a lunatic. This state would continue until she came to the man who had enchanted her using the charm, 1969, 87-88. If held back or confined in her house, the woman would be overwhelmed by fits of trembling and breathlessness, she would weep uncontrollably, she would be ravaged by fevers of malarial intensity, unable to move from her bed but hearing her enchanter's voice in every rooster's crow outside, or else, she might suddenly become so overpoweringly strong that it was impossible to hold her back from running off to him, 1969, 84-97. Vig himself tended to downplay the punitive, sadistic overtones in these descriptions. Noting that for a woman to be too consistently proud was considered an affront to sociability, he suggests that those spurned could represent themselves as acting within their rights. 8 Perhaps so, but there is little reason to think that anyone else would have taken such claims seriously. Elsewhere, Vig himself admits that love medicine was always considered to be very close to simple vindictive witchcraft, and reports that Queen Ranavalona I, 1828-1861, was said to have taken such umbrage against the idea that men were driving women mad with love medicine that she sent emissaries around the country to have every known practitioner rounded up and killed. A professional perspective. The one Malagasy source we have from this period, an account of the diviner's art preserved in a collection of documents called the Tantara New York Andriana, is quite different in its tone, far less sensationalistic, though this is hardly surprising, since it appears to have been written by Mpizikiti, a diviner and specialist in the arts of medicine. Actually, says the author, there are two very different sorts of oedificia. One is indeed a form of sorcery. Inspired by the desire for revenge, it drives its victims insane and, unless treated by a skilled diviner, will ultimately kill them. But there is also a second kind that does not cause amorous madness but instead inspires enduring mutual love. This, the diviner himself can provide, as he might, for instance, when a boy wishes to marry a girl against the wishes of her parents, Calit 1908, 106-107. This model would seem to leave little place for most of the Odivig collected from his parishioners, all which were apparently thought to cause only temporary madness and were certainly never fatal. But as a diviner and potential victim of one of Ranavalana's purges, he would hardly have wanted to leave open the possibility that the sort of love medicine he himself could provide could possibly harm anyone. Thus his separation of love and vengeance, which he takes so far as to make it impossible to tell what his evil love medicine has to do with love at all. What Vig's material suggests is that, for most people, things were not nearly so clear-cut. Most believed that even medicine used to inspire desire in others could have violent, punitive effects to the precise measure that the user's desires were mixed with wounded pride and desire for revenge. The diviner's text fleshes out certain other details left ambiguous in Vig, for example, concerning the psychic mechanisms that were seen as lying behind the Odi's power. In 19th century Imarina, each person was, at least according to professional curers, said to have an ambiro or avalo, a double or reflection, a kind of active, detachable soul that wandered in dreams and at times could wander off entirely. Soul loss led to dizziness, erratic, confused behavior and eventually to illness and death. One of the most common ways sorcerers had of killing their victims was to separate them from their ambiro, and one of the most common tasks for curers of the time was to retrieve them. There were a wide variety of rituals used to accomplish this, but the most common ended with the patient contemplating his own reflection in a bowl of water, a bowl that was then suddenly slapped by the curer, causing the reflection to vanish and ideally the soul to leap back into the startled patient's body. Vig 1969, 92-3.9. According to the author of the passage in the Tantra, Kalat 1908, 106, cf. Vig 1969, 84, 86, 89, the ritual Mpizikiti would perform to cure a woman smitten by love. Medicine worked by the exactly same principle. It was necessary to call the woman's spirit back again from where it had been taken by her seducer, and it otherwise took exactly the same form. In other words, the symptoms of amorous madness Vig describes were actually provoked by drawing the victim's soul to the man working the charm, thus causing the victim herself first of all to be in a state of soul loss, hence dizziness and confusion, and as a result, to be seized by a frantic desire to unite with her enchanter ultimately, as a way of restoring the disrupted unity of her own self. 10. This same diviner provides closest one can find to a 19th century reference to women using odifisha in a rather unusual moral tirade about young men from the highlands who leave their wives and families to engage in petty commerce on the coast, take local mistresses to help them with their business, and then ultimately abandon them. Often, he says, these coastal women know how to place odi on their lovers, which will only begin to work once the men have returned to their wives and children in the highlands. When they do, the effects are spectacular. The victim loses all sensation in the lower half of his body, he becomes incontinent, he is impotent, he soils the floor and the bed. Eventually, he dies. 11. While the author never actually refers to these charms as odifisha, they are treated as part of the same broad category, and he represents the women as acting out of exactly the same motives of jealous spite and desire for retribution. In fact, the words he puts in their mouth, "If he won't be mine, he won't be anybody else's," Tseviho Ahei, Tseviho Anolona, are the exact words he places in the mouths of users of vindictive odifisha. Kalat 1908, 106,108. And as in the case of odifisha, retribution takes the most visceral, tangible, and humiliating form. Varieties of odifisha today, or, the borders of morality revisited. In the 19th century, then, love medicine lay on the borders of witchcraft for the simple reason that it was most often employed when sexual desire was mixed with desire for revenge. Even when the ostensible purpose was winning a woman's affections, there was likely to be a very strong current of retributive violence in its effects. After all, there would be little reason to suspect anyone had actually used odifisha in the first place unless someone, typically a young woman, began to suffer from suggestive symptoms, in which case, her family's first reaction would presumably be to ask if there were any men whose advances she had recently turned down. When I was living in Ayavanimamo, on the other hand, if a woman developed similar symptoms, the assumption would have been that someone was trying to drive her insane by means of a malevolent ghost. 12. The term odifisha was normally confined to charms meant to inspire love, either as a means of seduction or as a way to inspire selfless devotion in one's current spouse or lover. In practice, it was undue devotion that people mainly tended to remark upon. If a man suddenly became infatuated, it might never occur to anyone to wonder if medicine was involved. But if he was seen to be slavishly indulgent of his wife or lover, and most of all, if she could be said to be enriching herself or otherwise exploiting him as a result, then rumors of odifisha would inevitably begin to circulate. This was the reason people I talked to about the matter, men as well as women, would often point out that the motivations of women who used this kind of medicine often had less to do with love than with a desire for wealth and power. In one village I knew well, there was a woman in her 40s who had married into the community some 8 or 9 years before. Both she and her husband had children from previous marriages. After several years, the man who had, according to his neighbors, all this time grown increasingly moody and contentious, abruptly disinherited his own children by his former marriage and adopted hers. Whatever his wife tells him, they said, he does without question. This alone was evidence enough to compel several women to make me promise never, if I visited their home, to accept any food or drink she might offer me. After all, they pointed out, she still had several unmarried daughters, and she obviously knew how to use Odisha. An even more dramatic case had occurred a few years earlier. One of the wealthiest men in the village, a man of very modest origins who had raised himself to prominence by marrying a local heiress, had suddenly decided at the age of 50 to divorce his wife and marry a much younger woman he had met while off on business in the nearby town of Ainalaveri. No sooner had the woman moved in with him than she began selling off his property, houses, fields, cattle, everything she could lay her hands on, as he dutifully signed the papers, refusing to discuss the matter with other members of his family. When after a few years there was nothing left to sell, she left him for an itinerant Tandroy cattle merchant, and eventually moved back to her old home in Ainalaveri. At this point the man had nothing left to his name except for 3 cows. One by one, I was told, he sold them, each time using the money to fund a trip to Ainalaveri to beg his wife to return to him. Each time she sent him away. The third time, he collapsed in exhaustion on the road back to Ayavanimamo, had to be carried home to his village, and died there the next day. Almost everyone concluded she had not only used love medicine, but finally placed some kind of charm on him that would kill him as soon as he got home. Other Odi were referred to as kinds of Odisha. The 2 most famous were Fana Angalavitra, fetching from afar, and Tseiwabanga, does not pass beyond the mountain. The first was used to summon a person to the caster. Once they fall under its effects, I was told, wherever they were or whatever they might be doing, they would fall into a trance, drop everything, and immediately travel to the caster by the quickest possible means available, not regaining consciousness until they arrived. Tsimahoabanga on the other hand acts to confine its victim within a certain perimeter. If the victim tried to walk out of a village they were confined to, they would suddenly find themselves turning back again without being aware of doing so. If forcibly removed, they would grow seriously ill or even die. While the archetypical users of Fana Angalavitra were women trying to force lovers to return to them, and I heard several reports of rural women who were supposed to have used Tsimahoabanga to keep government functionaries posted to their villages from returning to their wives. These forms of medicine were often used in contexts which had nothing to do with love. 13. As these examples would suggest, love medicine was typically the stuff of scandal. Most considered Fana Angalavitra to be witchcraft pure and simple, no matter what the pretext for its use. 14 But if the moral standing of Odisha had not much changed since Vig's time, the issues involved seemed to be entirely different. No one even suggested that Fana Angalavitra was wrong because of the harm it could bring to its victims. In fact, it often did no immediate harm to them at all. What they stressed was that such medicine causes its victims to lose their autonomy, to act like slaves, to be completely at the will and bidding of another. And this is precisely what they stressed about more conventional forms of Odisha as well. If a man always does whatever his wife tells him, one woman told me, especially if she has him constantly out working, looking for new ways to get her money, that's how you can tell she probably knows how to use Odisha. Bear in mind that most Malagasy medicine is not said to make its victims do anything. Legitimate medicine prevents others from acting, witchcraft attacks them. In fact, almost all forms of medicine which are said to have a direct effect their victims' behavior are considered varieties of Odisha. And the 1 or 2 exceptions that do exist are looked on with much the same attitude of suspicion. A good case in point are Odi used to protect crops from theft. Now, this is a purpose which would seem on the face of it about as intrinsically legitimate as one could get. Almost all farmers in Imarina use some variety of medicine to protect their crops, and most fields are decorated with kiati, flags of brightly colored strips of cloth and plastic or poles topped with bundled straw. These usually contain medicine said to guard against birds or animals, and perhaps also to prevent thieves from entering the field or alert the owner if they do. Some downplayed the importance of the medicine in kiati altogether, saying they were mainly just marks of ownership. Almost everyone stressed that any medicine they did contain was likely to be very mild in its effects. The really potent medicine, called kalo, tended to be buried in the ground rather than placed around the field on poles. Some callow made thieves sick. If anyone ate food taken from the field protected by such a callow, I was told, their feet or stomach would swell up to twice their normal size. Often they would die as a result. Almost everyone I talked to considered this simple witchcraft, not a legitimate way to protect one's crops. A more acceptable form of callow-trapped intruders, having entered the field, a would-be thief would find himself unable to leave it until the owner returned to release him. This most considered inoffensive, but it was only one step from here to the most notorious variety of all, called callow mampiasa or callow which make one work. A proprietor could leave a shovel or basket out on his property before heading home. If anyone entered the field intending to make off with them, or with the crops, he would find himself compelled to grab the tools and start working there, digging the owner's ditches or carrying his fertilizer for as long as it took him to return. These were clearly witchcraft, almost as reprehensible as poisoning one's victims outright, and most of the people I knew cast quite a jaundiced eye on anyone rumored to have anything to do with them. Background: Royal Service and Slavery. I have suggested that these new concerns were the result of a general re-evaluation of modes of power and authority which followed the French conquest of Madagascar. Perhaps the easiest way to understand what happened is to follow the changing meaning of the term phenomena, usually translated service, which is used throughout Madagascar to describe the obligations of subjects to their rulers and, secondarily, slaves to their masters. In early Imarina, as in most Malagasy kingdoms, obligations to rulers centered on certain ceremonial tasks, particularly the building and rebuilding of royal houses and tombs. But, in principle, such obligations were unlimited, and under the Marina government that ruled most of Madagascar during the 19th century, phenomena was used to justify any number of newly created obligations, including a program of forced labor applied on a massive scale both in the provinces and in Imarina. After the French conquest, colonial authorities continued the use of forced labor, which they too referred to as phenomena. In most of Madagascar, the French usage was not taken very seriously. Gillian Feely-Harnick reports that the Sokolova people of western Madagascar never referred to colonial corvée labor as phenomena, reserving the term instead for the ritual labor they continued to perform on royal tombs and dwellings. By continuing to carry out these rituals under French rule, she suggests, they were in effect making covert assertions about what they considered legitimate authority to be. Feely-Harnick 1991, 349.15 In Imarina, what happened was entirely different. There, the meaning of phenomena had already been broadened before the French arrived to include most of the institutions church, school, and government that were soon to become the basis of colonial rule. Most Marina, therefore, seemed to have accepted that what the French imposed on them was, indeed, a kind of phenomena. Certainly, unlike Feely-Harnick's Sokolova, they still refer to it as such today. The result was that the concept of phenomena itself was thoroughly discredited. It came to be thought of not as service but as servitude, as something tantamount to slavery. This change of meanings had profound consequences, in part because phenomena had provided perhaps the only context in which it was considered appropriate for adults to give direct orders to each other. Within local communities and among kin, authority had long been seen most of all as a matter of imposing taboos or otherwise preventing others from acting, rather than telling people what to do. 16 Before the 19th century, the distinction between the two ways of exercising authority might have been little noticed, but after the French conquest, once phenomena had become inextricably caught up in notions of servitude and foreign domination, it began to take on a broader political meaning. Traditional, ancestral authority, what I have called negative authority, became the only kind which people accepted as fully legitimate. It has come to be seen as the Malagasy way of doing things, and explicitly opposed to relations of command, which are seen as typical of foreigners and the French. In other words, where other Malagasy have used relations of domination and control, and to be possessed by a spirit is to be under the control of another in about as total a form as is imaginable, to define a sort of autonomous Malagasy sphere for themselves in opposition to the colonizer. Malagasy identity in Imarina has instead come to be based on the very rejection of such relations. It is worth pointing out again that all this was not simply ideology, a utopian image of a Malagasy identity which could be counterposed to the French regime, or, later, to the national government that replaced it. In fact, it was not really a self-consciously formulated ideology at all. It has always remained somewhat implicit, immanent in the moral standards by which people judge each other's actions, the traits they single out for criticism in others. I never heard anyone say we Malagasy do not give each other orders. Such a statement would have been obviously untrue, but the whole issue of giving orders had clearly become a tremendous problem, and this in turn has had all sorts of effects on domestic and political relations. These were the issues and anxieties that took shape in fears of Odi Fisha. Forms of labor. These issues and anxieties also had their roots in Imarina's historical experience. King Andrianampwanamirana, 1789–1810, had already invoked the principle of Phanompana to draft his subjects into vast irrigation projects around the capital, but the reign of his son Radama, 1810–1828, marks the real break with past traditions. After the British governor of Mauritius agreed to provide him with military trainers, missionary teachers, and artisans, Radama used the principle of Phanompana as the basis for recruiting young men for a standing army, industrial projects, and mission schools. The army allowed Radama to expand marina rule across most of Madagascar and, over the next several decades, to bring home a steady supply of captives to be sold as slaves. The influx of slaves, in turn, was to permanently transform the demography of Imarina. Property censuses carried out in the early 1840s indicate that slaves already made up about 40% of the marina population, and ownership was remarkably widespread. 17 Greater access to slave labor allowed the state, in turn, to make ever greater demands on the free population. From the time of Radama I, adult males not serving in the military were organized into brigades that were called up regularly for months of Phanompana. After Queen Ranavalona II converted to Protestant Christianity in 1869, the scope of Phanompana expanded even further to include compulsory education in mission schools, building of and attendance in local churches, and a host of new labor obligations. Most of these appear to have been widely resented, even while most marina continued to accept the underlying principle of personal service to the sovereign. The immediate effect on daily life was undoubtedly a vast growth in the scope of relations characterized by the direct giving and taking of orders. It is important to remember that the 19th century marina government was essentially a military government. Almost all important officials, even in the civil administration, held military rank, and civilian Phanompana brigades were organized in exactly the same way as military units. Even the school's primary education became compulsory by the late 1870s, acted mainly as recruiting centers for the military. From the beginning, there is evidence that these principles of organization and conduct were considered profoundly alien from those which applied in everyday affairs, where authority was still imagined to be mainly a matter of preventing harmful actions. The Malagasy language did not even have a word for order or command, and the term coined, bako, had the additional meaning of foreign speech. But, even within households, this was a time when more and more of the daily interaction was taking place between masters and slaves. In the early years, the slave population was made up overwhelmingly of women and children, who were generally under the direct authority of their owners. But as the flow of slaves into Imarina tapered off in the 1850s and the proportion of slaves born to their condition increased, so too did the proportion of adult males. Apparently, owners found it extremely difficult to keep grown men under their systematic control. While the matter needs much further research, most male and a substantial proportion of female slaves appear to have won a large measure of autonomy, becoming a floating stratum of itinerant craftsmen, porters, laborers, and petty traders, only occasionally under the direction of their masters. 18 In addition, it appears that slaves were almost the only people willing to work as wage laborers. For instance, in the 1880s, when abolitionists in England were scandalized to discover that Protestant missionaries were regularly being carried around by slaves and employing slaves as domestic servants, the missionaries insisted that despite their best efforts they had found it impossible to find anyone else willing to work for wages. 19. In 1895, a French expeditionary force seized the Marina capital, Antananarivo. Within a year, Madagascar's new rulers had issued a series of edicts which abolished virtually all the institutions that had been the basis of the Marina state, the monarchy, aristocratic privileges, and finally and most dramatically, the institution of slavery itself. Phanompena, in fact, was about the only major institution left in place. If anything, forced labor probably intensified in the first years of colonial rule, with the mass levying of men for such projects as the building of roads and bridges. Of course, under the colonial regime, labor obligations applied equally to every inhabitant of Imarina, regardless of their former status. For masters and slaves to have to work side by side under foreign oversight must have made an enormous impression as a tangible expression of their newfound equality in common subjugation to the French. 20 In theory, Phanompena was only maintained for a few years. In reality, forced labor continued in one form or another until the late 1940s, maintained by an ever-changing series of laws and legal subterfuges. And, since colonists found it extremely difficult to find anyone willing to sign labor contracts, additional laws were issued exempting those holding such contracts from corvée. This allowed employers to set pretty much whatever terms they cared to, and made wage labor appear, from the Malagasy point of view, a mere extension of forced labor, which in effect it was. Frumigixi 1975, 1978, Raison 1984, 180-84. During the first generation of colonial rule, the old rural elite largely abandoned the countryside, finding themselves places in the administration, commerce, or liberal professions and leaving their rice fields to be sharecropped by former slaves. Those who remained quickly fell into a fairly uniform poverty. Partible inheritance and constant migration to new lands may have prevented any extreme disparities of wealth from reemerging, but the steady increase of population also ensured that most families did not have access to enough land to support themselves. This process only intensified with independence, by which time almost everyone in Imarina was forced to combine farming with crafts, petty commerce, wage labor, or some combination of the three. Wage labor is by far the least popular alternative. Most descendants of free people will only fall back on agricultural day labor when there is absolutely no alternative, and even then, prefer to work for kin on a temporary basis. In the countryside and small towns where the vast majority of Marina live, long-term relations of wage labor between adults basically do not exist. Even in the city they are rare, outside of the very limited formal sector, which consists mainly of the government itself, and other colonial institutions. The only stratum of the population who does not share this aversion to wage labor is composed of the descendants of slaves, still a third of the population, and still considered a caste apart, who do not, generally speaking, intermarry with the descendants of former slave owners. With little access to land or other resources, they follow much the same occupations they did at the end of the 19th century. They remain the only people who are normally willing to work for wages. Phanompena as slavery. 2 years after the emancipation of 1896, a colonial official wrote that, questioned on this occasion, a woman of the highest caste of nobility, rich, the owner of numerous slaves, responded with melancholy, "What does it matter if our slaves have been freed? Haven't all Malagasy, beginning with the Queen, now become slaves of the French?" Carroll 1898, 38-39. If this was a mere figure of speech, it has proved a remarkably enduring one. Even when talking with very well-educated people I would often hear comments like "the French treated their slaves much better than the British," referring by this to policies of colonial rule. Discussions of chattel slavery would slip seamlessly into discussions of colonialism and back. In fact, almost all political relationships, including those identified with the Marina Kingdom itself, appear to have been re-evaluated and largely reshaped in the popular imagination through assimilation with slavery. In modern Malagasy, the meaning of the word phanompena is closer to the English term servitude than it is to service. It implies work carried out under threat of coercion, and is most often used as a euphemism for slavery. 21 There were any number of such euphemisms. One of the more striking was soldier. It took me some time to figure out that when someone recounting oral traditions referred to a lord's soldiers, they usually meant his slaves. In fact, the terms soldier and slave were often used interchangeably, a startling identification, since in the 19th century, slaves would have been the last people ever allowed to carry guns. The connection seemed to be simply that both were people who obey orders. In oral traditions, historical relations of command always tended to be treated as so many refractions of slavery, and therefore as essentially unjust. If slavery had the importance it did in setting the measure of all other relations, this did not mean it was a subject anyone enjoyed discussing. It was more the sort of issue that no one wanted to talk about, but everyone always seemed to end up talking about anyway, if only in hushed tones and euphemistic language, whenever they talked about the past. It was as if the continuing presence of a population of ex-slaves, living in close, if often uncomfortable, proximity with the descendants of their former masters, had made the whole issue so troubling that it had to be continually hidden, until, in the end, it began to be seen as the hidden reality behind everything. 22. This attitude was almost certainly the legacy of the early years of colonial occupation. By the time the French appeared on the scene, the meaning of phanompena had already been broadened to include obligations to pay taxes, perform military service, attend state schools and even churches, all the institutions that were soon to become the bulwarks of the colonial state. The organization of such institutions was already seen as essentially military, based on relations in which some were giving orders and others were expected to obey without question, and therefore, as standing at a certain remove from daily life. After the French conquest, this remove became a chasm. Colonial phrase books, for instance, leave one with the impression that French officials and colonists hardly spoke to their subjects in anything but the imperative voice. In literary Malagasy, French is still known as New York Tenny Bako, the language of command. One is also reminded of the proverb Oza Maneo Veza Hafito and Trano. A Malagasy version of too many cooks spoil the broth. It literally means don't act like 7 French people all in the same house, the idea being that, if this were to happen, everyone would just sit around giving everyone else orders and nothing would get done. At the same time, in the small towns and rural villages where most of the population lived, people appear to have become increasingly averse to using imperative forms at all. When Eleanor Oakes carried out a sociolinguistic study in a Marina village in the late 1960s, her informants insisted that giving direct orders to another person was not a Malagasy way to behave, explicitly contrasting it with the manners of the city, and the French. Oakes 1974, 131-134, 1975. I should point out here that, while I have been following conventional usage and calling these people Marina, I never heard anyone there spontaneously refer to themselves as such. They always spoke of themselves as Malagasy, just as they spoke of Malagasy customs, Malagasy beliefs, and Malagasy forms of knowledge, all of which they defined in contrast to those they considered foreign, European, or French. After the French conquest, then, all these institutions, forced labor, wage labor, military, schools, came to be seen as so many tokens of foreign domination, analogous with slavery, and people's identity as Malagasy became in large part defined in opposition to them. One reason the constant reminders of slavery in daily life became so embarrassing, then, was that they made clear that Marina had once treated their fellow Malagasy in the same way that foreigners were now treating them. It had become an acute contradiction within their sense of national identity. This political identity became embedded in daily life and standards of moral judgment. The reluctance to command others openly is part of a more general aversion to any relationship in which one party is seen as directing the actions of another. I think this aversion is the real explanation for the reluctance to engage in wage labor. Most rural people nowadays will occasionally hire themselves out as day laborers, but, when they do, they work in teams that operate autonomously. Often I found myself watching workers hired to replant or harvest someone else's rice fields animatedly discussing how best to proceed, while their employer watched silently from a few yards away, not presuming to tell them how to go about their task. Even fathers would avoid openly directing their adult children. In fact, of all the inhabitants of a rural community, the older men who were its primary figures of authority were also the least likely to be seen giving orders in public. Their quintessential role was seen to lie in preventing any action that might prove disruptive to solidarity, breaking up fights or admonishing the young when their individualistic projects seem likely to lead to conflict. Perhaps if one had shown up in a marina village 200 years ago, things would have not looked very different. But once the principle of phenomena began to be identified with foreign domination, this sort of negative authority became the only kind people took to be wholly legitimate. To be Malagasy came to mean rejecting entanglement in relations of command as far as it was practical to do so. Madagascar, of course, is no longer a French colony, but these attitudes have by no means disappeared. The rural population, and for that matter the bulk of the urban poor, still tend to see the government and governing class as existing at a certain fundamental remove from Malagasy life. As one might expect, the educated, urban elite, who live their lives in a context of cash employment, have a much more accepting attitude towards relations of command. 23 Even in the country, though, relations of command have not been by any means eliminated. They continue to exist, if often in rather euphemistic forms, in any number of different aspects of daily life. Teachers and bureaucrats have affected a more consensual, Malagasy style since independence, but the schools and offices are basically the same. Malagasy do hire one another, if rarely for very long, elders do direct other people's actions, if usually indirectly or under a consensual veneer. Like memories of slavery, relations of command in everyday life tend to be suppressed and hidden and, as such, they become social issues much more important than they would otherwise have been. Witches who go out at night. From here, it's easy to see how the pieces fall together. While something like an ethic of negative authority had long existed in Imarina, during the 20th century it came to be explicitly framed as the true Malagasy ethic and opposed to relations of command, which were increasingly conceived as intrinsically foreign, military, oppressive, and unjust. However, such a position was full of obvious contradictions. First of all, everyone was perfectly well aware that Malagasy people did used to treat each other this way. There were once kings and slaves, and both still had descendants whose typical occupations were not so very different from their ancestors. More immediately, there is a reason why all languages have imperative forms. It is absurd to imagine a society in which no one ever told anyone else what to do. Not only was the ideal of negative authority practically impossible, it also created a social world rife with hidden purposes, in which everyone, elders most of all, perhaps were trying to influence others to do things without being able to fully acknowledge they were doing it. It was in this social environment that people in towns and villages across Imarina began to grow increasingly concerned with the prospect of women enslaving men by means of medicine, with images of people seized by Fana Ingalavitra, compelled to travel to their summoners, with thieves forced to spend the night carrying baskets of manure for their intended victims. Not all of these dangers were identified with women, but many were. Perhaps the most dramatic change, in fact, involved images of witches, which during the colonial period became increasingly interwoven with ideas about Odifisha. I should explain here that the term Pomozavi, which I have rendered witch or sorcerer, has always had two somewhat different meanings. On the one hand, it can refer to anyone archetypically, men driven by envy, spite, and resentment to harm others by means of medicine. But there are also witches who go out at night, creatures of absolute depravity who prowled the surroundings of marina villages after dusk. These were the ultimate image of moral evil. Even in the 19th century, they were also seen as predominantly women. No village is free from supposed witches, who are said to take their walks abroad at midnight to visit the tombs, on top of which they dance and revile the dead. They are said to be mainly elderly females of sinister aspect, joined by young women of bad character, with occasional male associates. At the dead of night they knock at the doors of neighbors they wish to injure, and should there be anyone sick, they howl most dismally around the house. Highly 1893, 11.24. Witches were said to gather together to plan and carry out their more elaborate acts of sorcery, or terrorize those keeping vigil over the dead, accompanied by wild cats and owls. They went about naked, their clothing bundled on their heads and their fingers tipped with poisons. They had tremendous, uncanny strength, could span great distances almost instantly, dive into moats or out of windows and land unscathed. As for how these women became witches, only one source again suggests an explanation. According to Malagasy ideas, whoever lends himself to the adoration of a charm is drawn irresistibly to do whatever that charm's task may be. The power of Odi, the reader will recall, was seen as coming from an invisible spirit, which gave it a consciousness and agency of its own. Witches, then, were people taken over by their own evil medicine, people who were driven by spite and resentment to harm others until finally the power of their Odi drove them to band together with others of the same kind and work evil for its own sake. Indeed, most 19th century descriptions of witches focus on the elaborate ceremonies bands of witches would undertake at night, including elaborate mock funerals, to make new victims waste away and die. Many of these details still appear in descriptions of modern-day Marina witches. Witches still dance on tombs, for instance, and they still have the same extraordinary physical powers. But the emphasis on malicious sorcery, mock funerals, and the like has very much faded into the background. Instead, almost everyone insisted to me that, if women ended up prowling the outskirts of villages at night, it was not because of the abuse of malicious medicine but because of the abuse of Odi Fisha. The way it was commonly expressed was this: if a woman uses too much love medicine or gets love medicine that's too powerful, she may in the end be overwhelmed by the power of her own medicine. 25 When night falls, the Odi spirit will take possession of its owner in much the same way an evil ghost possesses a victim of Ambalavalana, or the soul of an ancient king possesses a medium. Such witches are no longer in control of their own actions, by some accounts they are not even conscious of them. Carried by the power of their Odi, they strip off their clothes and abandon their houses to find and meet with other witches and work evil. 26 Women would usually insist that the typical witch was an old woman, but I suspect this mainly reflects the fact that older women, particularly those who had households or are otherwise independent, were the most likely to be suspected by their neighbors of going out at night. Just about everyone I talked to who claimed to have themselves had run-ins with witches were men, and they always seemed to have a more sexualized image of a younger woman in mind. As for what happens to a man unfortunate enough to meet up with a witch at night, here, accounts were pretty much unanimous. If you see the witch before she sees you, then, generally speaking, you'll be able to get away. But if she sees you first, she will immediately make use of her Odi and you will suddenly find yourself unable to move, or even to cry out. Once captured, the helpless victim may be tormented by the witch or more likely by a group of them in various, usually vaguely specified, ways. But what witches are really famous for is riding men like horses. This is always something women do to men. People would laugh when I so much as suggested other possibilities. They mount their victims' backs and drive them along until dawn, they make them eat dirt or abase themselves in ways too horrible to even mention, and finally abandon them, filthy and exhausted, on their doorsteps before dawn. Often, the victim awakes with only distant memories of his ordeal, sometimes he is mute for days afterwards and cannot speak of it. In extreme cases, his strength never returns to him and he dies. In the last century, witchcraft was a nightmare image of human malevolence carried to its ultimate extremes. In the 20th century, it has become an extension of love medicine. And if stories about love medicine told nowadays can be said to reflect a deep-seated suspicion of any sort of any relationship in which one person gains complete control of the actions of another, the image of a woman carried by her medicine riding a man who is carried by her, of a man possessed by a woman who is herself possessed by a charm, is one of control stripped of any rationale or even of any agent. An ode, after all, has no identity apart from its purpose, so that a witch's ode is really a pure abstraction, the sheer desire to dominate others and nothing else. Stories about women who try to win over men through medicine, but who end up riding men at night, are fantasies about the principle of control bursting all possible boundaries, stories which, however, through an elaborate series of reversals and displacements, end up in a rather similar place to those about 19th century Oedificia, in a highly sexualized image of degradation and cruelty. So, why women? Why, finally, should it be women in particular who are seen as embodying the frightening power of command, a power which, after all, is otherwise located mainly in images of slave-owning lords and French colonial officials? This is a subtle question, and no doubt there are many reasons, but one is obvious: Marina women tend to use the imperative form much more than men. Oakes makes a great point of this in her analysis of speech patterns. Avoiding giving others orders in public, she said, was part of a broader feeling that one should never place others in a situation which might prove publicly embarrassing. But it was men in particular, and most of all, older men in positions of authority, who were expected to behave this way. Men were assumed to be by nature more discreet, shy, and less competitive than women, whose behavior even in public was more assertive and direct. This was even more true within the household, where women are very much in charge. Older women especially spend much of their time issuing orders and coordinating tasks, casually dispatching siblings and children off on errands. Rarely if ever did I see a man giving a direct order to a woman, but I very often saw women using the imperative form when speaking with men. Having read Oakes' work before I arrived in Madagascar, I was rather surprised to discover how often the imperative form actually was used in such contexts. When I asked women why men were so much more reserved in public and women so forthright, they would almost invariably reply that women were responsible for running households and had to be assertive in order to do so. But as Maurice Bloch has pointed out, it is precisely through such mild postures that older men assert their authority. By acting this way, they are seen as embodying in their own comportment the solidarity and moral unity of the community as a whole. 27. In public fora, it is women's very direct manners, their greater propensity, if not to issue commands, then at least to make direct demands on others, to propose schemes of action, which ensures they will not be seen as real figures of authority. There are few formal barriers to women becoming elders, but in fact they only rarely do. This is not only because of styles of action. It is also because it is precisely those women who are the most obvious candidates for an independent political role, especially, the venerable women heads of large families or other older, independent women, who are most likely to be accused of knowing Oedificia or even going out at night, sufficient tarnish on anyone's character to ensure they can never be taken seriously as public figures. For most women the only safe way to achieve a position of public influence is indirect, as the wife, mother, or daughter of some significant man. The end result of course is that Marina women, like any group with little or no access to the formal mechanisms of power, tend to acquire a reputation as manipulators, which, in turn, ends up reinforcing the impression that they are more likely than men to have access to mysterious powers to influence others through invisible means. We are left with an image of three social levels, each with its own archetypal figure of authority. On the level of the household, this was the woman giving orders, directly overseeing household tasks. On the communal level, most closely identified with Malagasy tradition, the mild and self-effacing male elder, ready to step in to break up disputes and impose restrictions but otherwise a passive embodiment of solidarity. On the level of the overarching state, a whole plethora of images: the colonial official barking orders, the military officer or gendarme or ancient king with his retinue of soldiers in every case, of figures who operate within formal hierarchies of command. If nothing else, this makes it easier to understand the political color that talk of Odi Fisha always seemed to take. A woman who used love medicine in fact was often said to rule over her husband, the same word used for kings or governments, or even to enslave him. 28 Even in its most fantastic forms, where it detached itself from any human purposes and became a sheer force of domination that turned its owners into night-riding witches, it was still basically a political image, of a certain type of power distilled to its purest form and, in so far as it was also an image of utter evil, perhaps the single most dramatic statement of the ethos of negative authority. It was as if the moment a woman was in a position to exert any real authority or even influence on the communal level, she was likely to be accused of secretly drawing on arcane powers to exert a shadowy version of the very kind of foreign authority against which the communal sphere defined itself. All this, of course, is something of an abstraction. Political reality is much more complicated. For one thing, it is overwhelmingly women who actually tell these stories. On the one hand, this seems to make the narrators prime agents in their own political suppression, but since women by such means control much of the moral discourse about public affairs, it is also one of the main ways in which women do exert political influence. While there is hardly room here to go into the subtleties of practice, it might help to end with an illustration. A friend of mine from Avanimamo told me that, when she was 8 or 9, her father, then a wealthy and respected teacher, became obsessed with another woman. Before long he had moved in with her, and began running through his savings to shower her with gifts, all the time sending his wife and numerous small children back empty-handed whenever they would come begging for support. What she particularly remembers about those trips, she said, was that at dinner, the woman would be openly scraping bits of wood into his food. The psychology was no doubt complex, but at the very least, by doing so she provided him with a ready-made alibi to excuse his behavior in the eyes of his family. Not that it was completely successful. He came back to his family a year or two later, but his daughter has barely spoken to him since. Conclusions. In the beginning of this essay, I suggested that the fantasies surrounding Odi Fisha have always been fantasies about power. Stories about medicine were perhaps the closest thing there was to an abstract idiom in which the nature of power itself could be defined. In both periods, images of power in the raw were almost always images of women, if that is how one can interpret the 19th century image of the woman invested with sudden and overwhelming strength, tearing herself from the arms of her family, from their entirely vain effort, one might say, to exert negative authority, or of night witches, with their uncanny speed and physical strength. These stories were not just a medium through which people could think about the nature of power, even more, they were a medium through which they could argue about its rights and wrongs. It was through endless arguments about hidden powers and hidden motives about envy, sexual desire, pride, greed, resentment that people worked out their common understandings of how it was legitimate for human beings to influence each other. In this light, it is not surprising that the basic logic of what I have been calling negative authority was first made explicit in the Ethic of Protection, that is, in ways of talking about the morality of medicine, long before it emerged as a way of imagining a traditional Malagasy way of exercising power over others. This also makes it easier to understand how intimate anxieties and domestic politics could have been transformed as a result. After all, these might have been ways of imagining power and authority, but they were not abstractions, they were the kind of representations, one might say, that helped to bring into being the things they represented. Political reality, and here I am referring to every sort of politics, domestic or communal, national or sexual, can never, really, be distinguished from its representations, if only because politics itself is largely a matter of manipulating and arguing about representations, of circulating stories and trying to control how those stories are interpreted. This was a game in which Merina women were certainly as much players as were men. Yet at the same time, they labored under a peculiar disadvantage. Often, in fact, women seemed to act as agents of their own ultimate repression, circulating stories that served as profound meditations on the nature of desire and human decency, but which, at the same time, had the ultimate effect of reflecting and reinforcing men's fears of women, and radically circumscribing the ability of any women to become respected figures of authority. It was almost as if they were, somehow, the victims of their own psychological insight. Certainly, just as most of the best storytellers I knew in Evanimamo were women, so were most of the most acute social psychologists and social theorists. To some degree, of course, their sensitivity to their surroundings was itself an effect of their relative lack of social power. A large part of privilege, anywhere, is the luxury of being able to remain oblivious to much of what goes on around one. The most troubling questions, it seems to me, are twofold. The first is how that greater perceptiveness and sensitivity to one's social environment itself seems to contribute to women's ultimate subordination. The second is how this still seems to happen where women's moral reflections are one of the principal media for social changes that in almost every other way dramatically anti-authoritarian. What has happened in rural Imarina over the last century could even, by certain definitions, be described as a revolution. The trauma of colonial rule sparked a profound reassessment of the very nature of power and authority. That reassessment was couched in the terms already familiar to rural people such as the logic of protection, but as a result, rural people's relations with one another genuinely changed. All this ensured that when the power of colonial, and colonial-inspired, regimes went into retreat, in part in the face of persistent passive resistance, political life itself had changed as well. It had become in most ways far more egalitarian than it appears to have been in the 19th century. Women played a crucial role in all of this, yet at the same time, they did so in ways that ended up guaranteeing that gender relations remain among the least affected by the change. 8. Oppression. In Malagasy there is a word, tsindriana, that means oppressed. The literal definition is to be pressed down, crushed by a heavy weight. Used in a political context, it means to suffer under some kind of unjust power or authority. Malagasy is hardly alone in having such a word. Actually, most languages do. The English sentence "the people are oppressed," or the Malagasy equivalent, tsindriana New York Vahoka, could be translated directly into the languages spoken by a majority of human beings, using the same metaphor, with no need for exegesis or elaboration. Even in those languages that do not have an explicit term for oppression, I would hazard to say that if a competent speaker were to improvise such a metaphor, no one would find it in any way difficult to understand what he was talking about. Point 1. It's easy to see why the metaphor might seem obvious. Power is almost invariably figured as something placed over people. What better way to express abuse of power than by something above you pressing down? Here, though, I want to ask, what would an anthropologist have to say about this? Because, if one is speaking of most contemporary anthropologists, it's pretty obvious the answer would have to be, nothing. Presented with such a generalization, the first reaction of most anthropologists would be to try to show it isn't true. If this proved impossible, they would try to dismiss its significance. It seems to me, though, that such connections are potentially extremely significant, mainly, because they point a way out of certain political dilemmas born of cultural relativism. Let me state the dilemma as simply as I can. Most anthropological fieldwork has been conducted among subsistence farmers, slum dwellers, or indigenous peoples, the vast majority of them marginal even within the relatively poor countries in which they live. Most have been, at one time or another, victims of conquest, exploitation, state terror, or outright genocide. In other words, anthropology, more than any other discipline, has tended to focus on people who might by most definitions including their own be considered oppressed. Politically, we anthropologists tend to identify quite strongly with those we study. Often, we act as advocates. Yet, unlike activists involved in radical social movements, anthropologists almost never speak of such people as being oppressed. Why? Mainly because anthropologists tend to be keenly aware that one can only create the machinery of oppression once one has first dehumanized or infantilized one's victims, which in practice means, first and foremost, delegitimizing their point of view. What's more, that dehumanization, and its attendant humiliation, is one of the most damaging forms that oppression itself tends to take. Hence, we tend to be very suspicious of any sort of argument that assumes that certain people's perspectives are more legitimate than others, let alone, universally true. The obvious problem with this position is that, if you take it to its logical conclusion, it would mean there would be no basis on which to claim anyone was being oppressed, or even treated unfairly, to begin with. No one really wants to argue that a rapist's perspective is just as legitimate as his victims', or a master's just as legitimate as his slaves. So the usual solution is to appeal to some notion of cultural relativism. Yes, we have a category rape or slavery by which we can make moral judgments, the argument goes, the Nuer, or Nambikura, have different ones. They live in a different moral and conceptual universe, and who are we to say ours is more intrinsically legitimate? Politically, this generally leads to a kind of uncomfortable compromise. While few anthropologists would deny that phenomena we would normally describe as rape or slavery are indeed evils, wherever they are practiced, they also tend to insist that imposing our own definitions in another cultural context is an even greater evil, especially if our judgments are backed up, as so often ultimately comes to be the case, by force of arms. Point 2. In practice, this seems reasonable. Since at least the 19th century, with the British abolition of the slave trade, colonial empires have largely been justified by what we'd now call humanitarian intervention. This is, of course, if anything even more true today. Still, adopting such a position leads to one significant, if largely unnoticed, conceptual problem. In order to say that the Nuer live in their own moral and conceptual universe, we are necessarily assuming that the Nuer actually exist, that is, that there is a relatively coherent set of ideas and principles that can be identified and described as belonging to the Nuer, and systematically compared with our own. Point 3. This implies bounded entities, which is a problem, but even more, it means even once you have decided who the Nuer are, you are not treating all Nuer perspectives as equally legitimate, since, after all, it will be nearly impossible to find any statement that every single person you have identified as Nuer will agree with. As a result, the entire project of cultural relativism depends on being able to identify structures of authority, and thus certain individuals who, more than others, can legitimately speak for the Nuer as a whole. But here is the logical dilemma. By what criteria are these authorities to be identified? One cannot employ Nuer conceptions of authority, because, until one has identified who those authorities are, there is no way to know what those Nuer conceptions are. Like it or not, the relativist has to use some sort of external criteria. The paradoxical result is that, if one is to take a consistent position of cultural relativism, authority is the one thing that cannot be treated relativistically. Point 4. The classic relativist has to assume that all cultures or societies do have structures of authority similar enough that they can be identified by an outside observer, and, furthermore, that these structures are intrinsically legitimate. The political implications are, to say the least, disturbing. We seem to be caught, then, between three almost equally bad choices. Either we relegate to ourselves the authority to determine what's right and wrong everywhere in the world, or we relegate to ourselves the authority to determine who holds legitimate authority everywhere in the world, or we give up on making moral judgments entirely. Could things really be so bleak? It seems to me there is a way out. It starts with the recognition that there are two problems here: a conceptual problem and a political problem that we would do well not to conflate. After all, there's nothing intrinsically oppressive about universalism. If a Tibetan Buddhist like the Dalai Lama claims the right to make judgments about America based on privileged access to universal spiritual truths, Americans rarely feel they are thus the victims of a terrible injustice. Some might find it inspiring, others might find it ridiculous, but no one is likely to feel particularly oppressed. This is because the Dalai Lama holds no power over them. The real problem, it seems to me, is not with the mere fact of universalistic judgments, but with the existence of a global apparatus of bureaucratic control, backed up by a whole panoply of forms of physical and economic violence, that can enforce those judgments, whether by imposing itself directly, or by reserving to itself the power to recognize what are legitimate groups and who are their legitimate representatives, anywhere in the world. If one accepts that some such apparatus is inevitable, then, yes, we have little choice but to agonize over the moral quandaries it creates. But there is an alternative. We can ask what it would take to eliminate such coercive structures entirely. To do so would mean asking a very different set of questions. First and foremost, on what basis can one hold these structures to be intrinsically illegitimate? It is here that the existence of terms like Xindrayana becomes so important, because they demonstrate not only that the authority is always contested, everywhere, but even more, because they suggest that the ways in which it is contested, even down to popular metaphors and images, are often surprisingly similar. They hold out the possibility that even if no consensus on such questions exists now, there's probably nothing everyone on Earth currently agrees on. There is at least the possibility for such an agreement in the future. After all, what is most essential about human beings is not what they are at any given moment, but what they have the capacity to become. At this point we can come back, I think, to the conceptual problem, except now I think it looks quite different. Once we allow that structures of authority are everywhere contested, and that the terms of contestation are at least close enough that we can all begin talking to each other, what do we do with the fact that, in most ways, a Malagasy term like Xindrayana and an English term like oppression are extremely different? Like similar terms elsewhere, they draw on certain apparently universal or universally comprehensible metaphors, the sense of being stifled, crushed, ground down, overburdened, struggling under a heavy weight. But they speak so powerfully because they also draw on images that are extraordinarily specific. For the typical American, oppression might evoke images from movies about medieval serfs or the building of Egyptian pyramids, personal memories of bad jobs, gym teachers, tax auditors, strident and rather foolish radical rhetoric, or stiflingly hot summer nights. These images, in turn, tend to open on a whole series of assumptions about the nature of freedom, autonomy, justice, and the individual, each with endless concrete associations of their own. A Malagasy using the term Xindrayana would be evoking an entirely different fan of historical and personal associations. It is the vividness of such associations that gives these words their almost visceral power, but, at the same time, their specificity that makes it seem slightly absurd to even consider using them as terms of social analysis. What I want to do in this essay is to begin to ponder how to think our way out of this problem by looking more carefully at the Malagasy term Xindrayana, not to reject any notion of relativism, incidentally, but rather, in order to think about how we might go about developing one without the same authoritarian implications. This means unpacking some of the dense constellation of ideas, images, and moral practices surrounding the bearing of burdens, the experience of being crushed by heavy weights, and how they are seen to bear on the legitimacy of different forms of authority. I think Madagascar is a particularly appropriate place to start because the non-Malagasy reader is likely to find so much of the larger cultural context profoundly alien and exotic. We will be looking at very different assumptions about the nature of the family, government, and spiritual practices that are, in these respects in particular, most likely very different from our own. But this, of course, is in keeping with one of the founding assumptions of anthropology, that if one is to try to understand what all human beings have in common, it behooves us to start with the cases that seem maximally unfamiliar. I will be using material mainly drawn from the province of Antananarivo in the Malagasy Highlands, an area historically referred to as Imarina. Most of it comes from a region of Ayavanimamo where I lived and worked between 1990 and 1991. This was not, at the time, a place where there was a whole lot of oppression going on. The people there were, certainly, very poor. but almost no adults of either sex spent any prolonged period of their lives working under the direction of anyone else, and state control was practically non-existent. On the other hand, it had not always been this way, and people were keenly aware of that. The 19th century state had been based on a combination of forced corvée labor and slavery that most people now saw as the very definition of oppression. Tokens of this state were present everywhere. The same was true of the French colonial regime, which most saw as having been even worse. Everyone saw themselves surrounded everywhere by the traces of oppressive regimes, and living in a landscape that had been largely created by them. As a result, as in so much of Madagascar, some forms of authority were seen as inevitable, but all forms of authority were seen as inherently problematic. The body of the essay falls into three parts, the first concerning the family, the second concerning the 19th century kingdom, the third about idioms of pressing and carrying in spirit possession today. Only then will I return to the problem of relativism. Part I. Bearing burdens within the household. In Malagasy one can refer to a sibling in one of two ways. One can refer to their gender, my brother, my sister, or to their order of birth, my senior, or Zoka, my junior, or Zandri. One almost never refers to both at the same time. In part, this is because when it comes to matters of seniority within the household, or at least among siblings, gender should not, in principle, make a difference. If parents are away, for example, the oldest child is considered to be in charge of the household. Whether that child is a boy or a girl should be irrelevant. In Madagascar, relation of older and younger, Zoka and Zandri, is a relation of simple hierarchy. It is perhaps the most elementary form of hierarchical relation. It is also often described as based on a principle of mutual responsibility. It is the responsibility of older siblings to speak for their younger brothers and sisters in any situation which requires a degree of tact, or delicacy. It is the responsibility of younger siblings to carry their elders' things. Hence the well-known proverb, Mananyandri, dia ofakolanentina, Mananjoki, dia ofakolanteni, if you have a younger sibling, then you'll have no problems with carrying, if you have an older one, then you'll have no problems with speech. Halder 1915, number 1901, Cousins 1963, 37, Cambui 1909, 385. Around the turn of the century, a Catholic missionary posted to the area north of Ayavanimamo observed that this principle was taken so seriously it often led to scenes that seemed, to the European eye, quite unreasonable. By the age of about 10, he wrote, children begin to help in the gardens and rice fields by carrying burdens and packages. What is remarkable about the practice is that, it is to the youngest that the heaviest parts usually fall. Cambui 1909, 385. Almost a century later, I observed much the same thing. One might often spot a 16-year-old girl strolling up the hill after a morning of weeding in the rice fields, with her 10-year-old sister struggling with a basket behind her, or a healthy middle-aged man coming back for lunch followed by a 12-year-old son carrying his spade. Indeed, some have been known to go so far as to say that it is taboo for an elder to carry such tools if a younger family member physically capable of carrying it is anywhere around. So Rude 1960, 25, just as it would be inappropriate for a young man to speak in a village assembly or court case if he had a father or elder brother available to state his case for him. No one I knew in Ayavanimamo would go that far. Most, even in the countryside, insisted such hard and fast rules were largely things of the past, though neither did they deny that, in practice, younger members of the family generally did end up doing a lot of the carrying, and that if one really needed a spokesman, and asked one's father or elder brother, they would normally feel they needed a very good excuse to refuse. 5. One can think of Zoka/Zandri relations as an atom of hierarchy in two senses, actually. First of all, because talking about how older and younger siblings should relate to one another has always been one of the main ways to talk about relations of superiority and inferiority in general. Second of all, because it was by growing up within families organized along these lines that people in Imarina have, over the last several hundred years or so, developed their most elementary, deeply embedded, experiences of what being inside hierarchical relations is like. Let me give an example of each. Whenever people talk about how Zoki and Zandri should behave towards one another, they tend to produce idealized statements, almost invariably prefaced by some statement to the effect of course, the kids nowadays no longer really do this, but in ancestral times, it was like this. Apparently, this has always been the case. The very first account of household etiquette we have, written in the 1860s by a Marina Christian and assembled by a British missionary named Cousins in a book called Fambagasi or Malagasy Customs, Cousins 1963, 124-127, begins exactly the same way. There's nothing older people complain about so much as the lack of respect for etiquette among the young people nowadays. The author then launches into a detailed account of how Zoki and Zandri should properly behave in each other's presence, leaving it a bit ambiguous whether he is talking just about siblings, or older and younger people in general. The account that follows revolves around three central principles, that can be summarized as follows. 1. Height. Zandri should never place themselves physically higher than Zoki, particularly during meals or other formal occasions, neither may their beds be placed higher than their elders. 2. Priority. At meals, the eldest must eat first. Neither can Zandri take the lead when walking on a path, but they must follow their Zoki. 3. Fetching and carrying. The most extreme taboo, Fadi, the author notes, is to send one's Zoki to fetch something. Great apologies are in order if one is to so much as ask them to pass something at table. If at all possible, the younger person should make sure their Zoki do not have to carry any burdens at all. Should one, say, run into one's elder brother or sister carrying something on the road, one ought to immediately offer to take it. This was an obligation, notes the author. A parent or elder sibling's responsibility to speak for their junior, if there's something that needs to be explained to someone, is different, since the Zoki need only do it if the Zandri specifically asks. The theme of bearing burdens, however, resonates throughout. This is from the original text. It was the custom of the ancients, for brothers, or sisters, etc., to eat from the same plate. Once the Zoki had eaten the larger part, he would leave the rest to his Zandri, and when the Zandri deferred, saying eat on, his Zoki would reply, no, you eat, because it is you who will be carrying the baskets. Cousins 1960, 124. Now, as I say, all this is rather an idealization. In practice, such rules always tend to apply to certain contexts, and certain people, more than others. It's hard to imagine that even the strictest family would have kept a constant eye on a 5-year-old child to ensure she never sat with her head at a higher elevation than her 10-year-old sister. In fact, if Malagasy in 1860 were anything like the ones I knew, under ordinary circumstances, no one paid much attention to where 5-year-olds sat at all. Rules of seniority were observed mainly on more or less formal occasions. In fact, one might say this is what a formal occasion was, one in which rules of seniority were strictly observed. And this was still true among the people I knew. Principles of height and priority were almost entirely ignored in everyday practice, but were carefully observed at ritual moments. On mildly formal occasions, they tended to be observed in abbreviated, elusive form, for instance, in the way that, when guests were in the house, anyone getting up to leave the room would always stoop down slightly when walking past those still seated, to indicate they knew they really shouldn't be allowing their heads to be in a position higher than those of anyone older or more exalted than themselves. Still, these principles did have an effect on early family experience. The issue of fetching and carrying, for example, remained extremely important, even among the relatively educated and not especially traditionally minded families I knew best in Avanimamo, and certainly among farmers in the countryside. Children's lives, one might say, went through 3 broad stages. During the first, before they could walk, children were usually carried on their mothers' backs, or on that of some other female relative. As soon as they could get about themselves, however, they were left largely to their own devices. We can call this the stage of autonomy. When not at school, they were expected to spend their time with other children, who formed a sort of autonomous community of the young, roving about in bands, reappearing only occasionally, mainly at meal times. During this period, which lasts till 8 or 10, boys and girls were both treated very indulgently, and not expected to do much of anything around the house. But as soon as a child could walk, their elder sisters and other women of the household would also begin playing at sending them off to fetch small items, often to much amusement if the child wandered off or refused. As time went on, tasks grew more serious. It was common in town to send even children of 6 or 7 to buy things at the store, and the child would often return triumphantly, to great adulation, if he or she had completed the mission successfully. The term used for such fetching, manarika, literally means to send someone as an envoy, agent, or representative, irika, and is the same verb that's used for more serious household chores, such as sending girls to fetch water, or spell their mothers or sisters from carrying babies, sending boys to carry their parents' tools or packages, all of which also begin around the ages 8 to 10.6. It was at this third stage, when a child started having to carry burdens, that he or she first became integrated into the adult world, with its endless distinctions of seniority. One became part of the adult world, then, not only by sitting lower or following behind, but especially by following behind, carrying heavy things on one's head or in one's arms. It happened in a way that often seemed seamless, even natural. Play tasks turned into real duties, just as the inevitable way parents or older siblings would speak for children began to take on a new, more formal significance as young people slowly became more capable of speaking for themselves. In the end, even outside the household, carrying burdens could be seen by obvious common sense as an emblem of subordination, and something quite naturally opposed to the power of speech. Of course, real households have always been more complicated than these idealized accounts suggest. One has to take account of gender and generation as well as birth order, and on top of that was the fact that during, say, the 1860s, when Famba Gassi was written, the majority of Marina households owned slaves. After several decades of predatory warfare, the Marina Kingdom had become the center of a state that, in theory at least, controlled the whole of Madagascar. About a third of the population came to be made up of slaves captured in these wars, and ownership of slaves was so widespread that probably only 1 out of every 3 families had no access to slave labor. This began to happen at the same time that mission schools were introduced, part of a larger government plan to build the foundations of a modern, bureaucratic state. The largest slave-holding families made up the state apparatus itself. Most of the men in such households were officers in the Marina Army, or government officials, who themselves held military rank, and became stalwarts in the Protestant Church. Their wives and children formed a leisured class, who, unless they became involved in the schools or government, usually did nothing at all. They have all their needs attended to by slaves, remarked one Quaker missionary, their beds made, clothes washed, food cooked, and even cut up for them, so there is nothing much to do but eat food and sit about talking scandal, in Ratramoharanosi 1986, 202. This was the stratum European missionaries were most familiar with, from which the author almost certainly derived our earlier passage on etiquette. These were the most enthusiastic supporters of the missionaries, but the latter found many of their habits disconcerting. Many remarked on the way that members of this class would never appear in public bearing anything remotely resembling a burden. James Sabri of the LMS wrote, "It appears strange to the Malagasy to see us Europeans walking out for short distances unaccompanied by a servant or some attendant, for no free Malagasy, male or female, would think of going abroad without at least one follower at his or her heels. So again, no respectable Malagasy would carry with him any small article, such as a Bible or hymn book, that must be taken by a slave boy or girl following them, and they wonder to see us carrying a map or roll of drawings as we go to our schools or Bible classes, Sabri 1880, 183. Joseph Sewell of the Society of Friends similarly remarked how ludicrous it was, to foreign observers, to see ladies followed in the street by a slave holding some trifling thing like an umbrella or a Bible. Even school children will have a little slave to carry their books and slates, 1867, 11. Now, as I say, these authors are describing a particular social milieu. 7 Churches and schools were, then as now, places for the well-off to make a show of affluence. But I suspect there is more going on in these descriptions than mere conspicuous display. Note the nature of things being carried: Bibles, hymn books, maps, and rolls of drawings, school books and slates. They were all objects which embodied, in one sense or another, the power of words. 8 The Malagasy government saw missions and mission schools mainly as the means to acquire technologies of bureaucratic rule, the lists and ledgers, registries, and correspondence that would enable them to make their kingdom an effective, modern state. Objects of verbal learning had a particular place as emblems of power. One rather suspects the Reverend Sabri's parishioners would not have been so quick to remark on the impropriety of carrying, say, a shaving brush, a hammer, or a ukulele. Once again, then, we have an explicit opposition between bearing burdens and the power of speech. Since most men in this period spent the bulk of their time performing government service, or trying to avoid it, the presence or absence of slaves mainly affected the workloads of women and children, who did the bulk of domestic and agricultural work. In contrast with the pampered Christian ladies who did not deign to carry their own parasols, another missionary complains that, in heathen households, a word often used as a synonym for poor, a wife is often regarded by her husband in the light of a superior slave and terribly overburdened, highly 1893, 8. After the abolition of slavery in 1895, much of the emphasis once put on children's responsibility to carry burdens seems to have been refocused on women. When townspeople nowadays think of backwards country folk, one of the stereotypical images is that of the dutiful wife following behind her unburdened husband with a basket on her head. I did, occasionally, witness such scenes in rural Imarina. In fact, even some of my more educated female friends from town would, occasionally, offer to carry my bags for me, insisting that it was properly women's work. They never insisted very hard, but, in fact, there are so many principles at play that in practice, there is a great deal of room for adjustment and negotiation. Would an older sister ever carry her brother's things? Certainly not. He should carry hers, that is, if it's the sort of thing it would be appropriate for a male to be carrying. What if the wife is older than the husband? Well, she shouldn't be older than her husband. But it happens sometimes. What if she is? That would depend on the family. Part 2: Emblematic Labor and the 19th Century Kingdom. The state, as has often been noted, tends to construct its own legitimacy by drawing on the idiom of the family, appropriating bits and pieces of family ritual or symbolism. The Marina state was no exception. Block 1989. If one looks at the structure of traditional kingdoms in the Highlands, and particularly the organization of public works, one discovers a meticulous attention to what sort of people have to carry what sorts of objects, though, as we'll see, on this level the bearing of burdens was contrasted as often with powers of speech as with powers of material creation. Kingdoms were organized around a figure called the Andryana, which means sovereign or king. Roughly a third of the free population were also considered Andryana, either because they could claim descent from the royal line, or because their ancestors had been raised to Andryana status because of some heroic act of devotion or self-sacrifice on behalf of royalty. In the 19th century, there were 7 orders of Andryana, with the sovereign's immediate family at the top. At the bottom were local descent groups hardly distinguishable from their Hova, or commoner equivalents. Maurice Bloch refers to all these groups as demes. Each occupied their own valley and network of terraced rice fields amidst the vast rolling country of Madagascar's central plateau. Hova were defined as people who owed some form of work phenomena, or service to the king. There were other groups, such as the Mainti and Ndreni, who were specialized royal warriors. Finally, slaves did not have descent groups of their own and did not perform phenomena for the king. In fact, anyone who could prove they had performed royal service was automatically manumit, but, rather, did the bidding of their owners. The whole system was constructed around service. The status of any given deme was largely determined by what particular type of service it performed for the royal family. This was particularly true before British missionaries and military advisors arrived in the 1820s and King Graeber I began using the principle of phenomena as the basis for creating a modernizing state. Since our historical sources also begin around this time, it is a little difficult to reconstruct exactly what royal service really meant in the 18th century, when Imerina was still broken into dozens of warring principalities. While, in theory, a local king could demand most anything from his subjects, it seems that a ruler's ability to extract goods and services from groups who did not happen to live in the immediate vicinity of a royal residence was quite limited. Those services they did receive revolved largely around what we consider ceremonial tasks, such as building and rebuilding royal palaces and tombs, or participating in the annual New Year's ritual. During such events, each deme was usually assigned some very specific set of tasks, which marked their status, as forming part of a more generic labor pool. It's important to bear in mind that, except for a handful of the very most exalted Andriana, almost all of these groups were, in terms of how they earned their livelihoods, remarkably similar. All devoted most of their energies to farming in the summer, and to handicrafts or petty trading in the agricultural off-season. It was what one did for that king that determined one's status in the kingdom as a whole and, therefore, such tasks could be referred to as emblematic labor, which defined the nature of each group, what kind of people they really were. 9. Andriana were not entirely exempt from royal service, but their services tended to focus on a few, relatively privileged tasks. Take, for example, the building and repair of royal tombs, a task so exalted only Andriana and certain very high-ranking Hova groups had the privilege of taking part. Malagasy accounts, once again, written in the 1860s, Khalid 1908, 260-267, 1213-14, broke down the tasks into two broad categories. The first were acts of production, the actual fashioning of the tomb and manufacture of the objects that would be placed inside. These tasks were monopolized by Andriana. The orders of the Andriamacine Valana and Andrian Tompokoindrindra, for example, provided the stonemasons and carpenters who built the tomb itself. The Andrian Andronado provided the smiths who made the huge silver coffin in which kings were buried, and later, who made the tomb's tin roof. Women of the Andriamacine Valana and Zazamarolahi orders wove the mats that would be hung on the walls inside. Three other groups were expected to provide the silk shrouds used for wrapping the dead, Khalid. Ibid. The second set of tasks were always phrased as matters of carrying things, especially, carrying off the tattered mats and other rubbish from inside a tomb when it was opened or repaired, and gathering and conveying baskets full of the red clay that was used to seal it afterwards. Khalid 1908, 164, 307, 490, 534-5, 812-3. These tasks were never assigned to Andriana but always to Hova. 10. This distinction carries through all sorts of other tasks as well. In such ritual moments, Andriana were defined as the kind of people who produce things, commoners, as those who fetch and carry them. At times, these emblematic tasks leaked over into broader contexts. The Andrian Andronado, for instance, the order of Andriana who provided the smiths for royal rituals, also produced all the gold and silver objects used at court. As a result, they eventually managed to win a formal monopoly on gold and silver working within the Marina kingdom as a whole. During the 19th century, other branches of this same order provided also almost all the tinsmiths and a large number of the skilled iron workers in the capital. 11 Other groups were famous for other specialties. As a rule, Andriana were seen as producers, makers, it was their basic identity in the structure of the kingdom, a fact which was perhaps most clearly revealed when, in 1817, British envoys asked King Graeber I chose a handful of boys from his kingdom to study artisanal trades in England. Every young man the king chose were Andriana. I am not sure if any foreign scholar has ever drawn attention to the connection between Andriana and industrial and craft production before, probably because it seems so odd to see nobles as industrial producers. 12 Though perhaps it is easier to conceive if one sees the privileged stratum as monopolizing the powers of creativity. Nobles spoke first at council and were seen as being the masters of oratory and poetic speech, Dominicani Ramiera Manina 1983. They also created the most beautiful objects. King Andrianum Puanamirana, who unified the country at the end of the 18th century, used his right to demand Phanompena to marshal the manpower to reclaim thousands of hectares from swamps. King Radama and his successors in the 19th century expanded it to include such things as military service, school attendance, and participation in all sorts of industrial projects. The vast majority of these new tasks fell to commoners. Still, certain tasks remained emblematic, in the sense that they were seen as defining the essence of the relation between subjects, Hova, and the sovereign, Andriana. Sources speaking of Phanompena in the abstract in the 19th century tended to produce a remarkably standardized list of emblematic tasks, and the same list reappears as those tasks from which Andriana deems were specifically exempt. These lists always emphasized four, typically in the following order. 1. Maneo hazellava, or dragging trees. Since Imarina proper was largely devoid of timber, it was necessary to form crews of workmen to drag the vast trunks needed for royal houses and palisades from the edge of eastern forests up to the center of the country. The right to set up the central poles of royal houses was, again, a highly esteemed privilege. 2. Mahadi Tani, or digging earth. This mainly refers to leveling and the making of embankments for royal building projects. 13. 3. Maneo Arimanti, or making charcoal. In practice, this mainly involved transporting baskets of charcoal produced in the eastern forests to the royal court in the capital, Antananarivo. 4. Mitandra Antanandriana, or carrying royal baggage. Most often this involved transporting imports bound for the court from the port of Tamatave, but it could include any number of other transport duties. 14. The reader will no doubt have noted that in every case, these were tasks which, once again, centered on dragging or carrying heavy things, usually, in baskets on one's head. Number 2 might seem a partial exception, but anyone who has ever taken part in a large-scale digging project knows the lion's share of the labor, and usually the most onerous part, involves hoisting and carrying containers of displaced earth. The emphasis on bearing burdens, of course, did have something to do with existing physical conditions. Imarina in the 19th century lacked beasts of burden or wheeled vehicles. It was also notoriously lacking in decent roads. As a result, just about everything had to be moved by human beings, and often with great difficulty. But choosing these tasks as paradigms of Phanompena also clearly drew on a broader sense that, in the kingdom as in the household, carrying things for someone was emblematic of subordination. Indeed, in the case of royalty the principle was taken even further, because royals and officers of state did not walk for long distances at all. Like foreign visitors, they were carried everywhere on palanquins borne on the shoulders of trained bearers. The royal bearers were a class of relatively esteemed specialists, in their own right, of a status similar to royal warriors. 15 Important court figures, or local grandees, tended to keep specially trained bearers of their own, who usually formed an elite corps amongst their slaves. Actually, there was something of an irony in their position, since free people were defined as those who served, i.e., carried things, for the king, and slaves, as those who did so for private citizens. European merchants found it almost impossible to recruit freeborn Malagasy as bearers, either for palanquins, or, more importantly, to carry goods along the difficult roads that lead from the capital to the seaports of the coast. Only slaves were willing to do such work. As a result, Many slaves ended up in a surprisingly advantageous economic position, working independently of their owners, to whom they were usually obliged to turn over only a certain portion of their earnings, forming semi-corporate guilds that ended up dominating the overland carrying trade in much of Madagascar and securing very high wages as a result. Campbell 1981. This pattern of turning extreme subordination into practical power is one we will be seeing again and again. The ambivalence of carrying. So far, the picture I have been presenting has been fairly simple. Merina children learn about the nature of hierarchy in large part through the experience of carrying heavy burdens, being literally oppressed, pressed down by the weight of objects balanced on their heads or backs or shoulders, objects which, significantly belong to someone else. 16 Within the structure of the kingdom as a whole, such tasks became emblematic of subordination. In either case, the experience of physical compression could be posed against ways in which one might be said to expand, or extend oneself into the world, by producing words, if one was a zoka, or objects, if one was an andryana, which can then be detached from their creator and influence others. Probably, the difference is mainly one of emphasis. In households, when a man is working a forge or a woman weaving, it is generally the most senior person who actually fashions the object, while younger people scurry back and forth carrying supplies. And when kings assembled their people to pass down rulings or ask their permission to begin some project, for example, dragging trees to make a new palace, it was the Andryamacine Valana and Andrian Tompokoindrindra, the same orders, who had the privilege of actually building royal tombs, who had the privilege of being the first to respond to the royal words. In doing so, they were seen as acting as spokesmen for the kingdom as a whole, in much the same way as a Zoka can speak for his Zandri, Kalat 1908, 288. And of course, as we have already seen, whether or not the identification of elite status with the control of words was salient in the formal organization of the kingdom, it certainly emerged with the spread of Christianity and mission schools later in the century. What's more, the image of bearing burdens carried with it a certain ambivalence. In ordinary usage, for example, carrying by no means always means subordination. Sometimes it means exactly the opposite. The word mitandra means not only to bring or to carry, but also to lead. One can say a person arrived carrying a shovel or leading a detachment of 100 soldiers. It's exactly the same word. Authority itself is often spoken of as a burden, so that one carries a certain responsibility, even a certain office. Active governance is a matter of carrying the people, mitandra vahoka, and the most common word for governance is in fact an abstract noun, fitandrana, which might best be translated as the manner of carrying. Such idioms might not mean much in themselves, but they seem to draw on a much broader sense of reciprocal obligation, which again, seems to be rooted in relations of hierarchy in the family, which ultimately became central to the way people imagined their relations to the state. In the household, the duties one owes to one's elders are often framed in terms of a kind of reciprocity. In speaking of child raising, the image of a woman carrying a baby on her back became itself an emblematic form of work, an image that summed up all the work of caring for, feeding, clothing, cleaning, teaching, and attending to a child's needs, which parents and, of course, particularly mothers provide. Obligations of support which adult children later owe to their parents and ancestors, in turn, could be collectively referred to as valambabena, the answer for having been carried on the back. Alternately, they can be called laloha or lalohavana, things carried on one's head. The term was used as way of referring to any responsibility to support others, but particularly, the obligation to provide dead ancestors with cloth and other gifts when their bodies are taken out of the tomb to be rewrapped at periodic Famadihana ceremonies, and to build and repair their tombs. 17. So far, then, we have a reciprocity of carrying. The labor of child rearing is pictured as a matter of carrying on one's back, it is repaid by maintaining the parents themselves when they are old, and their tombs and bodies after they have died. That maintenance, then, becoming a figurative burden borne on their descendants' heads. See Lambeck 2002, Cole 2000, 319-20.18. Not surprisingly, some 19th century documents actually use the term phililohavina, things carried on the head, to refer both to one's responsibilities to one's ancestors, and one's responsibilities to provide taxes and labor to the state. What is particularly interesting here is that, as a result, relations between the people and ruler were often represented as nurturing ones. Perhaps the one term most constantly invoked in discussions of the people's relation to their ruler is mateza, which literally means to breastfeed, to take care of a child not yet capable of taking care of its own needs. Rajami Sarayalison 1985, 909. Used in a broader sense, it can mean to nurture, care for, as well as to foster a child not one's own. In the 19th century literature, the people, or their representatives, are always being represented as nurturing the king. This is another aspect of Marina royal symbolism which has been largely ignored in the historical and ethnographic literature, apparently because it seems so odd. Seeing a king as a small child being nursed by his subjects so flies in the face of our own accustomed image of a ruler as the patriarchal father of his people that, in its way, it jangles even more oddly than the idea of nobles as industrial producers. 19. Commoners who served as royal advisors, like those who, beginning in the reign of Queen Ranavalona I, took effective control of the kingdom in the role of royal ministers, were always referred to in Malagasy texts as Mpateza and Dryana, the king's nursemaids as well. Among the most desirable ritual services owed to royalty, many specifically involved the caring for royal children. For example, the Antahiroka, commoners considered the real autochthonous population of the plain of Antananarivo, had the privilege of blessing young princes during their circumcision ceremonies, and the Mainandi, one of the specialized warrior clans, were also the privileged playmates of young Marina princesses. Dominicani Ramiera Manana and Dominicani 1980.20. All this was, in part, simply the recognition of a certain dependency. A person who is carried by someone else is obviously dependent on them. Kings who are fed by the people are also, in a sense, infantilized. One may ask how much of this was simply rhetoric, and how much it had any effect on practice. The answer is, probably, that this varied. In royal service, for example, the tasks that were considered particularly legitimate focused on the needs of the royal household itself. This was true even indeed, particularly of such spectacular tasks as dragging tree trunks across miles of countryside, which were always seen as part of building or rebuilding royal residences. Other tasks, such as working on national industrial projects or serving in the army, were not seen as legitimate in anything like the same way, and were widely resisted. Different people managed to make more or less effective claims on royalty on the basis of their role as nourishing and caring for the king or queen. For instance, the, mainly commoner, guardians of the royal Sampi, or national Palladia, who formed as close as the Marina kingdom had to a priestly class, also regularly represented themselves as Mpateza and Dryana, see example Julie 1899, 325, Dominicani 1977. So did the families of commoner politicians and generals who, after the reign of Radama, became the effective rulers of the state. When they tried to use phenomena to extract labor for their own personal projects, however, this was treated as profoundly illegitimate by those summoned to tend their cattle or carry their commercial wares to port. Popular factions could try to play the Mpateza and Dryana card as well. One of the earliest visitors to Imarina, a French slave trader named Nicolas Mayer, noted in 1777 how representatives of a kingdom's women would periodically assemble to scold the same monarch and Dryanum Botsimarofai rather as one would a disorderly child, ordering him, for instance, to stop drinking rum and lower taxes. When King Radama I instituted a permanent standing army in 1822, and declared that half the kingdom's young men were to be military recruits and have their hair cropped short as indication of status, a large number of women, claiming to be nursemaids of the king, Ellis 1838, Larson 2240-253, attempted a similar protest. But things didn't go so well. Radama was notorious for his contempt for traditional institutions, and reliance on brute force. He had soldiers pen them up for 2 days without food and the leaders thrashed before sending them all home. However, exactly the same imagery appeared in what was certainly the most dramatic protest of the 19th century. In fact, one might think of it as a kind of uprising, the outbreak of the Raymanenjana, the dancing mania of 1863, Davidson 1889, Raison 1976. I should explain here that one of the most dramatic images of royal power, one which appears to have made a profound impact on the popular imagination, was the rounding up of people to carry royal baggage during court outings. This was apparently particularly disastrous during the reign of Queen Ranavalona I, 1828–1861. Whenever the Queen travelled abroad, she brought her entire court and enormous quantities of furniture and provisions, so that she had to be preceded by agents summoning almost the entire population of surrounding villages for forced labor. This was a very ambivalent demand, since on the one hand carrying royal baggage was indeed personal service to the crown and hence seen as inherently legitimate. However, the results were usually catastrophic. Since the workers were not fed, and the Queen's party tended to absorb all available supplies, hundreds if not thousands would perish of a combination of exhaustion, starvation, and disease. Never, wrote the Queen's secretary Rayambana, after one royal expedition to Mainarinarina in 1845, was an excursion of pleasure more productive of famine and death. 488. Ranavalona was Radama I's wife and, later, successor on the throne, established there by several prominent commoner generals. She is famous for expelling missionaries and other foreigners from the country, restoring the Sampi, but at the same time, maintaining the army and bureaucratic apparatus created by Radama. Her reign was considered the most oppressive in popular memory, between the endless demand of Phanompana and the systematic use of the poison ordeal to root out rebels and enemies, real and imagined. When she finally died in 1861 and her son, Radama II, came to power, he immediately attempted to reverse almost all of her policies, abandoning most court ritual and allowing foreign missionaries and economic adventurers of every stripe to flood back into the country. Within a year or so, churches and plantations were being set up all around the capital, and the resulting popular suspicions, apparently, sparked one of the most famous moments of popular resistance in Malagasy history. Thousands of people all over Imarina, the vast majority women, many slaves, began to be affected by what foreign observers described as a dancing mania, a disease referred to as the Raymanenjana. It was, in fact, a form of spirit possession and, since it was widely held that the only way to cure such a condition was to allow the spirit to emerge, to dance itself out, musicians quickly appeared to help victims who soon began gathering together into bands and then descending on the capital. Those affected claimed to be bearing the luggage of the late queen, who, they said, was returning to the capital in order to chasten her son for abandoning her policies, opening up the country to outsiders, and especially for reintroducing Christianity. 21 It was in its way quite similar to the revolt of 1822, but it also came in a form that the government found almost impossible to suppress. Faced with an army of entranced women surrounding the royal palace, swirling about and making periodic forays into its precincts, Radama II was paralyzed with confusion. He kept asking his Christian advisors if he was witnessing the apocalypse. In the end, military officers took the occasion to assassinate him and ordered his most objectionable policies, particularly granting foreigners the right to buy land and other economic assets in Madagascar, reversed. In each case, note the specifically maternal relation between representatives of the people and the male king. Maternal authority, which, at least towards male children, is always thought to be a particularly close and affectionate kind, was the proper medium for reversing power relations. In the second case, those possessed even represented themselves as bearing the burdens of the queen, in classical possession fashion, taking an image of total subordination and, by a kind of dialectical jujitsu, turning it into a way of yielding power. but this in turn adds yet another wrinkle to an already complicated set of principles and images surrounding authority in marina culture. Let me turn, then, in the next section, to look at the phenomenon of spirit possession and mediumship as I encountered it in 20th century Marina, to see how all these principles continue to work themselves out in the way people imagine the nature of political power. Part 3: Ayavanimamo and its spirit mediums. The town of Ayavanimamo hugs the highway that runs west from the capital. Most of it lies on an extremely gentle slope. As a result, the town's porters have developed a unique system for transporting goods. Anyone hanging around a taxi station near the market, or just gazing from the veranda of one of the houses that line the highway, is likely to see a wagon, or maybe it would be better described as a very large dolly, rolling down the hill every 10 minutes or so. Almost always, these dollies are crowded with bags and boxes and packages of commodities of one sort or another, with 2 or 3 young men at the helm, one steering, others simply there to enjoy the ride and to help with loading when they arrive. When I was there between 1989 and 1991, these porters were almost invariably black people, Olona Mainti, descendants of 19th century slaves, except for a smattering of men of slightly higher birth who are, largely for that reason, considered even more the detritus of society, drunks, ne'er-do-wells, losers unfit for any decent occupation. For all that, these are also the only people one can regularly see having fun in public. Rolling down the hill is a very pleasant job, even if the same people do have to drag the dollies back up afterwards. It's not really all that onerous, as I say, it's a very gentle slope. The taxi stand centers on a little booth near the marketplace, very much the fulcrum of the town, always full of vans and station wagons loading and unloading. This work was hardly limited to descendants of slaves. Almost anyone could be a member of the taxi cooperative. It was the more simple, physically taxing business of actually carrying things around, since the men who worked the dollies, I soon found, were also readily available to strenuously carry burdens by hand over side roads and difficult rural paths, which was a class apart. The prejudice against carrying things for a living, then, remained very much alive. It was next to this same taxi stand, in a line of tiny restaurants that was part of Ayavanimomo's market, that, during one of my first visits to the town, I met a very peculiar person who I shall call Ramos. The very first time I met him, I was not sure if he was entirely sane. He was a pale, middle-aged man who wore a patchwork outfit rather reminiscent of a European court jester, but with a loud and very self-confident voice. Born to an illustrious family, his father had been the Malagasy ambassador to the UN under an earlier regime. Ramos was a notorious eccentric, having frittered away his share of the family fortune on an endless series of wives and adventures, eventually even abandoning his job as a teacher of French and Malagasy in the local public high school, CEG, to take up work as an astrologer and part-time courier with a specialty in locating stolen goods. He first discovered his true talents, I was told, when he proved the only person capable of curing an outbreak of ambalavalana, a form of spirit possession, at the CEG. While talking about the incident with him and his daughter, Chantal, I first became aware of how important, and strangely entangled, idioms of oppression and carrying things were in discussions of such phenomena. Spirit possession. There are 2 terms in the colloquial Malagasy spoken in Ayavanimamo one might use to translate the English possessed by spirits. One is tsindranjavatra, which literally means pressed down by something. The other is entanjavatra, which means carried by something. In general, pressed down implies a somewhat milder state, in which a person enters into some relation with a spirit. It is used, say, of the experience of being addressed by a spirit in dreams, or falling into a trance in which a spirit seems to be whispering in one's ear or otherwise speaking to one, but such phenomena also seem to shade into more extreme forms of trance, in which the personality of the medium begins to be effaced. Entanjavatra is usually only used for the most extreme forms, in which the possessed person has lost all consciousness of their own identity, but simply acted as an extension of the spirit's will. 22 Almost always, Someone carried along by a spirit would be said to have no memory of how she behaved during the incident. Point 23. However, the confusing thing is the way that, when people tried to explain exactly what happened during possession, that is, those few who felt they could even make the attempt, since most insisted they had no idea, their description slipped back and forth between the two, between representing people as interacting with external forces, and being entirely effaced by them. This is what became clear when I first talked to Ramos, because he was probably the one person best able to talk about such issues. He was not only educated in Malagasy studies, but was an experienced lecturer, and even his account was remarkably confused. The Ambalavalana outbreak in which he became famous occurred in 1977. An entire dorm of teenage girls at the local CEG fell prey to a condition rather like Raymanengana, usually caused by an evildoer who exposes his victims to the influence of hostile ghosts. I heard many accounts of the spectacular results. The victims first began to be seized by sudden panics which lead them to suddenly bolt from the classroom. Matters soon escalated to the point where some began tearing off their clothes and running naked across campus, others ripping their clothes to shreds as they lay writhing and screaming on the ground. There were stories of possessed girls jumping out of second or third-story windows and landing unharmed, suddenly developing such enormous strength it was impossible to subdue them. How? Here is Ramos's description of what happens when one is afflicted by Ambalavalana. Ramos: the first thing that happens is that the person develops a sudden headache, then eventually, their minds become lost. They start speaking in words that make no sense, and it's like there's a second person inside them. There's something frightening the sick person. It chokes them. It torments them. It feels like they're struggling with a snake, or some fierce beast, depending on how the evil spirit, Fanahiratsi, manifests itself. That's why one says, there's a second person that comes over them. Chantal: so they can see the second person? Ramos: they can see it. The person can see the snake which is hurting them and choking them and tries to fight it. Point 24. At one point, he was called in to question a girl who had been afflicted but had temporarily come to her senses. She told him she had been attacked by an invisible beast, but all she could see of it was its hands, grabbing at her. That was the reason she tore off her clothes, she said, because it seemed as if the beast had attached itself to them. That was why she seemed to be writhing and screaming for no reason. She was struggling to shake it off. But then, in summing up, he asserted the exact opposite. Actually, it was the ghost itself, the second person, that was screaming and struggling. Ramos: the first person no longer has any control of herself, it's the second person who rules over her. David: so it's the second person who? Ramos: it's the second who's acting strangely, who's speaking without making any sense, who's ripping their clothes off. David: but is this really a second person, or is it? Ramos: it's an evil spirit. The soul of someone who has died, which frightens them. It appears as a snake, as a ferocious human, as a hostile ghost. Chantal: and is that what makes them so strong? Ramos: and that's what makes them so strong, because a girl with Ambalavalana has the strength of 5 men. Her strength is truly remarkable. Point 25. I was completely confused. At first I assumed it must be a language problem. I must have been missing something. It was only the next day, after having transcribed the tape and satisfied myself that what he was saying was really as contradictory as it sounded, that I brought up the matter again. It's confusing, I said. Sometimes, it sounds as if these victims were conscious, struggling with the ghost. At others, it's as if their minds were entirely effaced and it was the ghost itself speaking or acting, making them speak nonsense, or giving them enormous strength, and not the victims at all. He reflected for a moment. Well, yes, he replied. Sometimes they were more possessed than others. At those times, their own personalities would be entirely effaced, and it was the spirit that was acting through them. Later they would begin to regain consciousness, to remember themselves, and then it would seem the spirit was outside, struggling with them. They would shift, in other words, from being carried to being pressed down. Zanadrino. Mass outbreaks of Ambalavalana are rare. But professional spirit mediums, called Zanadrino, are everywhere in every town and most villages in rural Imarina, and seances occur on a daily basis. Everyone has been to such a seance at some time or other, and most people attend whenever they are seriously ill, even if they normally seek the services of the local clinic or hospital as well. Like the porters, Zanadrino consist overwhelmingly of the descendants of slaves. One of the defining features of a slave is that they are people lost to their own ancestors, particularly to their ancestral territories. To this day, descendants of slaves don't really have their own ancestral territories in the same sense that other Marina do. Zanadrino, however, created a different way of linking up to the ancestral landscape because they rely on a pantheon of Andriana, the souls of ancient kings, whose mountaintop tombs have become places of pilgrimage. Most visit these compounds periodically, to renew contact with the spirits, and sometimes in difficult cases they bring their patients to such compounds for curing rituals. Point 26. Now, there are a lot of things one can say about rituals of curing and the work of Zanadrino more generally, but what I really want to emphasize here is the division of labor between spirits in their practice. Most compounds contain several tombs and, generally, each royal spirit is accompanied by at least one other spirit, often buried just outside the compound proper, who is often referred to as his soldier or worker, or sometimes, less euphemistically, as his servant or his slave. Both the royal spirits and the spirits of the slaves possess people and take part in curing ceremonies, but they play radically different roles. The role of the first centers on speaking, the second, on fetching and carrying. What mediums basically do is treat people who have been victims of one or another kind of magical attack, or witchcraft. While there were many different kinds, most Zanadrino I talked to insisted that their single most common task was to cure cases of Ambalavalana. As such, mediums can be referred to generically as Mpiteza Olona, nurturers of those they cured and otherwise took care of. Almost always, a family will come to a Zanadrino complaining of some malady. The first stage of treatment is dedicated to finding out who was responsible, their motives, and how they went about working their witchcraft. Music is played, the medium will enter into a trance, often they will call on a number of different Andriana, here meaning, royal spirits, for advice, each of whom is often said to have their own specialty. For instance, Andrian Sihanika is noted for his ability to diagnose and cure cases of Ambalavalana. Rafaramai is an expert in problematic pregnancies and women's ailments, and so on. Often the medium will brandish a mirror, in which he or she is said to be able to see the culprit or the place in which they have hidden odi, that is, charms, horns, sacks, or boxes containing dangerous medicine, which almost always turn out to have been planted around the victim's house or property, and which are the prime cause of their affliction. Point 27. This first stage, diagnosis, typically consists of a kind of multi-sided dialogue involving the medium, various spirits, the patient, and various members of the patient's family. In a sense, the medium is seen as merely conveying the spirit's words, constantly interspersing his words with he says, to mark it as reported speech. However, the medium says nothing of his own, and there is a certain ambiguity in his state. He is almost always considered in a state of what we would call trance, and, while one or two mediums claimed they were simply conveying words they heard whispered in their ears, the majority insisted that, even at this stage, they no longer remembered themselves, that they remembered nothing of the experience afterwards, or if they did, that it was only in isolated snatches and fragments that melted away soon afterwards, rather as in waking from a dream. Point 28. Once the problem has been identified, the most dramatic stage comes, extracting the odi from their hiding places. While the spirits who diagnosed the problem were always referred to as Andriana, often as holy spirits, Panahimasana, the extraction was always performed by another class, by the agents of the royal spirits, slave spirits, who were not so much holy, Masana, as powerful, Mari, Point 29 Where spirits of the first type are sometimes referred to as Mpainazava, explainers, the latter are called Mpeka Odi, or Odi takers. This stage is usually referred to as drawing forth, Misantana, the evil medicine. The idea is that the royal spirits dispatch, Manarika, one or more powerful spirits to remove the various Odi hidden on the victim's property, and whisk them away invisibly through the air, until they arrive at the ceremony. This phase is, as one might suspect, the climax of the curing drama, and often involves intense participation by all concerned, the curers and their family, the family and friends of the victim, other attendees. As the music picks up to a fever pitch, all clap, until the medium rises, possessed by the spirits of the Mpeka Odi themselves. Here there is a great deal of room for variation in techniques. One Zanadrino I knew would stay seated until at the very end of the ritual, then rise from his seat to begin dancing in a deep state of trance, with a hornful of powerful wood in one hand and a wand in the other, with which to guide the Odi in the last stages of its flight into the antechamber of the house, where it would descend, invisible to the gathered multitude, into a bucket of water treated with medicines meant to break its power. One of his daughters or other assistants would then rush in to bind it with vines. Another Zanadrino would hold 2 mirrors, each treated with significant marks of white clay, and struggle with the invisible forces protecting the charm until it finally comes flying through the window into the room where the session is taking place, usually breaking one of the mirrors in the process, whereupon he too would plunge the object into a basin of treated water. In all cases, though, the struggle is conducted silently, the Mpeka Odi never speak. After the Odi has been removed, the royal spirits normally return and prescribe various medicines, perhaps remove sasika, small objects that a witch places under the victim's skin, or paint daubs of earth and water collected near the tombs of different royal spirits on the patient's body, to protect her from further attacks. Point 30 But, by this time, the real crisis has clearly passed. Once again, the same pattern, Andriana who speak, and underlings who serve by silently carrying. But in this case, too, the opposition becomes mapped on the distinction between 2 types or perhaps levels or intensities of engagement with a spirit, the ancestral, benevolent spirit who presses down on one, with whom one can at least potentially enter dialogue, and the dangerous unruly spirit which can only carry one away, entirely displacing one's mind or subjectivity. 31. There is, of course, a very complex play of displacements going on here. Royal spirits send off their soldiers or slaves to do the actual work of taking the evil medicine. According to some mediums, this involves actually having to do battle with the spirits the witch has left to protect it. They are sent to fetch and retrieve things, like children sent on errands, or teams of commoners sent to drag trees for royal building projects. At the same time, the role of the medium themselves in some senses reproduces that of the Mpeka Odi. They also call themselves the royal spirit's soldiers and, of course, in effect are conveying or following their orders, but from another perspective, they are somewhat in the position of older brothers, who speak for the royal spirits, since they speak not in the voice of the spirit but in their own, merely conveying the royal words. 32. The ambiguity emphasizes how much one is witnessing precisely the kind of complex play of oppress ions within oppress ions that marked the dancing mania which overthrew King Radamatu a century and a half before. Because, as noted earlier, the sort of people who become Zanadrino are also overwhelmingly descendants of slaves. They are people whose very presence in Ayavanimamo is a testimony to past acts of injustice and oppression. 33 And who remain an oppressed minority, mostly poor, mostly landless, mostly without social networks connecting them with government officials or members of other powerful institutions, but whose, universally acknowledged, talent for mediumship itself is largely about making effective theatrical displays of oppression that can often win social prominence and, see Graeber 2007, even, when things go very well, a certain degree of political power. Part 4, Conclusions. On the morality of hierarchy. We are left with a picture which is admittedly pretty confusing. When one wishes to say that someone is oppressed in Malagasy, one uses the word tsindriana, which literally means pressed down as by a heavy weight. The term is used much as it is in English. It implies having one's subjectivity squashed, not being able to act for oneself because one is forced to do onerous tasks for others. Or it can simply mean that one is part of a class of people treated badly by their superiors. Given the evident importance of carrying weights as one's first experience of hierarchy, the usage might not seem particularly surprising. But in another way it is. After all, it is not as if, even now, one can find many people in Madagascar who would say that hierarchy itself is wrong. To the contrary, just about everyone assumes as a matter of course that there must always be Zoki and Zandri, elders and juniors. They note that it is ancestral custom that dictates that younger brothers should carry the older one's baskets or tools. Ancestral custom is never seen as immoral or unfair. Rather, it is usually treated as the very definition of morality. The same could be said of phenomena in the late 19th century. One examines the sources in vain for any suggestion that commoners felt that it was in principle wrong that they should have to carry things for the Queen. In the Malagasy literature that has come down to us, whether government documents, historical accounts, or texts like Fambagasi, such responsibilities are simply assumed. As in so many monarchies, one does find complaints about evil counselors, a tendency among the oppressed to interpret any particularly oppressive royal decision as the product of some coterie of selfish politicians who don't really reflect the royal will. But, as foreign observers invariably noted, loyalty to the sovereign herself was unquestioned. 34 Presumably, this was true even when Ranavalonai was sweeping up thousands of bearers for her pleasure tours and leaving a trail of corpses behind her. When common people did try to make claims against royal power, they did so using a language that assumed its legitimacy, for example, by representing themselves as nursemaids of the king. 35 Or, like the Raymanenjana, or contemporary spirit mediums, they wielded images of absolute subservience to make covered claims to higher authority. If one were to base oneself exclusively on 19th century sources, it would be hard to escape the conclusion that hierarchy was universally assumed to be a natural and inevitable principle of all human life, deeply embedded in the family, the basis of all social life in the kingdom, and that it would never have occurred to anyone to challenge this. 36 But, if so, we are left with something of an historical puzzle. Because all of this changed remarkably quickly following the French conquest in 1895, and the abolition of slavery and dismantling of the monarchy in 1896. Almost immediately, one begins to see signs the kind of moral discourse so prevalent across rural Imarina today, one in which kings and queens are almost invariably represented as oppressors who treated their subjects like slaves and whose descendants have since been punished by sterility and death. Graeber 2007. Where did this sort of rhetoric come from if such ideas had been literally unthinkable a mere generation before? One could argue, of course, that they were introduced by the French themselves, point to the newfound importance of Christianity as a focus of nationalist resistance, or of Western egalitarian ideals picked up from the French educational system. But this would be a very difficult case to make. First of all, one would have to explain how a set of alien concepts managed to so completely supplant traditional ideas that no one now even remembers what those traditional ideas were. Even more puzzlingly, one would have to explain why it is that the well-educated, devoutly Christian, Francophile elites of the capital and larger towns remain to this day the only significant group of people in Imarina who do not subscribe to this new, egalitarian view, but instead tend to insist that ancient Malagasy kings and queens were noble and just, and ancient Malagasy forms of hierarchy, intrinsically legitimate. Meanwhile, the descendants of the oppressed, with the least access to foreign Enlightenment ideas, have come to see that very elite as the heirs of their former royal oppressors. Now, there is one obvious explanation. Perhaps our sources, which after all mostly consist of missionary reports, government documents, and official rhetoric of one sort or another, are not giving us the full picture. James Scott, 1992, has argued that, at least in cases of very clear-cut oppression, slaves, untouchables, serfs, that sort of thing, this will always, necessarily, be the case. Part of what it means to have a situation of extreme inequality, he argues, is that there will always be an official ideology which claims that this situation is just and reasonable, an ideology that no one really believes, neither those on top nor those on the bottom, but that everyone feels obliged to go along with in public. Plantation slaves do not really feel that their masters take a paternal interest in their well-being, any more than masters really do. Rather, it is part of the nature of any master's power, its first line of defense, one might even say, to insist that slaves play along with the pretense in their master's presence. The result is that, in such situations, people act almost exactly as they would if they were conspiring to falsify the record for future historians, since it is, of course, the official events and opinions, and not what people are saying off stage, what Scott calls the hidden transcript, that makes it into the kind of documents likely to come down to historians. Scott is writing primarily about situations where the hierarchical lines are clearly drawn, where there are two clearly defined groups, one obviously on top and the other clearly subordinate. Still, he also suggests that, even in more complicated situations, where the lines are blurrier, something like this will tend to occur. This is precisely what appears to have happened in Imerina. Hence, Pierre Larson, an historian who has done a thorough survey of sources on popular attitudes in 18th and early 19th century Imerina, reports to have found no evidence for explicitly egalitarian sentiments in existing texts. Social equality was neither a reality nor a cultural ideal in central Madagascar, he concludes. Hierarchy was a fundamental principle of human interaction, never questioned in itself. 2000, 89.37. In fact, Scott would argue this is precisely what one would normally expect. On the other hand, it does seems rather unsatisfying just to insist that people must have been whispering egalitarian sentiments to one another, because people always do. It seems reasonable to assume that if egalitarian principles were present, they must have manifested themselves in some way that left traces of some sort or another. In fact, if one examines the record carefully, I think principles of equality can be detected often, perhaps especially, inside some of the most ardent assertions of hierarchy themselves. At times, it is true, Merina kings emphasized that they were guardians of property and maintained the ranks and divisions of the kingdom. At others, though, they emphasized that, as Andrianampuanamirina is said to have put it, you should all be equal because you are all equally my subjects. The absolute gulf between ruler and ruled made internal distinctions between subjects irrelevant in comparison, even perhaps a bit subversive. Similarly, in royal labor projects, here one can turn for evidence to some of the very texts in which foreign observers emphasize absolute loyalty of subjects to the queen. Where many early Malagasy sources emphasized how ranks and divisions are worked out through the allocation of different sorts of royal labor, foreign observers were often struck by how, when actually performing personal service to the queen, all such status distinctions would simply be thrown aside. When there happens to be special work requiring to be done in connection with the royal courtyards, such as rebuilding or extending the lofty retaining walls, all ranks of the people, from the highest to the lowest, take a pride in doing with their hands some of the actual labor. Under the eye of their queen, who sits on a raised seat looking on, the highest officers are seen with their lambaz mantles girded round their loins, working harder than their slaves, carrying stone, digging or ramming earth, and doing whatever manual labor may be required. Much of the same kind of feeling exists in clearing the ground for the erection of their chapels, when every one, male and female, Andrians and slaves, officers and soldiers, will all labor with the greatest zeal, some digging, others bringing stone, others laying bricks, while their wives will mix the mortar and fetch the water required for the work. Sabri 1880, 189-90. One needs to be careful with texts like this. It's hard to know how much the author really understood of what was going on. For instance, the text implies, but doesn't quite say, that free people and slaves work together on royal projects. This could not have been true. Slaves were strictly forbidden to work on royal projects, and any slave who could prove in court that he could win his freedom. but the rest seems accurate enough. And masters and slaves did indeed work side by side in building Protestant churches, a perfect example of how the logic of existing practices made ordinary marina disposed to be receptive to the Christian message that at least in religious contexts, and by implication, potentially, other ones, everyone was equal before the Lord. 38. One can see this as an example of a something inherent in the nature of hierarchy, whose logic always seems to create images of equality as a kind of side effect, Graeber 1997. Or one can see it as an example of a particularly Malagasy variation on this logic, whereby one creates freedom and equality by effecting common subordination to some distant, absolute power which, in any practical sense, does not really exist. Alphaby 1969, Graeber 2007. 39. Both would, I think, be true. What I want to draw attention to here, though, is the way that principles like hierarchy and equality are always available to people as ideas because they are always immanent in forms of practice. They tend to become thoroughly entangled in one another as a result. It is only right and according to ancestral custom that a 10-year-old girl should carry her 14-year-old sister's basket, but obviously, only within reason. No one would want a child to be so burdened as to experience real pain, risk serious injury, or, for that matter, to stumble along with such difficulty that it takes everyone forever to get home. At some point, the hierarchical principle will always come up against others, that adults are responsible for the welfare of children, or that, among people performing a common task, each can only be expected to contribute according to their capacity to contribute, and each ought to be given the resources which make it easiest for them to do so. At least, within the work process itself, people practice a form of unreflective, pragmatic communism from each according to their abilities, to each according to their needs. As the quote above indicates, even Phanomphena seems to have had a tendency to slip into the sort of equalizing logic outside of certain highly ritualized contexts, foundations, royal funerals, where there were particular issues of status to be worked out, who gets to put up the central pillar, who gets to provide the mats. There was a common task to perform, it was in the interest of all to perform it well, therefore, each took on tasks according to their abilities. All forms of hierarchy, I would venture, rest on egalitarian, even communistic, practices whose logic can always be invoked to subvert them, since it is the basis of so much everyday morality. This is, I suspect, the reason for the strange ambivalence of the proverb with which we began: if you have a younger sibling, then you'll have no problems with carrying, if you have an older one, then you'll have no problems with speech. Even the most basic atom of hierarchy has to be represented as somehow equal and reciprocal, in order to seem fair. 40. Terms of conversation. So what is oppression, then? In the Malagasy context, it appears to be the point where an experience of subordination, which here, as elsewhere, tends to be expressed by being set underneath something or someone, clashes against a broad and not even necessarily all that clearly articulated sense of fairness, equality, and justice. For each individual, this probably calls up all sorts of deeply internalized childhood memories. For instance, the indignation which any child would feel upon discovering that, where once it seemed to amuse adults when they refused to perform ordinary tasks, and they would be treated as conquering heroes when they did deign to do them, suddenly they were being handed the most onerous tasks and actually being expected to do them, not because their youth made them particularly special, but, rather, because it suddenly made them the bottom of the heap. Such indignant memories would, for any Malagasy adult, be inextricably bound up with memories of carrying heavy burdens on one's shoulders or one's head. The underlying structure of ideas about speaking and carrying might have been so deeply embedded that it tended to shape even dream-like, unconscious states, as we've seen in the case of mediums above. For any individual, oppression was a potentially universal abstract principle, a particularly Malagasy set of cultural practices, and a unique collection of very personal memories all at the same time. The interesting thing is that this richness of sensuous experience does not make such concepts incommunicable across cultures any more than the fact that any two Malagasy are drawing on a different set of personal experiences when they talk about oppression makes it impossible for them to really understand each other. If anything, I am convinced the opposite is the case. This very richness is a source of endless creativity that ultimately is an essential part of what makes it possible for us to speak across apparent cultural boundaries to begin with. Perhaps the original inspiration for this paper was a conversation I had, in English, with a university student from Antananarivo, quite soon after I'd arrived. I was still living in the capital, learning the language, beginning to get a sense of what was in the archives. I spent a lot of time sitting in cafes and restaurants, thinking about posture, gesture, the movement of bodies in space. Most anthropologists spend a lot of time thinking about such matters, in that very early stage, when they can't really talk to anyone and most of time have no idea what the people around them actually think is going on. Most also know it's a good idea to jot down the thoughts one has at that early stage because one is likely to notice things that effectively vanish from consciousness soon after. I became obsessed with the politics of the gaze, specifically, at who dares to look freely about in public places. On a couple occasions, when I myself felt entirely constrained and inhibited by the surety of challenging counter-gazes, I remember reflecting that this must be something like what most of the planet's women live with constantly in public, and that the effect it produces of constant contraction inwards, never knowing quite where to fix your eyes, or searching for safe empty places nearby, living in a claustrophobic bottle of oneself could only have a devastating effect on one's sense of investment in one's surroundings, one's way of occupying space. I had recently been reading Elaine Scarry's book The Body in Pain, 1985, so I began reflecting on the analogy between this and pain and physical discomfort which Scarry describes as a process of destroying worlds, as something that collapses that very sense of investment in the surrounding world with its networks of meaning and objects, that sucks the meaning away, compressing it into the minimal, circumscribed space of the hurting body. My notebooks were full of speculation about how the play of surrounding eyes, feelings of pain or painlessness, objective potentials for action or the threat of violence, all contribute to, and also flow out of, one's immediate physical bearing, carriage, gestures, how one holds one's arms and legs, tendencies to curl up or splay oneself out, speaking loudly or not at all, and so on. The problem was that I soon realized this had almost nothing to do with how Malagasy women normally lived or behaved. This became apparent the moment one moved, as I soon did, away from institutions dominated by foreigners. If anything, the situation seemed the reverse of what I was used to. Before long, I was remarking to a friend, a woman named Lala who was a student at the university at Ankitso, how remarkable it was that in terms of ordinary body language, it was often women who seemed more apt to make the bold, expansive gesture, who strode with greater confidence in public. Men, even many young men, more often seemed to contract in on themselves in public, too often seem shy and self-contained. Why was that? I was expressing myself here as much by imitating postures as by actual words. Well, Lala said, that's because they are pressed down by their culture, accompanying the words by a gesture, her hand pressing steadily downward, as if on something invisible in front of her. The interesting thing is, idioms of oppression were not, generally speaking, used when speaking about gender, and certainly not about men. But, even between two people who were just learning to speak to each other, playing around with such imagery in original ways seemed the obvious way to begin a conversation. Over time, with much more observation after many more conversations, my thoughts on gender in the Malagasy highlands evolved and crystallized. Eventually they turned into an essay, Graeber 1996. As it turned out, Lala's comment didn't prove all that relevant. Still, the gesture stuck with me. It seemed somehow important. This was probably the reason I paid attention later when I started hearing different uses of the term Xandriana. One might call that first, basic level before words the level of phenomenology. Often, the most profound cultural insights are achieved by intentionally bringing things down to the sort of degree zero, and then working back up again. This was in fact precisely what Scarry was trying to do in The Body in Pain, a book which draws richly not just on the phenomenological tradition but on the half-forgotten insights of existentialism. As such, it did prove useful after all. Scarry begins by proposing an opposition between pain and language. Physical pain, if sufficiently intense, destroys the very possibility of language, language being the most important way in which the self embeds and invests itself in the surrounding world. Hence suffering makes one collapse into oneself. In this sense, having another person bearing your burdens, then capturing their right to speech, could indeed be seen as the most obvious way to expand into larger worlds at their expense. But I ended up using Scarry's work not just to understand Malagasy concepts, but to bounce off them, in fact, to bounce each off the other in a kind of conceptual dialogue. The second half of the book, 1985, 159 to 326, is specifically concerned with production, or as she puts it, material making, as a kind of meeting point between language and pain. 41 Labor, she argues, is not experienced as inherently painful, as a form of oppression, unless it's divorced from a sense of agency, of making something. This is true, but the three-part division between words, making, and carrying, the latter emblematic of all sorts of other forms of support and maintenance work, classic forms of women's or menial work, seemed a useful corrective. It reminds us how much our habits of thought have, at least since the time of Marx, made the work of the craftsman or factory worker emblematic of labor in general, and how that focus itself tends to relegate most forms of real work to the shadows. In fact, none of the Malagasy conceptions I've discussed, however apparently exotic, emerge from an entirely alien conceptual universe. This is why they have the potential to tell us something. To describe kings as children seems bizarre, but only until one really thinks about it. Heads of state in general do tend to be self-important, petulant beings, surrounded at every moment by people taking care of their physical necessities and reminding them how to act. We consider Hegel a great philosopher in part for having made a point that, for most Malagasy, seems to be a matter of simple common sense. A plea for dialogic relativism. One could even argue that comparisons like this have always been what anthropology is really all about. Or should be, at its best, anthropology is the beginning of a conversation. It is premised on the assumption such a conversation is possible, even if it is difficult to know precisely why. Even if, in fact, when anthropologists wax theoretical, they often seem determined to deny it is possible. Here, I can finally return to question of relativism. The reason why anthropologists are often so reluctant to make cross-cultural generalizations, it seems to me, is because, when they do look for common terms, they tend to look on precisely the wrong level. 42 They invariably look for forms of constituted authority. If looking for some sort of moral universal, they assume this would mean principles present in all known legal systems. If they are asked to search for aesthetic universals, they look for any quality that might be seen as present in every object formally recognized as art, or whatever they decide is the closest local equivalent. The inevitable conclusion, then, is that such universals do not exist. 43 What I am suggesting instead is that it would be better in such cases to look at common ways of arguing about morality, or common ways of thinking and talking about aesthetic pleasure, which seem far more similar cross-culturally than any particular conclusions that such conversations may come to, let alone conclusions that are then given some kind of authoritative stamp. This would be the way to try to get a sense of the common underlying tendencies and capacities, the generative mechanisms if you will. These become easiest to see, perhaps, precisely when someone is challenging what is locally considered received authority or received wisdom. My main point here is perfectly obvious, even if it is a point to which classical relativists have seemed oddly blind. Questions of cultural difference only become relevant when there's already some sort of conversation going on. There is no reason to ask oneself how and whether one is to sit in judgment on another person's cultural universe unless you have some idea what that universe is, and that means people are, to some degree at least, already communicating. The fact that people are communicating, in turn, presumes two things. First of all, it presumes that there is some ground of similarity between them that makes communication possible. All human languages, for example, seem to have the equivalent of nouns and verbs, subjects and objects, and so on. This is why any Quechua speaker is capable, if she really puts her mind to it, of learning Swedish, and any Swedish speaker can learn Quechua, but no one, even experts armed with powerful computers, have figured out how to communicate with dolphins or killer whales. This is why some, example Sperber 1985, have remarked that anthropology, in embracing extreme forms of relativism, i.e., trying to deny that all human languages really do have meaningful common features, sometimes seems as if it wishes to deny the possibility of its own existence. The second point is that the conversation has to take place within some larger social and political context, that this context is not simply a product of the conversation, but, rather, plays a substantial role in shaping what people feel they have to talk about. Cultural relativism in the form we're most familiar, what I've been calling classical relativism, took shape within a very particular political context. Its heyday was the mid-20th century, a time when anthropology was considered politically relevant largely insofar as it could contribute to describing structures of legitimate authority within Indian reservations, colonial systems of indirect rule, or newly independent nations within an interstate system still firmly controlled by the former colonial powers. In other words, it was all about helping bureaucrats identify legitimate authorities. Just talk to the chief. One old teacher of mine reports he was told by his advisor in the 1950s, he's the only one who really knows anything anyway. It is not surprising, then, that it took the form that it did, even if it was a form that, if taken to its logical extreme, could only lead to a logic of apartheid. Things have changed, but they probably haven't changed as much as we like to think. An anthropologist in 1925, consulting with the British government to help clarify tribal divisions in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, was not doing anything so very different from an anthropologist today, consulting with the United Nations or the World Bank to determine which Nepali ethnic groups should be granted indigenous status. Both face very similar moral conundrums. There is no reason to believe this will entirely change any time soon. As long as there are powerful international bureaucracies, they will be asking anthropologists to help them identify who to recognize as legitimate local authorities, at least in those areas they find the most marginal and confusing. Still, there were always other conversations going on, and, today, it is at least possible to suggest that these are no longer the most important ones. Increases in mobility and indications of the possible beginning of a major breakdown of traditional power relations, east-west, north-south, make it possible to conceive an anthropology that would be, first and foremost, a mutual conversation between everyone, equally about the nature of authority itself. Point 44. If anthropology is to emerge as a political force of liberation, rather than simply damage control, this is what it must, ultimately, become. This is not to argue that all forms of authority are illegitimate. If that were so, there would be nothing to discuss. By the same token, neither would such a broader conversation mean a general effacing of boundaries and eradication of difference. Mutual relations, even the most intimate, always involve the recognition of boundaries and acknowledgement of difference. This is, for example, what we are generally referring to when we speak of dignity or respect. Far from suggesting we abandon relativism, then, I am saying that we need to expand our notion of what relativism is, to see it as an aspect of any fundamentally healthy human relationship, whether individual or collective, whether distant or close. At its most minimal, the practice of relativism is just a matter of mutual respect. One might refer to this as dialogic relativism, a mutual recognition of, and respect for, difference founded on the recognition of an even more fundamental similarity, hence, equality, that makes such recognition possible. It could only rest on a commitment to carry on the conversation in a way that never pushes aside uncomfortable questions such as, for instance, who gets to speak, and who has to do the heavy lifting, but that also proceeds on the assumption that no single tradition has a monopoly on insight on such issues. If our exploration of the term oppression shows anything, I think, it is how rich, and how heterogeneous, the material from which we could thus patch together a shared sense of humanity really is. Part 3, Direct Action, Direct Democracy, and Social Theory. 9. The Twilight of Vanguardism. Revolutionary thinkers have been declaring the age of vanguardism over for most of a century now. Outside a handful of tiny sectarian groups, it's almost impossible to find radical intellectuals who seriously believe that their role should be to determine the correct historical analysis of the world's situation, so as to lead the masses along in the one true revolutionary direction. But, rather like the idea of progress itself, to which it's obviously connected, it seems much easier to renounce the principle than to shake the accompanying habits of thought. Vanguardist, even sectarian, attitudes have become so deeply ingrained in academic radicalism it's hard to say what it would mean to think outside them. The depth of the problem really struck me when I first became acquainted with the consensus modes of decision-making employed in North American anarchist and anarchist-inspired political movements. These, in turn, bore a lot of similarities to the style of political decision-making in rural Madagascar, where I had done my anthropological field work. There's enormous variation among different styles and forms of consensus, but one thing almost all the North American variants have in common is that they are organized in conscious opposition to the style of organization and, especially, debate typical of the classical sectarian Marxist group. Where the latter are invariably organized around some master theoretician who offers a comprehensive analysis of the world's situation, and often of human history as a whole, but very little theoretical reflection on more immediate questions of organization and practice. Anarchist-inspired groups tend to operate on the assumption that no one could, or probably should, ever convert another person completely to one's own point of view, that decision-making structures are ways of managing diversity. And, therefore, that one should concentrate instead on maintaining egalitarian process and on considering immediate questions of action in the present. A fundamental principle of political debate, for instance, is that one is obliged to give other participants the benefit of the doubt for honesty and good intentions, whatever else one might think of their arguments. In part, this emerges from the style of debate consensus decision-making encourages, where voting encourages one to reduce one's opponent's positions to a hostile caricature, or whatever it takes to defeat them. A consensus process is built on a principle of compromise and creativity, where one is constantly changing proposals around until one can come up with something everyone can at least live with. Therefore, the incentive is always to put the best possible construction on others' arguments. All this struck a chord with me because it brought home just how much ordinary intellectual practice, the kind of thing I was trained to do at the University of Chicago, for example, really does resemble sectarian modes of debate. One of the things that had most disturbed me about my training there was precisely the way we were encouraged to read other theorists' arguments. If there were two ways to read a sentence, one of which assumed the author had at least a smidgen of common sense and the other that he was a complete idiot, the tendency was always to choose the latter. I had sometimes wondered how this could be reconciled with an idea that intellectual practice was, on some ultimate level, a common enterprise in pursuit of truth. The same goes for other intellectual habits, for example, carefully assembling lists of different ways to be wrong, usually ending in ism, subjectivism, empiricism, all much like their sectarian parallels, reformism, left deviationism, hegemonism, and being willing to listen to points of view differing from one's own only so long as it took to figure out which variety of wrongness to plug them into. Combine this with the tendency to treat, often minor, intellectual differences not only as tokens of belonging to some imagined ism but as profound moral flaws, on the same level as racism or imperialism, and often, in fact, partaking of them, and one has an almost exact reproduction of the style of intellectual debate typical of the most ridiculous vanguardist sects. I still believe that the growing prevalence of new, and to my mind far healthier, modes of discourse among activists will have its effects on the academy, but it's hard to deny that, so far, the change has been very slow in coming. Why so few anarchists in the academy? One might argue this is because anarchism itself has made such small inroads into the academy. As a political philosophy, anarchism is going through a veritable explosion in recent years. Anarchist or anarchist-inspired movements are growing everywhere. Anarchist principles, autonomy, voluntary association, self-organization, mutual aid, direct democracy have become the basis for organizing within the globalization movement and beyond. As Barbara Epstein has recently pointed out, 2001, at least in Europe and the Americas, they have by now largely taken the place Marxism had in the social movements of the 1960s. They comprise the core revolutionary ideology, the source of ideas and inspiration. Even those who do not consider themselves anarchists feel they have to define themselves in relation to them. Yet this has found almost no reflection in academic discourse. Most academics seem to have only the vaguest idea what anarchism is even about, or dismiss it with the crudest stereotypes: anarchist organization. But isn't that a contradiction in terms? In the United States, and I don't think it's all that different elsewhere, there are thousands of academic Marxists of one sort or another, but hardly anyone who is willing to openly call herself an anarchist. I don't think this is just because the academy is behind the times. Marxism has always had an affinity with the academy that anarchism never will. It was, after all, was invented by a PhD, and there's always been something about its spirit which fits that of the academy. Anarchism, on the other hand, was never really invented by anyone. True, historians usually treat it as if it were, constructing the history of anarchism as if it's basically a creature identical in its nature to Marxism. It was, they say, created by specific 19th-century thinkers, perhaps Godwin or Stirner, but definitely Proudhon, Bakunin, and Kropotkin. It inspired working-class organizations and became enmeshed in political struggles. But, in fact, the analogy is rather strained. First of all, the 19th-century thinkers generally credited with inventing anarchism didn't think of themselves as having invented anything particularly new. The basic principles of anarchism, self-organization, voluntary association, mutual aid, are as old as humanity. Similarly, the rejection of the state and of all forms of structural violence, inequality, or domination, anarchism literally means without rulers. Even the assumption that all these forms are somehow related and reinforce each other, was hardly some startlingly new 19th-century doctrine. One can find evidence of people making similar arguments throughout history, despite the fact there is every reason to believe that such opinions were the ones least likely to be written down. We are talking less about a body of theory than about an attitude, or perhaps a faith, a rejection of certain types of social relation, a confidence that certain others are a much better ones on which to build a decent or humane society, a faith that it would be possible to do so. One need only compare the historical schools of Marxism and anarchism, then, to see we are dealing with fundamentally different things. Marxist schools have founders. Just as Marxism sprang from the mind of Marx, so we have Leninists, Maoists, Trotskyists, Gramscians, Althusserians. Note how the list starts with heads of state and grades almost seamlessly into French professors. Pierre Bourdieu once noted that, if the academic field is a game in which scholars strive for dominance, then you know you have won when other scholars start wondering how to make an adjective out of your name. It is, presumably, to preserve the possibility of winning the game that intellectuals insist, when discussing each other, on continuing to employ just the sort of great man theories of history they would scoff at when discussing just about anything else. Foucault's ideas, like Trotsky's, are never treated as primarily the products of a certain intellectual milieu, as something emerging from endless conversations and arguments in cafes, classrooms, bedrooms, and barber shops, involving thousands of people inside and outside the academy, or party, but always as if they emerged from a single man's genius. It's not quite either that Marxist politics organized itself like an academic discipline or became a model for how radical intellectuals or, increasingly, all intellectuals, treated one another. Rather, the two developed somewhat in tandem. Schools of anarchism, in contrast, emerge from some kind of organizational principle or form of practice. Anarcho-syndicalists and anarcho-communists, insurrectionists and platformists, cooperativists, individualists, and so on. Significantly, those few Marxist tendencies that are not named after individuals, like autonomism or council communism, are themselves the closest to anarchism. Anarchists are distinguished by what they do, and how they organize themselves to go about doing it. Indeed, this has always been what anarchists have spent most of their time thinking and arguing about. They have never been much interested in the kinds of broad strategic or philosophical questions that preoccupy Marxists, such as, are the peasants a potentially revolutionary class? Anarchists consider this something for the peasants to decide, or what is the nature of the commodity form. Rather, they tend to argue about what is the truly democratic way to hold a meeting. At what point does organization stop being empowering and start squelching individual freedom? Is leadership necessarily a bad thing? Or, alternately, they discuss the ethics of opposing power. What is direct action? Should one condemn someone who assassinates a head of state? When is it okay to break a window? One might sum it up like this. 1. Marxism has tended to be a theoretical or analytical discourse about revolutionary strategy. 2. Anarchism has tended to be an ethical discourse about revolutionary practice. Now, this does imply there's a lot of potential complementary between the two, and indeed there has been. Even Mikhail Bakunin, for all his endless battles with Marx over practical questions, also personally translated Marx's Capital into Russian. One could easily imagine a systematic division of labor in which Marxists critique the political economy, but stay out of organizing, and anarchists handle the day-to-day organizing, but defer to Marxists on questions of abstract theory, i.e., in which the Marxists explain why the economic crash in Argentina occurred and the anarchists deal with what to do about it. 1. But such imaginary divisions of labor also make it easier to understand why there are so few anarchists in the academy. It's not just that anarchism does not lend itself to high theory. It's that it is primarily an ethics of practice. It insists, before anything else, that one's means must be consonant with one's ends, that one cannot create freedom through authoritarian means, that, as much as possible, one must embody the society one wishes to create. This does not square very well with operating within universities that still have an essentially medieval social structure, presenting papers at conferences in expensive hotels, and doing intellectual battle in language no one who hasn't spent at least 2 or 3 years in grad school would ever hope to be able to understand. At the very least, then, anarchism would tend to get one in trouble. All this does not, of course, mean that anarchist theory is impossible, though it does suggest that a single anarchist high theory in the style typical of university radicalism might be rather a contradiction in terms. One could imagine a body of theory that presumes, and indeed values, a diversity of sometimes incommensurable perspectives in much the same way that anarchist decision-making process does, but which nonetheless organizes them around a presumption of shared commitments. Clearly, it would also have to self-consciously reject any trace of vanguardism. This, then, leads to an important question. If the role of revolutionary intellectuals is not to form an elite that can arrive at the correct strategic analyses and then lead the masses, what precisely is it? This is an area where I think anthropology is particularly well positioned to help. Not only because most actual, self-governing communities, non-market economies, and other radical alternatives have been mainly studied by anthropologists, but also because the practice of ethnography provides something of a model, an incipient model, of how non-vanguardist revolutionary intellectual practice might work. Ethnography is about teasing out the hidden symbolic, moral, or pragmatic logics that underlie certain types of social action, how people's habits and actions make sense in ways that they are not themselves completely aware of. One obvious role for a radical intellectual is precisely that, looking first at those who are creating viable alternatives on the ground, and then trying to figure out what the larger implications of what they are, already, doing might be. A very brief history of the idea of vanguardism. Untwining social theory from vanguardist habits might seem a particularly difficult task because, historically, modern social theory and the idea of the vanguard were born more or less together. On the other hand, so was the idea of an artistic avant-garde. Avant-garde is, in fact, simply the French word for vanguard, and the relation between the three might itself suggest some unexpected possibilities. The term avant-garde was actually coined by Henry de Saint-Simon, a French aristocrat, political visionary, pamphleteer, and activist writing in the early 19th century. It was actually one of his last ideas, the product of a series of essays he wrote at the very end of his life. Like his one-time secretary and disciple, and later bitter rival, Auguste Comte, Saint-Simon was writing in the wake of the French Revolution and, essentially, was asking what had gone wrong, why the transition from a medieval, feudal Catholic society to a modern, industrial democratic one seemed to be creating such enormous violence and social dislocation. How can we do it right? At the time, Catholic and Royalist thinkers like Bonald, 1864, and de Maistre, 1822, were arguing that the revolution had descended into the terror because it had destroyed the principles of order and hierarchy of which the king had been merely the embodiment. The social system, they argued, had been since the Middle Ages upheld above all by the Church, which gave everyone the sense of having a meaningful place in a single coherent social order. Saint-Simon and Comte rejected their reactionary conclusions. They didn't feel it would be possible to simply place the medieval church back in power. What was needed was to invent a new institution that would play the same role in the world created by the Industrial Revolution. Towards the end of their lives, each actually ended up creating his own religion. Saint-Simon called his the New Christianity, 1825, Comte named his the New Catholicism, 1852. In the first, artists were to play the role of the ultimate spiritual leaders. In an imaginary dialogue with a scientist, Saint-Simon has an artist explaining that, in their role of imagining possible futures and inspiring the public, they can play the role of an avant-garde, a truly priestly function as he puts it. In his ideal future, artists would hatch the ideas which they would then pass on to the scientists and industrialists to put into effect. Saint-Simon was also perhaps the first to conceive the notion of the withering away of the state. Once it had become clear that the authorities were operating for the good of the public, one would no more need force to compel the public to heed their advice than one needed it to compel patients to take the advice of their doctors. Government would pass away into, at most, some minor police functions. Comte, of course, is most famous as the founder of sociology. He invented the term to describe what he saw as the master discipline which could both understand and direct society. He ended up taking a different, far more authoritarian approach, ultimately proposing the regulation and control of almost all aspects of human life according to scientific principles, with the role of high priests, effectively, the vanguard, though he did not actually call them this, in his New Catholicism being played by the sociologists themselves. It's a particularly fascinating opposition because, in the early 20th century, the positions were effectively reversed. Instead of the left-wing Saint-Simonians looking to artists for leadership, while the right-wing Comteans fancied themselves scientists, we had the fascist leaders like Hitler and Mussolini who imagined themselves as great artists inspiring the masses, and sculpting society according to their grandiose imaginings, and the Marxist vanguard which claimed the role of scientists. At any rate, the Saint-Simonians actively sought to recruit artists for their various ventures, salons, and utopian communities, though they quickly ran into difficulties because so many within avant-garde artistic circles preferred the more anarchistic Fourierists and, later, one or another branch of outright anarchists. Actually, the number of 19th-century artists with anarchist sympathies is quite staggering. ranging from Pissarro to Tolstoy and Oscar Wilde, not to mention almost all early 20th century artists who later became communists, from Malevich to Picasso. Rather than a political vanguard leading the way to a future society, radical artists almost invariably saw themselves as exploring new and less alienated modes of life. The really significant development in the 19th century was less the idea of a vanguard than that of bohemia, a term first coined by Balzac in 1838. Marginal communities living in more or less voluntary poverty, seeing themselves as dedicated to the pursuit of creative, unalienated forms of experience, united by a profound hatred of bourgeois life and everything it stood for. Ideologically, they were about equally likely to be proponents of art for art's sake or social revolutionaries. Contemporary theorists are actually quite divided over how to evaluate their larger significance. Pierre Bourdieu, for example 2000, insisted that the promulgation of the idea of art for art's sake, far from being depoliticizing, should be considered a significant accomplishment, as was any that managed to establish the autonomy of one particular field of human endeavor from the logic of the market. Colin Campbell, 1991, on the other hand, argues that, insofar as bohemians actually were an avant-garde, they were really the vanguard of the market itself, or more precisely, of consumerism. Their actual social function, much though they would have loathed to admit it, was to explore new forms of pleasure or aesthetic territory that could be commodified in the next generation. Point 2. Campbell also echoes common wisdom that Bohemia was almost exclusively inhabited by the children of the bourgeoisie, who had temporarily, at least rejected their family's money and privilege and who, if they did not die young of dissipation, were likely to end up back on the board of Father's company. One hears the same claim repeated to this day about activists and revolutionaries, most recently, about the trust fund babies who supposedly dominate the global justice movement. In fact, in this case, Pierre Bourdieu, 1993, has done the actual historical research and discovered that, in fact, a very large percentage of 19th century Bohemians were the children of peasants. Bohemia was a convergence of a certain number of children with bourgeois backgrounds in broad rejection of their parents' values, and a larger number of children of quite modest origins, often beneficiaries of new public educational systems, who discovered that simply attaining a bourgeois education was not enough to actually win oneself membership in the bourgeoisie. The remarkable thing is that this is consistently the demographic for vanguardist revolutionaries as well. One might think here of the meeting of Zhou Enlai, rebellious son of mandarins, and Mao Zedong, child of peasants turned school librarian, or Che Guevara, son of Argentine doctors, and Fidel Castro, son of modest shopkeepers turned unemployed lawyer. It continues to be true of revolutionaries and globalization activists to this day. In the 19th century, the idea of the political vanguard was used very widely and very loosely for anyone seen as exploring the path to a future, free society. Radical newspapers, for example, often called themselves the avant-garde. Peter Kropotkin, for instance, was a frequent contributor to a Swiss anarchist newspaper called L'Avant-Garde in the 1880s, and there were periodicals of the same name, or their local equivalents, in France, Spain, Italy, and Argentina. It was Marx, really, who began to significantly change the idea by introducing the notion that the proletariat were the true revolutionary class. He didn't actually use the term vanguard because they were the most oppressed or, as he put it, negated by capitalism, and therefore had the least to lose by its abolition. In doing so, he ruled out the possibility that less alienated enclaves, whether of artists or the sort of artisans and independent producers who tended to form the backbone of anarchism, had anything significant to offer. We all know the results. The idea of a vanguard party dedicated to both organizing and providing an intellectual project for that most oppressed class chosen as the agent of history, but also actually sparking the revolution through their willingness to employ violence, was first outlined by Lenin in 1902 in What Is to Be Done. It has echoed endlessly, to the point where the SDS in the late 1960s could end up locked in furious debates over whether the Black Panther Party, as the leaders of its most oppressed element, should be considered the vanguard of the movement. All this, in turn, had a curious effect on the artistic avant-garde, who increasingly started to organize themselves like vanguard parties, beginning with the Dadaists and Futurists, publishing their own manifestos, communiques, purging one another, and otherwise making themselves, sometimes quite intentional, parodies of revolutionary sects. Note, however, that these groups always define themselves, like anarchists, by a certain form of practice rather than after some heroic founder. The ultimate fusion came with the Surrealists and then, finally, the Situationist International, which on the one hand was the most systematic in trying to develop a theory of revolutionary action according to the spirit of Bohemia, thinking about what it might actually mean to destroy the boundaries between art and life, but at the same time, in its own internal organization, displayed a kind of insane sectarianism full of so many splits, purges, and bitter denunciations that Guy Debord finally remarked that the only logical conclusion was for the International to be finally reduced to 2 members, one of whom would purge the other and then commit suicide, which is not all that far from what actually ended up happening. Non-alienated production. The historical relations between political and artistic avant-gardes have been explored at endless length already. Example: Poggioli 1968, Buck Morzes 2000, Castiaficus 2004. For me, though, the really intriguing questions is, why is it that artists have so often been drawn to revolutionary politics to begin with? Because it does seem to be the case that, even in times and places when there is next to no other constituency for revolutionary change, the place one is most likely to find one is among artists, authors, and musicians, even more so, in fact, than among professional intellectuals. It seems to me the answer must have something to do with alienation. There would appear to be a direct link between the experience of first imagining things and then bringing them into being, individually or collectively, that is, the experience of certain forms of unalienated production and the ability to imagine social alternatives, particularly, the possibility of a society itself premised on less alienated forms of creativity, which would allow us to see the historical shift between seeing the vanguard as the relatively unalienated artists, or perhaps intellectuals, to seeing them as the representatives of the most oppressed in a new light. In fact, I would suggest, revolutionary coalitions always tend to consist of an alliance between a society's least alienated and its most oppressed. And this is less elitist a formulation than it might sound, because it also seems to be the case that actual revolutions tend to occur when these two categories come to overlap. That would, at any rate, explain why it almost always seems to be peasants and craftspeople, or alternately, newly proletarianized former peasants and craftspeople who actually rise up and overthrow capitalist regimes, and not those inured to generations of wage labor. Finally, I suspect this would also help explain the extraordinary importance of indigenous peoples' struggles in that planetary uprising usually referred to as the anti-globalization movement. Such people tend to be simultaneously the very least alienated and most oppressed people on Earth, and, once it is technologically possible to include them in revolutionary coalitions, it is almost inevitable that they should take a leading role. The role of indigenous peoples, in turn, leads us back to the role of ethnography as a possible model for the would-be non-vanguardist revolutionary intellectual, as well as some of its potential pitfalls. Obviously, what I am proposing would only work if it was, ultimately, a form of autoethnography, combined, perhaps, with a certain utopian extrapolation, a matter of teasing out the tacit logic or principles underlying certain forms of radical practice, and then, not only offering the analysis back to those communities, but using them to formulate new visions. If one applied the same principles as you are applying to political organization to economics, might it not look something like this? Here too there are suggestive parallels in the history of radical artistic movements, which became movements precisely as they became their own critics, and, of course, the idea of self-criticism took on a very different, and more ominous, tone within Marxist politics. There are also intellectuals already trying to do precisely the sort of autoethnographic work. See, for example, Graeber and Shakaitis 2007. But I say all this not so much to provide models as to open up a field for discussion, first of all, by emphasizing that even the notion of vanguardism itself has a far more rich history, and full of alternative possibilities, than most of us would ever be given to expect. 10. Social theory as science and utopia, or, does the prospect of a general sociological theory still mean anything in an age of globalization? I can address the organizers' questions from two possible vantages, as an anthropologist, or as a political activist who has been working for some years with the globalization movement, the so-called anti-globalization movement, which has been reformulating the whole idea of revolution in accord with changing global conditions. In what follows, I will try to do a little bit of both, by offering some reflections on the history of social theory in general and its changing relation to the prospects of social revolution. Point 1. I'm taking this approach not just because it provides a useful point of entry, but because I believe there is an integral relation between the two, or, more specifically, between the revolutionary imagination and the idea that there is something I will call social reality that bears empirical investigation, and that, therefore, makes a scholarly discipline like sociology possible. This I think seems abundantly clear as soon as we seriously consider the historical beginnings of social science. Let me begin, then, with some brief notes on the history of comparative ethnography, before moving on to the origins of sociology itself. On social reality. Some notes on the history of comparative ethnography. It has become fashionable in recent years to see anthropology basically as a product of imperialism, and certainly, it was the creation of vast European empires that made it possible. However, there have been plenty of multicultural empires in human history, and none, as far as we know, had ever before produced a project for the systematic comparison of cultural difference. Even if we confine ourselves to the Western tradition itself, what evidence there is points, if anything, in the opposite direction. In the ancient world, one could make a case that something like anthropology was emerging in 5th century Greece, where geographers like Hecataeus and historians like Herodotus were developing ideas about how customs and mores might be systematically compared. This was during a period in which the Greek world was not even politically unified, let alone the center of a vast multicultural empire. When such empires did arise shortly afterward, this sort of literature disappeared. Neither the Hellenistic empires nor Rome produced anything resembling anthropology. The reasonable explanation would seem to be that 5th century Greece was a period of political possibility, full of social experiments, revolutions, and utopian schemes. Comparing social orders was one way to discuss the potential range for political, that is, human, society. This clearly was not the case during the centuries of Roman rule. In fact, it would seem it was the very political fragmentation of 5th century Greece which encouraged this kind of thought. Since the basic political unit was the city-state, a relatively small community, the space for political experiments was in fact wide open. New Greek colonies, and hence political units, were in fact being founded all the time, new constitutions being mulled and created, old regimes overthrown. Similarly, I suspect that it would be possible to document at least a loose connection between ethnographic curiosity and a sense of political possibility over the last 500 years of European history. One could start in the 16th century, which saw both the first statements of what was to become modern relativism in authors like Montaigne, and a sudden burst of utopian speculation and revolutionary movements. During the century that followed, both the curiosity and the sense of possibility fell somewhat into retreat in most places, only to be suddenly revived together in the years leading up to the French Revolution. This was followed by another retreat during the reactionary years following Napoleon's defeat, and another, even stronger revival after the revolutions of 1848. It was the last period that saw the emergence of anthropology as a professional discipline. I have elsewhere pointed to a cluster of ideas that tend to appear together, the very idea that one might give power to the imagination, as the famous 1968 slogan had it, to imagine different social orders and try to bring them into being, itself leads to a need to recognize a substratum of resistant reality of some sort, which must then be investigated, along with sparking curiosity about just how different actually existing societies have been known to be. Imagination and reality are reverse sides of the same process, a conception in part inspired by critical realism's definition of reality as precisely that which can never be completely known and, hence, never entirely encompassed by imaginary models. It would at least make it easier to understand why so many of the most idealistic people in recent history have insisted on calling themselves materialists, or why a commitment to some sort of materialism has so often accompanied the most daring utopian projects. Also, why it was that all three principles, revolution, reality, ethnography, came under attack simultaneously during the 1980s. On sociology and wreckage. Turning to sociology, all this becomes, if anything, more clear because sociology is widely seen to have emerged, as a discipline, from the wreckage of the French Revolution. As Robert Nisbet pointed out half a century ago, almost all the great themes on which the discipline was established, community, authority, status, the sacred, were issues first singled out by reactionary critics of the revolution like Bonald, Burke, or de Maistre, who argued these were precisely the social realities which Enlightenment thinkers had treated as so many bad ideas that could be simply brushed away, with catastrophic results. The themes were then developed more systematically by figures like Saint Simon and Comte, who were grappling quite explicitly with the question of what went wrong, and trying to find some substitute for the principles of order and integration assumed to have existed in the Middle Ages. They have remained at the center of the discipline ever since. The Revolution's troubles, the failure to transform basic institutions simply by changing the laws, were perceived to have revealed the existence of something that, while it was no longer seen as having been simply ordained by God or some similar external principle of authority, could no longer be seen as a simple creation or embodiment of individual or collective will. It seemed to resist attempts to reshape it, or at least throw them in unpredictable directions. In other words, this something had a consistency and logic of its own that had to be understood in its own right, and could be scientifically investigated. That object something which could be said not to have really existed, as an object, or at least as quite that sort of object, before it became the resistant object of projects rooted in some kind of utopian imaginary, has remained the object of sociology ever since. Owing to the peculiar history of the formation of disciplines, however, it was also seen as an object whose integrity, whose consistency and logic, had been at least to some degree shattered. Here the key role was played by political economy, later economics, which split off from moral philosophy before sociology established its own, somewhat subordinate, domain. This allowed for the development of a very particular division of intellectual labor. Economics concerned itself with the functioning of markets and market behavior. Markets were assumed to be self-regulating. The object of economic science might have been constituted, as Polanyi so well documented, largely by state planning, by the imposition of an apparatus of laws and policies meant to create the field for certain sorts of interaction, but, as Polanyi also noted, almost as soon as the apparatus was in any sense up and running, economic theorists appeared, employing all sorts of naturalistic metaphors to argue that this was indeed a functioning equilibrium system and a direct product of human nature that should be left largely to its own devices. Critically, too, economics staked out for itself the study of rationality, by identifying the term primarily with certain forms of calculating greed. Sociology, in contrast, could almost be said to be based on the study of precisely those externalities that have to be pushed away from the purview of economics in order to be able to define the latter field in equilibrium terms to begin with. The first sociology departments were recruited largely from the staffs of social reform societies, by men who by definition believed the existing state of things to be inadequate, or if not generally, then at least among the popular classes, it has maintained itself largely because of a concern with social problems, crime, divorce, poverty, religious conflict, etc. The assumption was always that something was most definitively not in equilibrium, something wasn't working that could have or should have been. Solidarity, consensus, authority, collective spirit, community, however defined, were incomplete or absent. And this was usually seen as part and parcel with some kind of crisis of rationality. Again, this is all very explicit in the works of most of the founding figures and has continued, if often more tacitly, to frame subsequent debate. Now, the actual political positions of social theorists varied enormously. Revolutionaries like Marx were exceptional, liberal reformers like Durkheim or nationalists like Weber more the rule. But I would argue that the world that revolution ushered in one in which it was assumed to be possible, on some level, to act on society as an object, to bring it more in accord with some utopian imaginary ended up becoming permanent. Not only was the possibility of outright, battles in the streets revolution seen as ever present during most of this time, its dynamic became institutionalized in the structure of governments and related organizations, all of which saw society basically as a problem to be solved. This was the situation that allowed what I have been calling social reality, or what they were more likely to call social realities, to continue to seem like something that obviously did exist and that they should care about, a self-evident object of study. Some might argue that all this is ultimately irrelevant, since whatever might have ultimately inspired social theorists to examine such matters, the point is what they came up with, and what they came up with was a relatively objective science of social explanation. But it's hard to find any significant social theorists, even in the 19th century, who actually believed that. What made Marx and Weber the most profound social thinkers of their age is precisely that they grappled most directly with the question of how to deal with the fact that an objective social science really wasn't possible, that the idea that it was itself profoundly utopian. The solutions they came up with were very different, Marx arguing that theorizing about the world was itself a form of political action that could only contribute to either maintaining or transforming the object it was theorizing, Weber arguing that, while the questions we ask about the world can never be objective, our means of answering them can, but that before we will ever be able to accumulate objective knowledge, the questions will have changed, but they directly address the problem. One might even argue that it was the failure of sociologists like Durkheim to face up to their own ambivalent situation as researchers, closely tied to administrative circles, which drove them to effectively naturalize the problem by taking it down to the individual level, where individual, would-be economic actors, presumably motivated mainly by some form of self-interest, ended up facing social facts precisely as external, constraining realities. But this is a long argument. There are two interesting corollaries to all this. Curiously, the most powerful analyses of systems that do, effectively, what they are supposed to do have emerged from collapsed radical hopes, especially former Marxists, or others working in that critical tradition, who gradually gave up their faith that the system's internal contradictions would someday destroy it. Hence, figures like Baudrillard or Foucault provide models, if very different ones, of systems of power and domination that are, ultimately, ineluctable and all-encompassing, that is, which do in fact work. It's also interesting to note that anthropology proved the great exception here, understandably, if my argument about the sources of ethnographic curiosity is substantially correct. At least, for most of the 20th century, it did largely adopt equilibrium models and saw its object, whether social or cultural, as a series of small, self-contained systems which did, in fact, function. And, as if to make the inversion perfect, this was complemented by a special branch of economics, development economics, to study economic systems that did not work. Questions about globalization. If social reality only becomes an object, indeed, only becomes a reality, in the face of some imaginary which tries to shape it, of which the paradigm, I have argued, is revolution, then it makes it easier to understand why globalization has left sociology with such an identity crisis. It is not just because the immediate onset of globalization saw what appeared to be strange and unprecedented realignments, with free market economists suddenly posing as wild-eyed revolutionaries, By around 2000, New York Times op-ed writers were fervently insisting that Che Guevara, were he alive today, would certainly be a free market reformer, just for the sheer joy of radical transformation. All that was the product of one giddy moment that faded almost immediately. It is because the theater for potential revolution, just like that of more modest projects of social reform, had always been the state. If utopian dreams were brought to bear on some stubborn social reality, it was always assumed, usually without even having to state it, so much was it the very basis of left, right, liberal, radical, and conservative thought, that this could only be accomplished through the coercive mechanisms of government. As Immanuel Wallerstein has been arguing for some years now, we seem to be witnessing the death of a kind of tacit agreement about the nature of politics that has existed since roughly the French Revolution. This has rested, he says, on three assumptions. The first is that social change is inevitable and, at least if properly managed, good. The second is that the appropriate mechanism to manage social change is the state. The third is that the state apparatus derives its legitimacy, its right to do so, from an entity referred to as the people. In 1720, very few educated Europeans would have agreed with any of these statements. By 1820, just about everyone had to at least pay lip service. What's more, social theory as we know it developed almost entirely within this framework. It's only in recent decades, he notes, that we have seen significant portions of the global educated classes moving away from these positions. But as they do so, now that the state is not assumed as one's implicit point of reference from which to gaze down at stubborn realities, it is no longer clear what that resistant object is even supposed to be. In this section, then, I will make two arguments. The first has to do with the inadequacy of our existing theoretical tools, particularly, the need for a renewal of historical sociology. Without this, we can't seriously begin to think about what is even happening in the world. Second, I want to suggest that rather than disappearing as a political horizon, revolutionary projects are being renewed and reconstituted along new lines, or, more accurately, perhaps, through the maturation of some previously subordinate revolutionary strands. This fact might itself point us toward a possible resolution, not only of the problem of how to constitute one's object under new conditions, but of how social theory might be organized itself. Conceptualizing the moment. The most striking thing revealed by sociology's identity crisis in the face of globalization is the remarkably weak state of historical sociology, whose major strands, Marxist and Weberian, seem to have largely disintegrated at exactly the moment we most need them. Let me take one vivid example, the question of global citizenship. This is an issue that comes up quite a lot nowadays, sometimes within the neoliberal framework and, even more, because it is a very common demand among new social movements calling for global freedom of movement. But what exactly would global citizenship mean? The most common objection to the idea is that any such notion would imply some kind of global state, and this is the last thing most of those calling for it would want to see. So, then, the question becomes how to theorize a citizenship apart from the state? This is often treated as a profound, perhaps insuperable problem. But, if one considers the matter historically, it is a bit odd that it should. Modern Western notions of citizenship and political freedoms are usually seen to derive from two traditions, one originating in ancient Athens, the other primarily stemming from medieval England, where it tends to be traced back to the assertion of aristocratic privilege against the crown in the Magna Carta, petition of right, etc., and then the gradual extension of these same rights to the rest of the population. In fact, there is no consensus among historians that either classical Athens or medieval England were states at all and, moreover, precisely for the reason that citizens' rights, in the first, and aristocratic privilege, in the second, were so strong. In other words, our very ability to think about the present is hobbled by our lack of categories with which to talk about the past. If these were not states, or states in the classic sense, what were they? A theory of complex political entities that are not states is almost completely lacking. How could one talk about rights and responsibilities in the absence of a state? Again, it's hard to know where to start. Such questions seem all the more pressing at a moment when many of these older form city-states, for example, or complex overlapping forms of sovereignty reminiscent of feudalism seem to be reemerging. Here, it might be useful to consider the notion of the territorial nation-state, which so excited Europeans of the 17th century, a single state embracing a single people who spoke the same colloquial language, which was also the language of high culture and a national literature, an efficient bureaucracy chosen by merit and educated in that literature, administering a uniform system of laws. It seems to me this could best be seen as an attempt by European states to model themselves on China. The Chinese Empire was, certainly, the only state that existed in the 17th century that in any way resembled this model. Surely it did far more than anything that existed in Europe at the time. There was good reason for Leibniz to write that the Middle Kingdom should be sending missionaries to Europe rather than the other way around. One might argue that, until fairly recently, insofar as those national bourgeoisies who were creating modern capitalism had a political project, it was to transform their states into something resembling China, minus the emperor and claims to universality. They envisioned, instead, a series of small, equal states organized on essentially Chinese lines. Of course, through colonialism, this European version of the Chinese model ended up being imposed on pretty much every other country in the world, including belatedly China itself, providing the pretext for the creation of the interstate system of border controls, which is perhaps colonialism's most lasting political legacy. This system of border controls, in turn, is hardly dissolving with globalization. It has become popular, of course, to say that it is, to talk as if the growth of trade and migration are making national borders increasingly irrelevant. Look at the same situation in terms of the last 500 years. It's easy to see that, while world trade has increased somewhat, overall migration rates are nothing like what they were one, let alone 200 or 300 years ago, and the only element that's entirely new here is the presence of the borders themselves. The modern interstate system, which carves up the earth through thousands of highly patrolled and regulated borders, was only fully completed quite recently, and far from being eaten away by globalization, institutions like the IMF or WTO are entirely premised on it. The number of armed men patrolling the U.S. border with Mexico has tripled or even quadrupled since the signing of NAFTA. Before it, no one was even considering the idea of reinforcing the border with a giant wall. On the other hand, the decline of the Chinese model has allowed phenomena to re-emerge which would have looked, just 50 years ago, bizarrely antiquated. Example: new zones of permanent low-intensity warfare, such as were typical of part of Renaissance Europe, the rise of mercantile city-states, the re-emergence of essentially feudal relations starting in much of the former communist world, the parcelization of sovereignty, whereby the elements we have come to think of as naturally combined in the state are instead broken up and distributed to different institutions on totally different geographical scales. A merchant in medieval Antwerp, for example, had to deal with the local government, criminal law, property law, and religious, what we'd now call social, law, all invested in radically different entities, a local feudal lord, the Pope, the Emperor. A merchant in contemporary Antwerp finds himself increasingly in much the same situation, even if the entities are now local government, the EU, and the WTO. Some even speak of neo-medievalism. Admittedly, this is a somewhat eccentric view, and it might well turn out to be completely misconceived. I am throwing it out mainly to illustrate the sort of theorizing that is currently both very much called for and largely absent. Even the emphasis on those things which genuinely are new about the present moment, the emergence of a virtual sphere, as it's sometimes called, is difficult to theorize outside a larger historical context, which we probably won't really have until generations in the future. Industrial civilization has been around for such a brief moment of historical time that it's very difficult to perceive patterns in its development. Let me throw in one last question here, one that strikes me as very significant, though for some reason, it is almost never actually discussed. Is the current character of globalization the product of an unprecedented technological moment, or is it the result of a temporary slowing and involution of technological development? We seem to assume as a matter of course that technology is always leaping ahead in fundamental ways. It's not clear, of course, whether there can be said to be an objective measure in such matters. But I think it is possible at least to talk about the realization of popular expectations. In terms of cultural attitudes at least, it seems to me that the real difference between the first and second halves of the 20th century is that, while almost all the technologies children in 1900 imagined would exist by 1950, but were the stuff of science fiction at the time, radios, airplanes, organ transplants, space rockets, skyscrapers, moving pictures, etc. did in fact come into being more or less on schedule. Pretty much none of the ones children born in 1950 or 1960 imagined would exist by 2000, anti-gravity sleds, teleportation, force fields, cloning, death rays, interplanetary travel, personal robot attendants, ever came about. It would be easy to imagine, when observing the crude special effects of 1950s science fiction movies, that their makers would be quite impressed by the remarkable effects of their contemporary equivalents. But, in reality, they almost certainly would not. Science fiction movies of the 1950s were often set in the year 2000. They assumed we'd be doing these things by now, actually exploring distant galaxies, not just developing ever more impressive ways to simulate it. Where, in earlier generations, science fiction projections seemed to regularly become reality a generation later, now they remain trapped on the screen even if the screen images look increasingly realistic. In the late 1960s, Alvin Toffler wrote a book called Future Shock, in which he pointed out that in every recent decade, the fastest speed at which it was possible for human beings to travel had at least doubled, and that, taken over a longer time span, it appeared to be rising geometrically. Could conquest of the stars be far away? He proved an atrocious prophet. In fact, the top speed at which it was possible for human beings to travel stopped increasing almost the moment the book came out and has not changed since. True, we can now communicate instantly on the internet. Computer, imaging, and communications technology along with medical technology have been about the only kind that have been advancing at anything like the pace people once expected. But, even here, we have to remember how high those expectations have traditionally been. In the 1950s and 1960s, it was assumed by now we would have computers with whom we could carry on a conversation, or robots who could put away the dishes or walk the dog. It seems for the moment at least we have reached a point where disappointment with childhood dreams has become institutionalized. If they are realized in a virtual realm, as simulations. Is it any wonder, then, that we are surrounded by philosophers telling us that everything is simulation and that nothing is really new? Autonomy and revolutionary consensus. Clearly, national revolutions can no longer make the same difference they once did, and, on a global scale, it's entirely unclear what the equivalent of storming the Bastille or Winter Palace would even be. But there are those who argue that revolutions were never really national affairs. Immanuel Wallerstein has pointed out that even the French Revolution wasn't really a national revolution in its ultimate effects. It might well have had just as much transformative effect on Denmark as on France. The revolutions of 1848 occurred in numerous capitals, took power in none of them, and nonetheless managed to transform the world in profound ways, and this, he says, was even more true of the anti-state revolutions of 1968, which, he argued, reached Eastern Europe in 1989. These were all, he argues, world revolutions. If so, matters appear to have transformed even more radically over the last decade, in which a revolutionary strategy of permanent, open-ended global uprising, from Chiapas to Seattle, Genoa, and Argentina, has been so successful that it's now being answered with a doctrine of permanent, open-ended global war. The revolutionary imaginary being adopted within the globalization movement finds its roots less in the Marxist tradition than the anarchist, which was always dedicated to starting to build a new world within the shell of the old, and on prioritizing an ethics of organization and practice over a focus on strategies for seizing power. The aim is simultaneously to expose, delegitimize, and undermine mechanisms of global rule, while simultaneously creating spaces of autonomy which are, as Cindy Milstein puts it, prefigurative, which themselves embody the viability of radical alternatives. It is a way of permanently invoking what Negri calls constituent power. Mass direct actions like Seattle, Washington, Prague, or Genoa, aim to do all this simultaneously, since their own directly democratic, leaderless organization was itself a vast social experiment, and for most participants, a dazzlingly successful one. At the same time, permanent enclaves can be established, from the autonomous municipalities of Chiapas to the occupied factories of Argentina. In such a strategy, one of the most constantly invoked words is process. Unlike Marxist parties, which have always tended to demand ideological conformity combined with top-down, usually highly authoritarian, decision-making structures, anarchist-inspired revolutionary networks and convergence employ decision-making processes which assume that no ideological uniformity can or should be possible. Rather, these forms become ways of managing a diversity, even incommensurability, which is seen as a value in itself. The assumption is that this can be managed through a spirit of reasonableness and mutual compromise that emerges from commitment to shared projects of action. That is, anarchist-inspired groups tend to studiously avoid political arguments about the definition of reality, and assume that decision-making structures should concentrate instead on immediate questions of action in the present, on maintaining egalitarian process in doing so, and making those forms of process the main model of, or, better perhaps, elementary, germ-like template for, their vision for a just society. This is, in effect, a way of preserving diversity as a resource and a value at the same time, since, if one sees one's work essentially as practical problem-solving, then it is pretty obvious that 10 people with diverse, even formally incommensurable, perspectives are more likely to be able to come up with a workable solution than 10 people who all share exactly the same experience and point of view. What I am saying, then, is that it is precisely what most outside observers take to be the foolishness and naivete of the movement. Their apparent lack of a coherent ideology has turned out to be a token of their most sophisticated accomplishment and contribution to revolutionary theory. It was not that the new movements lack ideology. As I have argued in the past, these new forms of organization, which presume and are ways of articulating a diversity of perspectives, are its ideology. It seems to me this pragmatic model might have implications for social theory, and in particular, the problem of theoretical diversity. In the next and final section, I will try to illustrate what I think is at stake here. Concerning regulatory principles. At the moment, social theory is even more fragmented than it has usually been, and there's a good deal of debate as to whether this is a good or bad thing. Some degree of theoretical fragmentation seems inevitable, given the way the object, social reality, has been constituted, as a somewhat battered residual set off from economics. As a theoretically unified neoclassical economics has become increasingly dominant, to the point of becoming the effective ideology of rule for just about all the emerging institutions of global governance, and as economic versions of rationality have increasingly begun to colonize other disciplines, it is understandable that this diversity might seem like a strategic weakness by those who resist the current status quo. Still, there's no particular reason to imagine that an intellectual united front against economism would demand any sort of ideological uniformity, any more than a political one would. Or even that it demands complete commensurability. For example, many have recognized that the most profound way to challenge the economistic worldview theoretically is through the development of alternative theories of action, which expose the inherently alienating version of reality promulgated by economism by instead focusing on creativity, and, specifically, on trying to locate the capacity to create new social forms. There have been a number of attempts in this direction, ranging from Hans Joas' work in the tradition of American pragmatism, to Alon Kale's which begins from the creation of new social relations in the gift, to my own attempt to rework some Marxian ideas of production as a value theory of action. It is not entirely clear, however, if all of these can be completely reconciled. It is also not entirely clear if this is a problem. Certainly, there are approaches out there that are utterly irreconcilable even in ontological terms, and these include some of the more interesting and productive ones. For instance, actor network theory, which looks at society as an effect rather than a cause, cannot be squared with critical realism, which sees it as an emergent reality which cannot be entirely reduced to anything else. And my own argument earlier in this paper, about the mutual constitution of imagination and reality, probably can't be reconciled with either. But I don't think there is any reason this incommensurability cannot be seen as itself a value that allows pragmatic integration through a common project of action, the pursuit of some kind of truth, of certain values inextricable from that pursuit, etc., which can be agreed on as what one might call a regulatory principle. What does seem certain is that, without something along these lines, we are likely to see even further dominance by the logic of the market. In the absence of regulatory principles. Let me explain precisely what I mean by this. The colonization of other fields by the logic of the market does not just occur on the overt level, i.e., with the promulgation of rational choice models, or other blatant forms of economism, but also on a level which seems entirely unconscious. In a surprising variety of ways, the most ostensibly radical critical theory has been known to anticipate later neoliberal arguments. Take, for example, the concept of postmodernism. This is a tricky term, of course, because there were never many scholars willing to actually call themselves postmodernists. But, in a way, this was precisely what made the term so powerful. Postmodernism was not something anyone was proposing but a fait accompli that everyone simply had to accept. From the 1980s on, it has become common to be presented with a series of arguments which might be summarized, in caricature form, as something like this. 1. We now live in a postmodern age. The world has changed. No one is responsible, it simply happened as a result of inexorable processes. Neither can we do anything about it, but must simply adapt ourselves to new conditions. 2. One result of our postmodern condition is that schemes to change the world or human society through collective political action are no longer viable. Everything is broken up and fragmented. Anyway, such schemes will inevitably prove either impossible, or produce totalitarian nightmares. 3. While this might seem to leave little room for human agency in history, one need not despair completely. Legitimate political action can take place, provided it is on a personal level, through the fashioning of subversive identities, forms of creative consumption, and the like. Such action is itself political and potentially liberatory. This is, as I say, a caricature. The actual arguments made in any particular theoretical tract are usually infinitely more complex. Still, they almost invariably share some version of these three themes. Compare them, then, to the arguments that began to be promulgated in the 1990s, in the popular media, about a phenomena referred to as globalization. 1. We now live in the age of the global market. The world has changed. No one is responsible, it simply happened as the result of inexorable processes. Neither can we do anything about it, but must simply adapt ourselves to new conditions. 2. One result is that schemes aiming to change society through collective political action are no longer viable. Dreams of revolution have been proven impossible or, worse, bound to produce totalitarian nightmares. Even any idea of changing society through electoral politics must now be abandoned in the name of competitiveness. 3. If this might seem to leave little room for democracy, one need not despair. Market behavior, and particularly individual consumption decisions, are democracy, indeed, all the democracy will ever really need. There is, of course, one enormous difference between the two arguments. The central claim of those who celebrated postmodernism is that we have entered a world in which all totalizing systems, science, humanity, nation, truth, and so forth have all been shattered, where there are no longer any grand mechanisms for stitching together a world now broken into incommensurable fragments. One can no longer even imagine that there could be a single standard of value by which to measure everything. The neoliberals, on the other hand, are singing the praises of a global market which is, in fact, the single greatest and most monolithic system of measurement ever created, a totalizing system which would subordinate everything, every object, every piece of land, every human capacity or relationship on the planet to a single standard of value. It is becoming increasingly obvious that what those who celebrated postmodernism were describing was in large part simply the effects of this universal market system, which, like any totalizing system of value, tends to throw all others into doubt and disarray. The critical thing for present purposes is not so much to ask how they could fail to notice this, but to establish one simple truth, that it is absurd to pretend that one could really have an intellectual universe in which there is no principle of articulation between different perspectives whatsoever. Anyone who pretends to have eliminated such principles entirely will simply be opening the way to reintroducing the dominant ideology of the day in covered form. And this is precisely what much of the most epistemologically radical approaches have ended up doing, reintroducing the logic and spirit of the market, with its ethos of endless flux, choice, reinvention, etc., in a different register. To do otherwise would require establishing some alternate principle of articulation. Prefigurative social theory? In the above, I have sketched out some very preliminary thoughts on what such a principle might be like. Rather than develop a detailed argument, this is hardly the place. Let me end, then, by suggesting that there's no reason why social theory itself might not take on a certain prefigurative role, that is, embody, in its own organization, as an articulation of extremely diverse philosophies, a vision of what a more reasonable political order could possibly be like. I think it is possible. However, certain habits of thought would definitely have to change. In everyday practice, the way that different schools of thought interact does not even resemble market relations so much as the style of argument preferred by contending Marxist sects. We see all the same sectarian habits, of reducing other positions into hostile caricatures so as to be able to plug them into some prefab set of categories, each representing a type of ideological error, of treating minor differences as if they were moral chasms. There are profound historical reasons why this happened. The organization of intellectual schools or tendencies has always rather resembled that of vanguardist political parties, and also, in a way, avant-garde artistic movements, but this is, in part, because all three had their origins in the same place, in Saint-Simon and Comte, who differed merely on whether an artistic avant-garde or social scientists should form the priesthood of their new religions. In order to begin to unify the diverse strands of social thought in opposition to the hegemony of economism, it would be necessary, first of all, to overcome this pernicious history and formulate instead something like what I suggested at the end of the previous section, a collection of approaches to social reality which, while necessarily constituting that reality in relation to a certain utopian social imaginary, are united not in their aspiration to impose themselves as the only legitimate approach, as if they were so many sects trying to seize power, but rather, by their shared commitment to a project and ethics which begins with the refusal to do so. It is a daunting prospect. Sectarian habits are very deeply ingrained. But it is hardly impossible. Most of the best social research already adopts something like this attitude, at least implicitly. It is, again, more than anything else a matter of giving serious reflective thought to what we are already starting to do in practice. Endnotes. 1. This paper was originally presented at a conference in Paris between the 12th and 14th of June 2003, entitled Perspectives d'une théorie sociologique générale à l'ère de la mondialisation, Perspectives on a General Sociological Theory in the Era of Globalization, sponsored by Alain Kale of the Moss Group. The conference was intended as a kind of summit of social theorists, attended by such luminaries as Margaret Archer, Raymond Butin, Shmuel Eisenstadt, Bruno Latour, Hans Joas, Anne Rawls, Saskia Sassen, and Alain Touraine. Inviting me was very much an act of generosity on Kale's part, and I still greatly appreciate it. The essays from the conference were later published in Revue du Mois Semestriel, all without footnotes or bibliography. I have decided here to preserve it in its original published form. The first part of the title is the one chosen for the piece by the French editors, Alain Kale and Stéphane Dufois. The second half is the original question the organizers posed to all participants in the conference. 11. There never was a West, or, democracy emerges from the spaces in between. What follows emerges largely from my own experience of the alternative globalization movement, where issues of democracy have been very much at the center of debate. Anarchists in Europe or North America and indigenous organizations in the Global South have found themselves locked in remarkably similar arguments. Is democracy an inherently Western concept? Does it refer a form of governance, a mode of communal self-organization, or a form of government, one particular way of organizing a state apparatus? Does democracy necessarily imply majority rule? Is representative democracy really democracy at all? Is the word permanently tainted by its origins in Athens, a militaristic, slave-owning society founded on the systematic repression of women? Or does what we now call democracy have any real historical connection to Athenian democracy in the first place? Is it possible for those trying to develop decentralized forms of consensus-based direct democracy to reclaim the word? If so, how will we ever convince the majority of people in the world that democracy has nothing to do with electing representatives? If not, if we instead accept the standard definition and start calling direct democracy something else, how can we say we're against democracy, a word with such universally positive associations? These are arguments about words much more than they are arguments about practices. On questions of practice, in fact, there is a surprising degree of convergence, especially within the more radical elements of the movement. Whether one is talking with members of Zapatista communities in Chiapas, unemployed piqueteros in Argentina, Dutch squatters, or anti-eviction activists in South African townships, almost everyone agrees on the importance of horizontal, rather than vertical structures, the need for initiatives to rise up from relatively small, self-organized, autonomous groups rather than being conveyed downwards through chains of command, the rejection of permanent, named leadership structures, and the need to maintain some kind of mechanism, whether these be North American-style facilitation, Zapatista-style women's and youth caucuses, or any of an endless variety of other possibilities to ensure that the voices of those who would normally find themselves marginalized or excluded from traditional participatory mechanisms are heard. Some of the bitter conflicts of the past, for example, between partisans of majority voting versus partisans of consensus process, have been largely resolved, or perhaps more accurately seem increasingly irrelevant, as more and more social movements use full consensus only within smaller groups and adopt various forms of modified consensus for larger coalitions. Something is emerging. The problem is what to call it. Many of the key principles of the movement, self-organization, voluntary association, mutual aid, the refusal of state power, derive from the anarchist tradition. Still, many who embrace these ideas are reluctant, or flat out refuse, to call themselves anarchists. Similarly with democracy. My own approach has normally been to openly embrace both terms, to argue, in fact, that anarchism and democracy are or should be largely identical. However, as I say, there is no consensus on this issue, nor even a clear majority view. It seems to me these are tactical, political questions more than anything else. The word democracy has meant any number of different things over the course of its history. When first coined, it referred to a system in which the citizens of a community made decisions by equal vote in a collective assembly. For most of its history, it referred to political disorder, rioting, lynching, and factional violence. In fact, the word had much the same associations as anarchy does today. Only quite recently has it become identified with a system in which the citizens of a state elect representatives to exercise state power in their name. Clearly there is no true essence to be discovered here. About the only thing these different referents have in common, perhaps, is that they involve some sense that political questions that are normally the concerns of a narrow elite are here thrown open to everyone, and that this is either a very good, or a very bad, thing. The term has always been so morally loaded that to write a dispassionate, disinterested history of democracy would almost be a contradiction in terms. Most scholars who want to maintain an appearance of disinterest avoid the word. Those who do make generalizations about democracy inevitably have some sort of axe to grind. I certainly do. That is why I feel it only fair to the reader to make my own axes evident from the start. It seems to me that there's a reason why the word democracy, no matter how consistently it is abused by tyrants and demagogues, still maintains its stubborn popular appeal. For most people, democracy is still identified with some notion of ordinary people collectively managing their own affairs. It already had this connotation in the 19th century, and it was for this reason that 19th century politicians, who had earlier shunned the term, reluctantly began to adopt the term and refer to themselves as Democrats and, gradually, to patch together a history by which they could represent themselves as heirs to a tradition that traced back to ancient Athens. However, I will also assume for no particular reason, or no particular scholarly reason, since these are not scholarly questions but moral and political ones, that the history of democracy should be treated as more than just the history of the word democracy. If democracy is simply a matter of communities managing their own affairs through an open and relatively egalitarian process of public discussion, there is no reason why egalitarian forms of decision-making in rural communities in Africa or Brazil should not be at least as worthy of the name as the constitutional systems that govern most nation-states today and, in many cases, probably a good deal more worthy. In light of this, I will be making a series of related arguments, and perhaps the best way to proceed would be to just set out them all out right away. 1. Almost everyone who writes on the subject assumes democracy is a Western concept that begins its history in ancient Athens. They also assume that what 18th and 19th century politicians began reviving in Western Europe and North America was essentially the same thing. Democracy is thus seen as something whose natural habitat is Western Europe and its English or French-speaking settler colonies. Not one of these assumptions is justified. Western civilization is a particularly incoherent concept, but, insofar as it refers to anything, it refers to an intellectual tradition. This intellectual tradition is, overall, just as hostile to anything we would recognize as democracy as those of India, China, or Mesoamerica. 2. Democratic processes of egalitarian decision-making, however, occur pretty much anywhere, and are not peculiar to any one given civilization, culture, or tradition. They tend to crop up wherever human life goes on outside systematic structures of coercion. 3. The democratic ideal tends to emerge when, under certain historical circumstances, intellectuals and politicians, usually in some sense navigating their way between states and popular movements and popular practices, interrogate their own traditions invariably, in dialogue with other ones, citing cases of past or present democratic practice to argue that their tradition has a fundamental kernel of democracy. I call these moments of democratic refoundation. From the perspective of the intellectual traditions, they are also moments of recuperation, in which ideals and institutions that are often the product of incredibly complicated forms of interaction between people of very different histories and traditions come to be represented as emerging from the logic of that intellectual tradition itself. Over the course of the 19th and 20th centuries especially, such moments did not just occur in Europe, but almost everywhere. 4. The fact that this ideal is always founded on, at least partly, invented traditions does not mean it is inauthentic or illegitimate, or, at least, more inauthentic or illegitimate than any other. The contradiction, however, is that this ideal was always based on the impossible dream of marrying democratic procedures or practices with the coercive mechanisms of the state. The result are not democracies in any meaningful sense of the word but republics with a few, usually fairly limited, democratic elements. 5. What we are experiencing today is not a crisis of democracy but rather a crisis of the state. In recent years, there has been a massive revival of interest in democratic practices and procedures within global social movements, but this has proceeded almost entirely outside of statist frameworks. The future of democracy lies precisely in this area. Let me take these up in roughly the order I've presented them above. I'll start with the curious idea that democracy is somehow a Western concept. Part I, on the incoherence of the notion of the Western tradition. I'll begin, then, with a relatively easy target, Samuel P. Huntington's famous essay on the clash of civilizations. Huntington is a professor of international relations at Harvard, a classic Cold War intellectual, beloved of right-wing think tanks. In 1993, he published an essay arguing that, now that the Cold War was over, global conflicts would come to center on clashes between ancient cultural traditions. The argument was notable for promoting a certain notion of cultural humility. Drawing on the work of Arnold Toynbee, he urged Westerners to understand that theirs is just one civilization among many, that its values should in no way be assumed to be universal. Democracy in particular, he argued, is a distinctly Western idea and the West should abandon its efforts to impose it on the rest of the world. At a superficial level, much of Western culture has indeed permeated the rest of the world. At a more basic level, however, Western concepts differ fundamentally from those prevalent in other civilizations. Western ideas of individualism, liberalism, constitutionalism, human rights, equality, liberty, the rule of law, democracy, free markets, the separation of church and state, often have little resonance in Islamic, Confucian, Japanese, Hindu, Buddhist, or Orthodox cultures. Western efforts to propagate such ideas produce instead a reaction against human rights imperialism and a reaffirmation of indigenous values, as can be seen in the support for religious fundamentalism by the younger generation in non-Western cultures. The very notion that there is a universal civilization is a Western idea, directly at odds with the particularism of most Asian societies and their emphasis on what distinguishes one people from another. 1993, 120. The list of Western concepts is fascinating from any number of angles. If taken literally, for instance, it would mean that the West only really took any kind of recognizable form in the 19th or even 20th centuries, since in any previous one the overwhelming majority of Westerners would have rejected just about all these principles out of hand if, indeed, they would have been able even to conceive of them. One can, if one likes, scratch around through the last 2,000 or 3,000 years in different parts of Europe and find plausible forerunners to most of them. Many try. 5th century Athens usually provides a useful resource in this regard, provided one is willing to ignore, or at least skim over, almost everything that happened between then and perhaps 1215 AD, or maybe 1776. This is roughly the approach taken by most conventional textbooks. Huntington is a bit subtler. He treats Greece and Rome as a separate, classical civilization, which then splits off into Eastern, Greek, and Western, Latin, Christianity and later, of course, Islam. When Western civilization begins, it is identical to Latin Christendom. After the upheavals of the Reformation and Counter-Reformation, however, the civilization loses its religious specificity and transforms into something broader and essentially secular. The results, however, are much the same as in conventional textbooks, since Huntington also insists that the Western tradition was all along far more the heir of the ideas of classical civilization than its Orthodox or Islamic rivals. Now there are 1,000 ways one could attack Huntington's position. His list of Western concepts seems particularly arbitrary. Any number of concepts were adrift in Western Europe over the years, and many far more widely accepted. Why choose this list rather than some other? What are the criteria? Clearly, Huntington's immediate aim was to show that many ideas widely accepted in Western Europe and North America are likely to be viewed with suspicion in other quarters. But, even on this basis, could one not equally well assemble a completely different list, say, argue that Western culture is premised on science, industrialism, bureaucratic rationality, nationalism, racial theories, and an endless drive for geographic expansion, and then argue that the culmination of Western culture was the Third Reich? Actually, some radical critics of the West would probably make precisely this argument. Yet even after criticism, Huntington has been stubborn in sticking to more or less the same arbitrary list, example 1996. It seems to me the only way to understand why Huntington creates the list he does is to examine his use of the terms culture and civilization. In fact, if one reads the text carefully, one finds that the phrases Western culture and Western civilization are used pretty much interchangeably. Each civilization has its own culture. Cultures, in turn, appear to consist primarily of ideas, concepts, and values. In the Western case, these ideas appear to have once been tied to a particular sort of Christianity, but now have developed a basically geographic or national distribution, having set down roots in Western Europe and its English and French-speaking settler colonies. Point 1. The other civilizations listed are, with the exception of Japan, not defined in geographic terms. They are still religions: the Islamic, Confucian, Buddhist, Hindu, and Orthodox Christian civilizations. This is already a bit confusing. Why should the West have stopped being primarily defined in religious terms around 1520, despite the fact that most Westerners continue to call themselves Christians, while the others all remain so, despite the fact that most Chinese, for example, would certainly not call themselves Confucians? Presumably because, for Huntington to be consistent in this area, he would either have to exclude from the West certain groups he would prefer not to exclude, Catholics or Protestants, Jews, deists, secular philosophers, or else provide some reason why the West can consist of a complex amalgam of faiths and philosophies while all the other civilizations cannot, despite the fact that if one examines the history of geographical units like India, or China, as opposed to made-up entities like Hinduism or Confucianism, a complex amalgam of faiths and philosophies is precisely what one finds. It gets worse. In a later clarification called What Makes the West Western, 1996, Huntington actually does claim that pluralism is one of the West's unique qualities. Western society historically has been highly pluralistic. What is distinctive about the West, as Karl Deutsch noted, is the rise and persistence of diverse autonomous groups not based on blood relationship or marriage. Beginning in the 6th and 7th centuries, these groups initially included monasteries, monastic orders, and guilds, but afterwards expanded in many areas of Europe to include a variety of other associations and societies. 1996, 234. He goes on to explain this diversity also included class pluralism, strong aristocracies, social pluralism, representative bodies, linguistic diversity, and so on. All this gradually set the stage, he says, for the unique complexity of Western civil society. Now, it would be easy to point out how ridiculous all this is. One could, for instance, remind the reader that China and India in fact had, for most of their histories, a great deal more religious pluralism than Western Europe, too, that most Asian societies were marked by a dizzying variety of monastic orders, guilds, colleges, secret societies, sodalities, professional and civic groups, that none ever came up with such distinctly Western ways of enforcing uniformity as the war of extermination against heretics, the Inquisition, or the witch hunt. But the amazing thing is that what Huntington is doing here is trying to turn the very incoherence of his category into its defining feature. First, he describes Asian civilizations in such a way that they cannot, by definition, be plural. Then, if one were to complain that people he lumps together as the West don't seem to have any common features at all, no common language, religion, philosophy, or mode of government, Huntington could simply reply that this pluralism is the West's defining feature. It is the perfect circular argument. In most ways, Huntington's argument is just typical, old-fashioned Orientalism. European civilization is represented as inherently dynamic, the East, at least tacitly, as stagnant, timeless, and monolithic. What I really want to draw attention to, however, is just how incoherent Huntington's notions of civilization and culture really are. The word civilization, after all, can be used in two very different ways. It can be used to refer to a society in which people live in cities, in the way an archaeologist might refer to the Indus Valley. Or it can mean refinement, accomplishment, cultural achievement. Culture has much the same double meaning. One can use the term in its anthropological sense, as referring to structures of feeling, symbolic codes that members of a given culture absorb in the course of growing up and which inform every aspect of their daily life, the way people talk, eat, marry, gesture, play music, and so on. To use Bourdieu's terminology, one could call this culture as habitus. Alternately, one can use the word to refer to what is also called high culture, the best and most profound productions of some artistic, literary, or philosophical elite. Huntington's insistence on defining the West only by its most remarkable, valuable concepts like freedom and human rights suggests that, in either case, it's mainly the latter sense he has in mind. After all, if culture were to be defined in the anthropological sense, then clearly the most direct heirs to ancient Greeks would not be modern Englishmen and Frenchmen, but modern Greeks. Whereas, in Huntington's system, modern Greeks parted company with the West over 1,500 years ago, the moment they converted to the wrong form of Christianity. In short, for the notion of civilization, in the sense used by Huntington, to really make sense, civilizations have to be conceived basically as traditions of people reading one another's books. It is possible to say Napoleon or Disraeli are more heirs to Plato and Thucydides than a Greek shepherd of their day for one reason only: both men were more likely to have read Plato and Thucydides. Western culture is not just a collection of ideas, it is a collection of ideas that are taught in textbooks and discussed in lecture halls, cafes, or literary salons. If it were not, it would be hard to imagine how one could end up with a civilization that begins in ancient Greece, passes to ancient Rome, maintains a kind of half-life in the medieval Catholic world, revives in the Italian Renaissance, and then passes mainly to dwell in those countries bordering the North Atlantic. It would also be impossible to explain how, for most of their history, Western concepts like human rights and democracy existed only in potentia. We could say, this is a literary and philosophical tradition, a set of ideas first imagined in ancient Greece, then conveyed through books, lectures, and seminars over several thousand years, drifting as they did westward, until their liberal and democratic potential was fully realized in a small number of countries bordering the Atlantic a century or two ago. Once they became enshrined in new, democratic institutions, they began to worm their way into ordinary citizens' social and political common sense. Finally, their proponents saw them as having universal status and tried to impose them on the rest of the world. But here they hit their limits, because they cannot ultimately expand to areas where there are equally powerful, rival textual traditions based in Quranic scholarship, or the teachings of the Buddha that inculcate other concepts and values. This position, at least, would be intellectually consistent. One might call it the great book's theory of civilization. In a way, it's quite compelling. Being Western, one might say, has nothing to do with habitus. It is not about the deeply embodied understandings of the world one absorbs in childhood that which makes certain people upper-class English women, others Bavarian farm boys, or Italian kids from Brooklyn. The West is, rather, the literary philosophical tradition into which all of them are initiated, mainly in adolescence though, certainly, some elements of that tradition do, gradually, become part of everyone's common sense. The problem is that, if Huntington applied this model consistently, it would destroy his argument. If civilizations are not deeply embodied, why, then, Should an upper-class Peruvian woman or Bangladeshi farm boy not be able to take the same curriculum and become just as Western as anyone else? But this is precisely what Huntington is trying to deny. As a result, he is forced to continually slip back and forth between the two meanings of civilization and the two meanings of culture. Mostly, the West is defined by its loftiest ideals. But sometimes it's defined by its ongoing institutional structure. For example, all those early medieval guilds and monastic orders, which do not seem to be inspired by readings of Plato and Aristotle, but cropped up all of their own accord. Sometimes Western individualism is treated as an abstract principle, usually suppressed, an idea preserved in ancient texts, but occasionally poking out its head in documents like the Magna Carta. Sometimes it is treated as a deeply embedded folk understanding, which will never make intuitive sense to those raised in a different cultural tradition. Now, as I say, I chose Huntington largely because he's such an easy target. The argument in The Clash of Civilizations is unusually sloppy. Point 3 Critics have duly savaged most of what he's had to say about non-Western civilizations. The reader may, at this point, feel justified to wonder why I'm bothering to spend so much time on him. The reason is that, in part because they are so clumsy, Huntington's argument brings out the incoherence in assumptions that are shared by almost everyone. None of his critics, to my knowledge, have challenged the idea that there is an entity that can be referred to as the West, that it can be treated simultaneously as a literary tradition originating in ancient Greece, and as the common-sense culture of people who live in Western Europe and North America today. The assumption that concepts like individualism and democracy are somehow peculiar to it goes similarly unchallenged. All this is simply taken for granted as the grounds of debate. Some proceed to celebrate the West as the birthplace of freedom. Others denounce it as a source of imperial violence. But it's almost impossible to find a political, or philosophical, or social thinker on the left or the right who doubts one can say meaningful things about the Western tradition at all. Many of the most radical, in fact, seem to feel it is impossible to say meaningful things about anything else. Point 4. Parenthetical note, on the slipperiness of the Western eye. What I am suggesting is that the very notion of the West is founded on a constant blurring of the line between textual traditions and forms of everyday practice. To offer a particular vivid example, in the 1920s, a French philosopher named Lucien Levy-Bruhl wrote a series of books proposing that many of the societies studied by anthropologists evinced a pre-logical mentality, 1926, etc. Where modern Westerners employ logico-experimental thought, he argued, primitives employ profoundly different principles. The whole argument need not be spelled out. Everything Levy-Bruhl said about primitive logic was attacked almost immediately, and his argument is now considered entirely discredited. What his critics did not, generally speaking, point out is that Levy-Bruhl was comparing apples and oranges. Basically, what he did was assemble the most puzzling ritual statements or surprising reactions to unusual circumstances he could cull from the observations of European missionaries and colonial officials in Africa, New Guinea, and similar places, and try to extrapolate the logic. He then compared this material, not with similar material collected in France or some other Western country, but rather, with a completely idealized conception of how Westerners ought to behave, based on philosophical and scientific texts, buttressed, no doubt, by observations about the way philosophers and other academics act while discussing and arguing about such texts. The results are manifestly absurd. We all know that ordinary people do not in fact apply Aristotelian syllogisms and experimental methods to their daily affairs, but it is the special magic of this style of writing is that one is never forced to confront this. Because, in fact, this style of writing is also extremely common. How does this magic work? Largely, by causing the reader to identify with a human being of unspecified qualities who's trying to solve a puzzle. One sees it in the Western philosophical tradition, especially starting with the works of Aristotle that, especially compared with similar works in other philosophical traditions, which rarely start from such decontextualized thinkers, give us the impression the universe was created yesterday, suggesting no prior knowledge is necessary. Even more, there is the tendency to show a common-sense narrator confronted with some kind of exotic practices. This is what makes it possible, for example, for a contemporary German to read Tacitus' Germania and automatically identify with the perspective of the Italian narrator, rather than with his own ancestor 5, or an Italian atheist to read an Anglican missionary's account of some ritual in Zimbabwe without ever having to think about that observer's dedication to bizarre tea rituals or the doctrine of transubstantiation. Hence, the entire history of the West can be framed as a story of inventions and discoveries. Most of all, there is the fact that it is precisely when one actually begins to write a text to address these issues, as I am doing now, that one effectively becomes part of the canon and the tradition most comes to seem overwhelmingly inescapable. More than anything else, the Western individual in Levi-Bruhl, or for that matter most contemporary anthropologists, is more than anything else, precisely that featureless, rational observer, a disembodied I, carefully scrubbed of any individual or social content, that we are supposed to pretend to be when writing in certain genres of prose. It has little relation to any human being who has ever existed, grown up, had loves and hatreds and commitments. It's a pure abstraction. Recognizing all of this creates a terrible problem for anthropologists. If the Western individual doesn't exist, then what precisely is our point of comparison? It seems to me, though, it creates an even worse problem for anyone who wishes to see this figure as the bearer of democracy, as well. If democracy is communal self-governance, the Western individual is an actor already purged of any ties to a community. While it is possible to imagine this relatively featureless, rational observer as the protagonist of certain forms of market economics, to make him, and he is, unless otherwise specified, presumed to be male, a democrat seems possible only if one defines democracy as itself a kind of market that actors enter with little more than a set of economic interests to pursue. This is, of course, the approach promoted by rational choice theory, and, in a way, you could say it is already implicit in the predominant approach to democratic decision-making in the literature since Rousseau, which tends to see deliberation merely as the balancing of interests rather than a process through which subjects themselves are constituted, or even shaped. Manin 1994. 6 It is very difficult to see such an abstraction, divorced from any concrete community, entering into the kind of conversation and compromise required by anything but the most abstract form of democratic process, such as the periodic participation in elections. World systems reconfigured. The reader may feel entitled to ask, if the West is a meaningless category, how can we talk about such matters? It seems to me we need an entirely new set of categories. While this is hardly the place to develop them, I've suggested elsewhere, Graeber 2004, that there are a whole series of terms starting with the West, but also including terms like modernity that effectively substitute for thought. If one looks either at concentrations of urbanism, or literary philosophical traditions, it becomes hard to avoid the impression that Eurasia was for most of its history divided into three main centers, an Eastern system centered on China, a South Asian one centered on what's now India, and a Western civilization that centered on what we now call the Middle East, extending sometimes further, sometimes less, into the Mediterranean. 7 In world system terms, for most of the Middle Ages, Europe and Africa both seem to have almost precisely the same relation with the core states of Mesopotamia and the Levant. They were classic economic peripheries, importing manufactures and supplying raw materials like gold and silver, and, significantly, large numbers of slaves. After the revolt of African slaves in Basra from 868 to 883 CE, the Abbasid Caliphate seemed to have began importing Europeans instead, as they were considered more docile. Europe and Africa were, for most of this period, cultural peripheries as well. Islam resembles what was later to be called the Western tradition in so many ways: the intellectual efforts to fuse Judeo-Christian scripture with the categories of Greek philosophy, the literary emphasis on courtly love, the scientific rationalism, the legalism, puritanical monotheism, missionary impulse, the expansionist mercantile capitalism, even the periodic waves of fascination with Eastern mysticism that only the deepest historical prejudice could have blinded European historians to. The conclusion that, in fact, this is the Western tradition, that Islamicization was and continues to be a form of Westernization, that those who lived in the barbarian kingdoms of the European Middle Ages only came to resemble what we now call the West when they themselves became more like Islam. If so, what we are used to calling the rise of the West is probably better thought of, in world system terms, as the emergence of what Michel Rolf Troerlet, 2003, has called the North Atlantic System, which gradually replaced the Mediterranean semi-periphery, and emerged as a world economy of its own, rivaling, and then gradually, slowly, painfully, incorporating the older world economy that had centered on the cosmopolitan societies of the Indian Ocean. This North Atlantic world system was created through almost unimaginable catastrophe, the destruction of entire civilizations, mass enslavement, the death of at least 100 million human beings. It also produced its own forms of cosmopolitanism, with endless fusions of African, Native American, and European traditions. Much of the history of the seaborne, North Atlantic proletariat is only beginning to be reconstructed. Gilroy 1993, Sakolsky and Kohnlein 1993, Riediker 1981, 1990, Linebaugh and Riediker 2001, etc., A History of Mutinies, Pirates, Rebellions, Defections, Experimental Communities, and every sort of antinomian and populist idea, largely squelched in conventional accounts, much of it permanently lost, but which seems to have played a key role in many of the radical ideas that came to be referred to as democracy. This is jumping ahead. For now, I just want to emphasize that rather than a history of civilizations developing through some Herderian or Hegelian process of internal unfolding, we are dealing with societies that are thoroughly entangled. Part 2, Democracy was not invented. I began this essay by suggesting that one can write the history of democracy in two very different ways. Either one can write a history of the word democracy, beginning with ancient Athens, or one can write a history of the sort of egalitarian decision-making procedures that in Athens came to be referred to as democratic. Normally, we tend to assume the two are effectively identical because common wisdom has it that democracy, much like, say, science, or philosophy, was invented in ancient Greece. On the face of it, this seems an odd assertion. Egalitarian communities have existed throughout human history, many of them far more egalitarian than 5th century Athens, and they each had some kind of procedure for coming to decisions in matters of collective importance. Often, this involved assembling everyone for discussions in which all members of the community, at least in theory, had equal say. Yet somehow, it is always assumed that these procedures could not have been, properly speaking, democratic. The main reason this argument seems to make intuitive sense is because in these other assemblies, things rarely actually came to a vote. Almost invariably, they used some form of consensus finding. Now this is interesting in itself. If we accept the idea that a show of hands, or having everyone who supports a proposition stand on one side of the plaza and everyone against stand on the other, are not really such incredibly sophisticated ideas that some ancient genius had to invent them, then why are they so rarely employed? Why, instead, did communities invariably prefer the apparently much more difficult task of coming to unanimous decisions? The explanation I would propose is this: it is much easier, in a face-to-face community, to figure out what most members of that community want to do, than to figure out how to change the minds of those who don't want to do it. Consensus decision-making is typical of societies where there would be no way to compel a minority to agree with a majority decision, either because there is no state with a monopoly of coercive force, or because the state has no interest in or does not tend to intervene in local decision-making. If there is no way to compel those who find a majority decision distasteful to go along with it, then the last thing one would want to do is to hold a vote, a public contest which someone will be seen to lose. Voting would be the most likely means to guarantee the sort of humiliations, resentments, and hatreds that ultimately lead the destruction of communities. As any activist who has gone through a facilitation training for a contemporary direct action group can tell you, consensus process is not the same as parliamentary debate, and finding consensus in no way resembles voting. Rather, we are dealing with a process of compromise and synthesis meant to produce decisions that no one finds so violently objectionable that they are not willing to at least assent. That is to say, two levels we are used to distinguishing decision-making and enforcement are effectively collapsed here. It is not that everyone has to agree. Most forms of consensus include a variety of graded forms of disagreement. The point is to ensure that no one walks away feeling that their views have been totally ignored and, therefore, that even those who think the group came to a bad decision are willing to offer their passive acquiescence. Majority democracy, we might say, can only emerge when two factors coincide. 1. A feeling that people should have equal say in making group decisions, and 2. A coercive apparatus capable of enforcing those decisions. For most of human history, it has been extremely unusual to have both at the same time. Where egalitarian societies exist, it is also usually considered wrong to impose systematic coercion. Where a machinery of coercion did exist, it did not even occur to those wielding it that they were enforcing any sort of popular will. It is of obvious relevance that ancient Greece was one of the most competitive societies known to history. It was a society that tended to make everything into a public contest, from athletics to philosophy or tragic drama or just about anything else. So it might not seem entirely surprising they made political decision-making into a public contest as well. Even more crucial, though, was the fact that decisions were made by a populace in arms. Aristotle, in his Politics, remarks that the constitution of a Greek city-state will normally depend on the chief arm of its military. If this is cavalry, it will be an aristocracy, since horses are expensive. If hoplite infantry, it will be oligarchic, as all could not afford the armor and training. If its power was based in the navy or light infantry, one can expect a democracy, as anyone can row, or use a sling. In other words, if a man is armed, then one pretty much has to take his opinions into account. One can see how this worked at its starkest in Xenophon's Anabasis, which tells the story of an army of Greek mercenaries who suddenly find themselves leaderless and lost in the middle of Persia. They elect new officers, and then hold a collective vote to decide what to do next. In a case like this, even if the vote was 60/40, everyone could see the balance of forces and what would happen if things actually came to blows. Every vote was, in a real sense, a conquest. In other words, here too decision-making and the means of enforcement were effectively collapsed, or could be, but in a rather different way. Roman legions could be similarly democratic. This was the main reason they were never allowed to enter the city of Rome. And, when Machiavelli revived the notion of a democratic republic at the dawn of the modern era, he immediately reverted to the notion of a populace in arms. This in turn might help explain the term democracy itself, which appears to have been coined as something of a slur by its elitist opponents. It literally means the force or even violence of the people. Kratos, not archos. The elitists who coined the term always considered democracy not too far from simple rioting or mob rule, though, of course, their solution was the permanent conquest of the people by someone else. Ironically, when they did manage to suppress democracy for this reason, which was usually, the result was that the only way the general populace's will was known was precisely through rioting, a practice that became quite institutionalized in, say, Imperial Rome or 18th century England. One question that bears historical investigation is the degree to which such phenomena were in fact encouraged by the state. Here, I'm not referring to literal rioting, of course, but to what I would call the ugly mirrors, institutions promoted or supported by elites that reinforced the sense that popular decision-making could only be violent, chaotic, and arbitrary mob rule. I suspect that these are quite common to authoritarian regimes. Consider, for example, that while the defining public event in democratic Athens was the agora, the defining public event in authoritarian Rome was the circus, assemblies in which the plebs gathered to witness races, gladiatorial contests, and mass executions. Such games were sponsored either directly by the state, or more often, by particular members of the elite. Vane 1976, Kyle 1998, Lomar and Cornell 2003. The fascinating thing about gladiatorial contests in particular, is that they did involve a kind of popular decision-making. Lives would be taken, or spared, by popular acclaim. However, where the procedures of the Athenian agora were designed to maximize the dignity of the demos and the thoughtfulness of its deliberations despite the underlying element of coercion, and its occasional capability of making terrifyingly bloodthirsty decisions, the Roman circus was almost exactly the opposite. It had more the air of regular, state-sponsored lynchings. Almost every quality normally ascribed to the mob by later writers hostile to democracy, the capriciousness, overt cruelty, factionalism, supporters of rival chariot teams would regularly do battle in the streets, hero worship, mad passions, all were not only tolerated, but actually encouraged, in the Roman amphitheater. It was as if an authoritarian elite was trying to provide the public with constant nightmare images of the chaos that would ensue if they were to take power into their own hands. My emphasis on the military origins of direct democracy is not meant to imply that popular assemblies in, say, medieval cities or New England town meetings were not normally orderly and dignified procedures, though one suspects this was in part due to the fact that here, too, in actual practice, there was a certain baseline of consensus-seeking going on. Still, they seem to have done little to disabuse members of political elites of the idea that popular rule would more resemble the circuses and riots of imperial Rome and Byzantium. The authors of the Federalist Papers, like almost all other literate men of their day, took it for granted that what they called democracy, by which they meant direct democracy, pure democracy as they sometimes put it, was in its nature the most unstable, tumultuous form of government, not to mention one which endangers the rights of minorities, the specific minority they had in mind in this case being the rich. It was only once the term democracy could be almost completely transformed to incorporate the principle of representation, a term which itself has a very curious history, since, as Cornelius Castoriadis liked to point out, 1991, Godbout 2005, it originally referred to representatives of the people before the king, internal ambassadors in fact, rather than those who wielded power in any sense themselves, that it was rehabilitated, in the eyes of well-born political theorists, and took on the meaning it has today. In the next section let me pass, however briefly, to how this came about. Part 3, on the emergence of the democratic ideal. The remarkable thing is just how long it took. For the first 300 years of the North Atlantic system, democracy continued to mean the mob. This was true even in the age of revolutions. In almost every case, the founders of what are now considered the first democratic constitutions in England, France, and the United States, rejected any suggestion that they were trying to introduce democracy. As Francis Dupuy, 1999-2004, has observed, the founders of the modern electoral systems in the United States and France were overtly anti-democratic. This anti-democratism can be explained in part by their vast knowledge of the literary, philosophical, and historical texts of Greco-Roman antiquity. Regarding political history, it was common for American and French political figures to see themselves as direct heirs to classical civilization and to believe that all through history, from Athens and Rome to Boston and Paris, the same political forces have faced off in eternal struggles. The founders sided with the historical republican forces against the aristocratic and democratic ones, and the Roman Republic was the political model for both the Americans and the French, whereas Athenian democracy was a despised counter-model. Dupuy 2004, 120. In the English-speaking world, for example, most educated people in the late 18th century were familiar with Athenian democracy largely through a translation of Thucydides by Thomas Hobbes. Their conclusion, that democracy was unstable, tumultuous, prone to factionalism and demagoguery, and marked by a strong tendency to turn into despotism, was hardly surprising. Most politicians, then, were hostile to anything that smacked of democracy precisely because they saw themselves as heirs to what we now call the Western tradition. The ideal of the Roman Republic was enshrined, for example, in the American Constitution, whose framers were quite consciously trying to imitate Rome's mixed constitution, balancing monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements. John Adams, for example, in his defense of the Constitution, 1797, argued that truly egalitarian societies do not exist, that every known human society has a supreme leader, an aristocracy, whether of wealth or a natural aristocracy of virtue, and a public, and that the Roman Constitution was the most perfect in balancing the powers of each. The American Constitution was meant to reproduce this balance by creating a powerful presidency, a Senate to represent the wealthy, and a Congress to represent the people, though the powers of the latter were largely limited to ensuring popular control over the distribution of tax money. This Republican ideal lies at the basis of all democratic constitutions, and to this day many conservative thinkers in America like to point out that America is not a democracy, it's a republic. On the other hand, as John Markoff notes, those who called themselves Democrats at the tail end of the 18th century were likely to be very suspicious of parliaments, downright hostile to competitive political parties, critical of secret ballots, uninterested or even opposed to women's suffrage, and sometimes tolerant of slavery. 1999, 661, again, hardly surprising, for those who wished to revive something along the lines of ancient Athens. At the time, outright Democrats of this sort, men like Tom Paine, for instance, were considered a tiny minority of rabble-rousers even within revolutionary regimes. Things only began to change over the course of the next century. In the United States, as the franchise widened in the first decades of the 19th century, and politicians were increasingly forced to seek the votes of small farmers and urban laborers, some began to adopt the term. Andrew Jackson led the way. He started referring to himself as a Democrat in the 1820s. Within 20 years, almost all political parties, not just populists but even the most conservative, began to follow suit. In France, socialists began calling for democracy in the 1830s, with similar results. Within 10 or 15 years, the term was being used by even moderate and conservative Republicans forced to compete with them for the popular vote. Dupuy-Dury's 1999, 2004. The same period saw a dramatic reappraisal of Athens, which again starting in the 1820s began to be represented as embodying a noble ideal of public participation, rather than a nightmare of violent crowd psychology. Saxon House 1993. This is not, however, because anyone, at this point, was endorsing Athenian-style direct democracy, even on the local level. In fact, one rather imagines it was precisely this fact that made the rehabilitation of Athens possible. For the most part, politicians simply began substituting the word democracy for republic, without any change in meaning. I suspect the new positive appraisal of Athens had more to do with popular fascination with events in Greece at the time than anything else, specifically, the War of Independence against the Ottoman Empire between 1821 and 1829. It was hard not see it as modern replay of the clash between the Persian Empire and Greek city-states narrated by Herodotus, a kind of founding text of the opposition between freedom-loving Europe and the despotic East, and, of course, changing one's frame of reference from Thucydides to Herodotus could only do Athens' image good. When novelists like Victor Hugo and poets like Walt Whitman began touting democracy as a beautiful ideal, as they soon began to do, they were not, however, referring to word games on the part of elites, but to the broader popular sentiment that had caused small farmers and urban laborers to look with favor on the term to begin with, even when the political elite was still largely using it as a term of abuse. The democratic ideal, in other words, did not emerge from the Western literary philosophical tradition. It was, rather, imposed on it. In fact, the notion that democracy was a distinctly Western ideal only came much later. For most of the 19th century, when Europeans defined themselves against the East or the Orient, they did so precisely as Europeans, not Westerners, ate. With few exceptions, the West referred to the Americas. It was only in the 1890s, when Europeans began to see the United States as part of the same, co-equal civilization, that many started using the term in its current sense. Gogwilt 1995, Martin and Wigan 1997, 49-62. Huntington's Western civilization comes even later. This notion was first developed in American universities in the years following World War I, Federici 1995, 67, at a time when German intellectuals were already locked in debate about whether they were part of the West at all. Over the course of the 20th century, the concept of Western civilization proved perfectly tailored for an age that saw the gradual dissolution of colonial empires, since it managed to lump together the former colonial metropoles with their wealthiest and most powerful settler colonies, at the same time insisting on their shared moral and intellectual superiority, and abandoning any notion that they necessarily had a responsibility to civilize anybody else. The peculiar tension evident in phrases like Western science, Western freedoms, or Western consumer goods, do these reflect universal truths that all human beings should recognize? Or are they the products of one tradition among many, would appear to stem directly from the ambiguities of the historical moment? The resulting formulation is, as I've noted, so riddled with contradictions that it's hard to see how it could have arisen except to fill a very particular historical need. If you examine these terms more closely, however, it becomes obvious that all these Western objects are the products of endless entanglements. Western science was patched together out of discoveries made on many continents, and is now largely produced by non-Westerners. Western consumer goods were always drawn from materials taken from all over the world, many explicitly imitated Asian products, and nowadays, are all produced in China. Can we say the same of Western freedoms? The reader can probably guess what my answer will be. Part 4, Recuperation. In debates about the origins of capitalism, one of the main bones of contention is whether capitalism or, alternately, industrial capitalism emerged primarily within European societies, or whether it can only be understood in the context of a larger world system connecting Europe and its overseas possessions, markets, and sources of labor overseas. It is possible to have the argument, I think, because so many capitalist forms began so early, many could be said to already be present, at least in embryonic form, at the very dawn of European expansion. This can hardly be said for democracy. Even if one is willing to follow by now accepted convention and identify republican forms of government with that word, democracy only emerges within centers of empire like England and France, and colonies like the United States, after the Atlantic system had existed for almost 300 years. Giovanni Arrighi, Iftikhar Ahmed, and Minwen Shi, 1997, have produced what's to my mind one of the more interesting responses to Huntington, a world systemic analysis of European expansion, particularly in Asia, over the last several centuries. One of the most fascinating elements in their account is how, at exactly the same time as European powers came to start thinking themselves as democratic in the 1830s, 1840s, and 1850s, those same powers began pursuing an intentional policy of supporting reactionary elites against those pushing for anything remotely resembling democratic reforms overseas. Great Britain was particularly flagrant in this regard, whether in its support for the Ottoman Empire against the rebellion of Egyptian governor Muhammad Ali after the Balta-Limani Treaty of 1838, or in its support for the Qing imperial forces against the Taiping Rebellion after the Nanjing Treaty of 1842. In either case, Britain first found some excuse to launch a military attack on one of the great Asian ancien regimes, defeated it militarily, imposed a commercially advantageous treaty, and then, almost immediately upon doing so, swung around to prop that same regime up against political rebels who clearly were closer to their own supposed Western values than the regime itself, in the first case a rebellion aiming to turn Egypt into something more like a modern nation-state, in the second, an egalitarian Christian movement calling for universal brotherhood. After the Great Rebellion of 1857 in India, Britain began employing the same strategy in her own colonies, self-consciously propping up landed magnates and the petty rulers of native states within its own Indian Empire, 1997, 34. All of this was buttressed on the intellectual level by the development around the same time of Orientalist theories that argued that, in Asia, such authoritarian regimes were inevitable, and democratizing movements were unnatural or did not exist. 9. In sum, Huntington's claim that Western civilization is the bearer of a heritage of liberalism, constitutionalism, human rights, equality, liberty, the rule of law, democracy, free markets, and other similarly attractive ideals, all of which are said to have permeated other civilizations, only superficially rings false to anyone familiar with the Western record in Asia in the so-called Age of Nation-States. In this long list of ideals, it is hard to find a single one that was not denied in part or full by the leading Western powers of the epoch in their dealings either with the peoples they subjected to direct colonial rule or with the governments over which they sought to establish suzerainty. And conversely, it is just as hard to find a single one of those ideals that was not upheld by movements of national liberation in their struggle against the Western powers. In upholding these ideals, however, non-Western peoples and governments invariably combine them with ideals derived from their own civilizations in those spheres in which they had little to learn from the West. Arrighi, Ahmed, and Shi, 1997, 25. Actually, I think one could go much further. Opposition to European expansion in much of the world, even quite early on, appears to have been carried out in the name of Western values that the Europeans in question did not yet even have. In Sengho, 2004, 222-24, for example, draws our attention to the first known articulation of the notion of jihad against Europeans in the Indian Ocean, a book called Gift of the Jihad Warriors in Matters Regarding the Portuguese, written in 1574 by an Arab jurist named Zain al-Din al-Malibari and addressed to the Muslim Sultan of the Deccan state of Bijapur. In it, the author makes a case that it is justified to wage war against the Portuguese specifically because they destroyed a tolerant, pluralistic society in which Muslims, Hindus, Christians, and Jews had always managed to coexist. In the Muslim trading ecumene of the Indian Ocean, some of Huntington's values a certain notion of liberty, a certain notion of equality, some very explicit ideas about freedom of trade and the rule of law had long been considered important. Others, such as religious tolerance, might well have become values as a result of Europeans coming onto the scene, if only by point of contrast. My real point is that one simply cannot lay any of these values down to the one particular moral, intellectual, or cultural tradition. They arise, for better or worse, from exactly the sort of interaction. I also want to make another point, though. We are dealing with the work of a Muslim jurist, writing a book addressed to a South Indian king. The values of tolerance and mutual accommodation he wishes to defend actually, these are our terms, he himself speaks of kindness might have emerged from a complex intercultural space, outside the authority of any overarching state power, and they might have only crystallized, as values, in the face of those who wished to destroy that space. Yet, in order to write about them, to justify their defense, he was forced to deal with states and frame his argument in terms of a single literary philosophical tradition, in this case, the legal tradition of Sunni Islam. There was an act of reincorporation. There inevitably must be, once one re-enters the world of state power and textual authority. And, when later authors write about such ideas, they tend to represent matters as if the ideals emerged from that tradition, rather than from the spaces in between. So do historians. In a way, it's almost inevitable that they should do so, considering the nature of their source material. They are, after all, primarily students of textual traditions, and information about the spaces in between is often very difficult to come by. What's more, they are, at least when dealing with the Western tradition, writing, in large part, within the same literary tradition as their sources. This is what makes the real origins of democratic ideals, especially that popular enthusiasm for ideas of liberty and popular sovereignty that obliged politicians to adopt the term to begin with, so difficult to reconstruct. Recall here what I said earlier about the slipperiness of the Western eye. The tradition has long had a tendency to describe alien societies as puzzles to be deciphered by a rational observer. As a result, descriptions of alien societies were often used, around this time, as a way of making a political point, whether contrasting European societies with the relative freedom of Native Americans, or the relative order of China. But they did not tend to acknowledge the degree to which they were themselves entangled with those societies and to which their own institutions were influenced by them. In fact, as any student of early anthropology knows, even authors who were themselves part Native American or part Chinese, or who had never set foot in Europe, would tend to write this way. As men or women of action, they would negotiate their way between worlds. When it came time to write about their experiences, they would become featureless abstractions. When it came time to write institutional histories, they referred back, almost invariably, to the classical world. The influence debate. In 1977, an historian of the Iroquois Confederacy, himself a Native American and member of AIM, the American Indian Movement, wrote an essay proposing that certain elements of the U.S. Constitution, particularly its federal structure, were inspired in part by the League of Six Nations. He expanded on the argument in the 1980s with another historian, David Johansen, 1982, Grind and Johansen 1990, suggesting that, in a larger sense, what we now would consider America's democratic spirit was partly inspired by the example of Native Americans. Some of the specific evidence they assembled was quite compelling. The idea of forming some sort of federation of colonies was indeed proposed by an Onondaga ambassador named Canasadago, exhausted by having to negotiate with so many separate colonies during negotiations over the Lancaster Treaty in 1744. The image he used to demonstrate the strength of union, a bundle of 6 arrows, still appears on the seal of the Union of the United States. The number later increased to 13. Ben Franklin, present at the event, took up the idea and promoted it widely through his printing house over the next decade, and, in 1754, his efforts came to fruition with a conference in Albany, New York, with representatives of the Six Nations in attendance that drew up what came to be known as the Albany Plan of Union. The plan was ultimately rejected both by British authorities and colonial parliaments, but it was clearly an important first step. More importantly, perhaps, proponents of what has come to be called the influence theory argued that the values of egalitarianism and personal freedom that mark so many Eastern woodlands societies served as a broader inspiration for the equality and liberty promoted by colonial rebels. When Boston patriots triggered their revolution by dressing up as Mohawks and dumping British tea into the harbor, they were making a self-conscious statement of their model for individual liberty. That Iroquois federal institutions might have had some influence on the U.S. Constitution was considered a completely unremarkable notion, when it was occasionally proposed in the 19th century. When it was proposed again in the 1980s, it set off a political maelstrom. Many Native Americans strongly endorsed the idea, Congress passed a bill acknowledging it, and all sorts of right-wing commentators immediately pounced on it as an example of the worst sort of political correctness. At the same time, though, the argument met immediate and quite virulent opposition both from most professional historians considered authorities on the Constitution and from anthropological experts on the Iroquois. The actual debate ended up turning almost entirely on whether one could prove a direct relation between Iroquois institutions and the thinking of the framers of the Constitution. Payne, 1999, for example, noted that some New England colonists were discussing federal schemes before they were even aware of the League's existence. In a larger sense, they argued that proponents of the influence theory had essentially cooked the books by picking out every existing passage in the writings of colonial politicians that praised Iroquoian institutions, while ignoring hundreds of texts in which those same politicians denounced the Iroquois, and Indians in general, as ignorant, murdering savages. Their opponents, they said, left the reader with the impression that explicit, textual proof of an Iroquoian influence on the Constitution existed, and this was simply not the case. Even the Indians present at constitutional conventions appear to have been there to state grievances, not to offer advice. Invariably, when colonial politicians discussed the origins of their ideas, they looked to classical, biblical, or European examples, the Book of Judges, the Achaean League, the Swiss Confederacy, the United Provinces of the Netherlands. Proponents of the influence theory, in turn, replied that this kind of linear thinking was simplistic. No one was claiming the Six Nations were the only or even primary model for American federalism, just one of many elements that went into the mix, and considering that it was the only functioning example of a federal system of which the colonists had any direct experience, to insist it had no influence whatever was simply bizarre. Indeed, some of the objections raised by anthropologists seem so odd. For example, Elizabeth Tooker's objection, 1998, that, since the League worked by consensus and reserved an important place for women, and the U.S. Constitution used a majority system and only allowed men to vote, one could not possibly have served as inspiration for the other, or Dean Snow's remark, 1994, 154, that such claims muddle and denigrate the subtle and remarkable features of Iroquois government. One can only conclude that Native American activist Vine Deloria probably did have a point in suggesting much of this was simply an effort by scholars to protect what they considered their turf, a matter of intellectual property rights, in Johansson 1998, 82. The proprietary reaction is much clearer in some quarters. This myth isn't just silly, it's destructive, wrote one contributor to the New Republic. Obviously Western civilization, beginning in Greece, had provided models of government much closer to the hearts of the Founding Fathers than this one. There was nothing to be gained by looking to the New World for inspiration, Newman 1998, 18. If one is speaking of the immediate perceptions of many of the United States Founding Fathers, this may well be true, but if we are trying to understand the Iroquois influence on American democracy, then matters look quite different. As we've seen, the Constitution's framers did indeed identify with the classical tradition, but they were hostile to democracy for that very reason. They identified democracy with untrammeled liberty, equality, and, insofar as they were aware of Indian customs at all, they were likely to see them as objectionable for precisely the same reasons. If one re-examines some of the moot passages, this is precisely what one finds. John Adams, remember, had argued in his defense of the Constitution that egalitarian societies do not exist. Political power in every human society is divided between the monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic principles. He saw the Indians as resembling the ancient Germans in that the democratical branch, in particular, is so determined, that real sovereignty resided in the body of the people, which, he said, worked well enough when one was dealing with populations scattered over a wide territory with no real concentrations of wealth, but, as the Goths found when they conquered the Roman Empire, could only lead to confusion, instability, and strife as soon as such populations became more settled and have significant resources to administer. Adams, 296, see Levy 1999, 598, Payne 1999, 618. His observations are typical. Madison, even Jefferson, tended to describe Indians much as did John Locke, as exemplars of an individual liberty untrammeled by any form of state or systematic coercion, a condition made possible by the fact that Indian societies were not marked by significant divisions of property. They considered native institutions obviously inappropriate for a society such as their own, which did. Still, Enlightenment theory to the contrary, nations are not really created by the acts of wise lawgivers. Neither is democracy invented in texts, even if we are forced to rely on texts to divine its history. Actually, the men who wrote the Constitution were not only for the most part wealthy landowners, few had a great deal of experience in sitting down with a group of equals at least, until they became involved in colonial congresses. Democratic practices tend to first get hammered out in places far from the purview of such men, and, if one sets out in search for which of their contemporaries had the most hands-on experience in such matters, the results are sometimes startling. One of the leading contemporary historians of European democracy, John Markoff, in an essay called Where and When Was Democracy Invented, remarks, at one point, very much in passing, that leadership could derive from the consent of the led, rather than be bestowed by higher authority, would have been a likely experience of the crews of pirate vessels in the early modern Atlantic world. Pirate crews not only elected their captains, but were familiar with countervailing power, in the forms of the quartermaster and ship's council, and contractual relations of individual and collectivity, in the form of written ship's articles specifying shares of booty and rates of compensation for on-the-job injury, Markoff 1999, 673 and 62. As a matter of fact, the typical organization of 18th-century pirate ships, as reconstructed by historians like Marcus Riediker, 2004, 60-82, appears to have been remarkably democratic. Captains were not only elected, they usually functioned much like Native American war chiefs, granted total power during chase or combat. They were treated like ordinary crewmen. Those ships whose captains were granted more general powers also insisted on the crew's right to remove them at any time for cowardice, cruelty, or any other reason. In every case, ultimate power rested in a general assembly that often ruled on even the most minor matters, always, apparently, by majority show of hands. All this might seem less surprising if one considers the pirates' origins. Pirates were generally mutineers, sailors often originally pressed into service against their will in port towns across the Atlantic, who had mutinied against tyrannical captains and declared war against the whole world. They often became classic social bandits, wreaking vengeance against captains who abused their crews, and releasing or even rewarding those against whom they found no complaints. The makeup of crews was often extraordinarily heterogeneous. Black Sam Bellamy's crew of 1,717 was a mixed multitude of all countries, including British, French, Dutch, Spanish, Swedish, Native American, African American, and 24 Africans who had been liberated from a slave ship, Riediker 2004, 53. In other words, we are dealing with a collection of people in which there was likely to be at least some first-hand knowledge of a very wide range of directly democratic institutions, ranging from Swedish tings to African village assemblies to Native American councils such as those from which the League of Six Nations itself developed, suddenly finding themselves forced to improvise some mode of self-government in the complete absence of any state. It was the perfect intercultural space of experiment. In fact, there was likely to be no more conducive ground for the development of new democratic institutions anywhere in the Atlantic world at the time. I bring this up for two reasons. One is obvious. We have no evidence that democratic practices developed on Atlantic pirate ships in the early part of the 18th century had any influence, direct or indirect, on the evolution of democratic constitutions 60 or 70 years later. Nor could we. While accounts of pirates and their adventures circulated widely, having much the same popular appeal as they do today, and presumably, at the time, were likely to be at least a little more accurate than contemporary Hollywood versions, this would be about the very last influence a French, English, or colonial gentleman would ever have been willing to acknowledge. This is not to say that pirate practices were likely to have influenced democratic constitutions. Only that we would not know if they did. One can hardly imagine things would be too different with those they ordinarily referred to as the American savages. The other reason is that frontier societies in the Americas were probably more similar to pirate ships than we would be given to imagine. They might not have been as densely populated as pirate ships, or in as immediate need of constant cooperation, but they were spaces of intercultural improvisation, largely outside of the purview of states. Colin Calloway, 1997, C.F. Axtell 1985, has documented just how entangled the societies of settlers and natives often were, with settlers adopting Indian crops, clothes, medicines, customs, and styles of warfare, trading with them, often living side by side, sometimes intermarrying, and most of all, inspiring endless fears among the leaders of colonial communities and military units that their subordinates were absorbing Indian attitudes of equality and individual liberty. At the same time, as New England Puritan minister Cotton Mather, for example, was inveighing against pirates as a blaspheming scourge of mankind, he was also complaining that fellow colonists had begun to imitate Indian customs of child rearing, for example, by abandoning corporal punishment, and increasingly forgetting the principles of proper discipline and severity in the governance of families for the foolish indulgence typical of Indians, whether in relations between masters and servants, men and women, or young and old. Callaway 1997, 192.10. This was true most of all in communities, often made up of escaped slaves and servants who became Indians, outside the control of colonial governments entirely. Sakolsky and Cohnlein 1993, or island enclaves of what Linnebaugh and Riediker, 1991, have called the Atlantic proletariat, the motley collection of freedmen, sailors, ship's whores, renegades, antinomians, and rebels that developed in the port cities of the North Atlantic world before the emergence of modern racism, and from whom much of the democratic impulse of the American and other revolutions seems to have first emerged. But it was true for ordinary settlers as well. The irony is that this was the real argument of Bruce Johansson's book Forgotten Founders, 1982, which first kicked off the influence debate, an argument that largely ended up getting lost in all the sound and fury about the Constitution, that ordinary Englishmen and Frenchmen settled in the colonies only began to think of themselves as Americans, as a new sort of freedom-loving people, when they began to see themselves as more like Indians. And that this sense was inspired not primarily by the sort of romanticization at a distance one might encounter in texts by Jefferson or Adam Smith, but rather, by the actual experience of living in frontier societies that were essentially, as Callaway puts it, amalgams. The colonists who came to America, in fact, found themselves in a unique situation, having largely fled the hierarchy and conformism of Europe. They found themselves confronted with an indigenous population far more dedicated to principles of equality and individualism than they had hitherto been able to imagine, and then proceeded to largely exterminate them, even while adopting many of their customs, habits, and attitudes. I might add that during this period the Five Nations were something of an amalgam as well. Originally a collection of groups that had made a kind of contractual agreement with one another to create a way of mediating disputes and making peace, they became, during their period of expansion in the 17th century, an extraordinary jumble of peoples, with large proportions of the population war captives adopted into Iroquois families to replace family members who were dead. Missionaries in those days often complained that it was difficult to preach to Seneca in their own languages, because a majority were not completely fluent in it. Quain 1937. Even during the 18th century, for instance, while Canasedoga was an Onondaga sachem, the other main negotiator with the colonists, Swatane, called Skikalami, was actually French or, at least, born to French parents in what's now Canada. On all sides, then, borders were blurred. We are dealing with a graded succession of spaces of democratic improvisation, from the Puritan communities of New England with their town councils, to frontier communities, to the Iroquois themselves. Traditions as acts of endless refoundation. Let me try to pull some of the pieces together now. Throughout this essay, I've been arguing that democratic practice, whether defined as procedures of egalitarian decision-making, or government by public discussion, tends to emerge from situations in which communities of one sort or another manage their own affairs outside the purview of the state. The absence of state power means the absence of any systematic mechanism of coercion to enforce decisions. This tends to result either in some form of consensus process, or, in the case of essentially military formations like Greek hoplites or pirate ships, sometimes a system of majority voting, since, in such cases, the results, if it did come down to a contest of force, are readily apparent. Democratic innovation, and the emergence of what might be called democratic values, has a tendency to spring from what I've called zones of cultural improvisation, usually also outside of the control of states, in which diverse sorts of people with different traditions and experiences are obliged to figure out some way to deal with one another. Frontier communities, whether in Madagascar or medieval Iceland, pirate ships, Indian Ocean trading communities, Native American confederations on the edge of European expansion, are all examples here. All of this has very little to do with the great literary philosophical traditions that tend to be seen as the pillars of great civilizations. Indeed, with few exceptions, those traditions are overall explicitly hostile to democratic procedures, and the sort of people that employ them. 11 Governing elites, in turn, have tended either to ignore these forms, or to try to stomp them out. 12. At a certain point in time, however, first in the core states of the Atlantic system, notably England and France, the two that had the largest colonies in North America, this began to change. The creation of that system had been heralded by such unprecedented destruction that it allowed endless new improvisational spaces for the emerging Atlantic proletariat. States, under pressure from social movements, began to institute reforms. Eventually, those working in the elite literary tradition started seeking precedents for them. The result was the creation of representative systems modeled on the Roman Republic that then were later redubbed, under popular pressure, democracies, and traced to Athens. Actually, I would suggest that this process of democratic recuperation and refoundation was typical of a broader process that probably marks any civilizational tradition, but was at that time entering a phase of critical intensity. As European states expanded and the Atlantic system came to encompass the world, all sorts of global influences appear to have coalesced in European capitals, and to have been reabsorbed within the tradition that eventually came to be known as Western. The actual genealogy of the elements that came together in the modern state, for example, is probably impossible to reconstruct, if only because the very process of recuperation tends to scrub away the more exotic elements in written accounts, or, if not, integrate them into familiar topoi of invention and discovery. Historians, who tend to rely almost exclusively on texts and pride themselves on exacting standards of evidence, therefore, often end up, as they did with the Iroquois influence theory, feeling it is their professional responsibility to act as if new ideas do emerge from within textual traditions. Let me throw out two examples. African fetishism and the idea of the social contract. The Atlantic system, of course, began to take form in West Africa even before Columbus sailed to America. In a fascinating series of essays, William Peets, 1985, 1987, 1988, has described the life of the resulting coastal enclaves where Venetian, Dutch, Portuguese, and every other variety of European merchant and adventurer cohabited with African merchants and adventurers speaking dozens of different languages, a mix of Muslim, Catholic, Protestant, and a variety of ancestral religions. Trade, within these enclaves, was regulated by objects the Europeans came to refer to as fetishes, and Peets does much to elaborate the European merchants' theories of value and materiality to which this notion ultimately gave rise. More interesting, perhaps, is the African perspective. Insofar as it can be reconstructed, it appears strikingly similar to the kind of social contract theories developed by men like Thomas Hobbes in Europe at the same time, McGaffey 1994, Graeber 2005. Essentially, fetishes were created by a series of contracting parties who wished to enter into ongoing economic relations with one another, and were accompanied by agreements on property rights and the rules of exchange. Those violating them were to be destroyed by the object's power. In other words, just as in Hobbes, social relations are created when a group of men agreed to create a sovereign power to threaten them with violence if they failed to respect their property rights and contractual obligations. Later, African texts even praised the fetish as preventing a war of all against all. Unfortunately, it's completely impossible to find evidence that Hobbes was aware of any of this. He lived most of his life in a port town and very likely had met traders familiar with such customs, but his political works contain no references to the African continent whatever. China and the European nation-state. Over the course of the early modern period, European elites gradually conceived the ideal of governments that ruled over uniform populations, speaking the same language, under a uniform system of law and administration, and eventually that this system also should be administered by a meritocratic elite whose training should consist largely in the study of literary classics in that nation's vernacular language. The odd thing is nothing approaching a precedent for a state of this sort existed anywhere in previous European history, though it almost exactly corresponded to the system Europeans believed to hold sway, and which to a large extent, did hold sway, in Imperial China. 13 Is there evidence for a Chinese influence theory? In this case, there is a little. The prestige of the Chinese government evidently being higher, in the eyes of European philosophers, than African merchants, such influences would not be entirely ignored. From Leibniz's famous remark that the Chinese should really be sending missionaries to Europe rather than the other way around, to the work of Montesquieu and Voltaire, one sees a succession of political philosophers extolling Chinese institutions as well as a popular fascination with Chinese art, gardens, fashions, and moral philosophy. Lovejoy 1955, at exactly the time that absolutism took form, only to fade away in the 19th century once China had become the object of European imperial expansion. Obviously none of this constitutes proof that the modern nation-state is in any way of Chinese inspiration. But considering the nature of the literary traditions we're dealing with, even if it were true, this would be about as much proof as we could ever expect to get. So, is the modern nation-state really a Chinese model of administration, adopted to channel and control democratic impulses derived largely from the influence of Native American societies and the pressures of the Atlantic proletariat, that ultimately came to be justified by a social contract theory derived from Africa? Probably not. At least, this would no doubt be wildly overstating things. But neither do I think it a coincidence either that democratic ideals of statecraft first emerged during a period in which the Atlantic powers were at the center of vast global empires, and an endless confluence of knowledge and influences, or that they eventually developed the theory that those ideals sprang instead exclusively from their own Western civilization, despite the fact that, during the period in which Europeans had not been at the center of global empires, they had developed nothing of the kind. Finally, I think it's important to emphasize that this process of recuperation is by no means limited to Europe. In fact, one of the striking things is how quickly almost everyone else in the world began playing the same game. To some degree, as the example of al-Malibari suggests, it was probably happening in other parts of the world even before it began happening in Europe. Of course, overseas movements only started using the word democracy much later, but even in the Atlantic world, that term only came into common usage around the middle of the 19th century. It was also around the middle of the 19th century, just as European powers began recuperating notions of democracy for their own tradition, when Britain led the way in a very self-conscious policy of suppressing anything that looked like it might even have the potential to become a democratic, popular movement overseas. The ultimate response, in much of the colonial world, was to begin playing the exact same game. Opponents to colonial rule scoured their own literary philosophical traditions for parallels to ancient Athens, along with examining traditional communal decision-making forms in their hinterlands. As Steve Muhlenberger and Phil Payne, 1993, Beekler 1985, for example, have documented, if one simply defines it as decision-making by public discussion, democracy is a fairly common phenomenon. Examples can be found even under states and empires, if only, usually, in those places or domains of human activity in which the rulers of states and empires took little interest. Greek historians writing about India, for example, witnessed any number of polities they considered worthy of the name. Between 1911 and 1918, a number of Indian historians, K.P. Jaiswal, D.R. Bhandarkar, R.C. Majumdar, 14 began examining some of these sources, not only Greek accounts of Alexander's campaigns but also early Buddhist documents in Pali and early Hindu vocabularies and works of political theory. They discovered dozens of local equivalents to 5th century Athens on South Asian soil, cities and political confederations in which all men formally classified as warriors, which in some cases meant a very large proportion of adult males were expected to make important decisions collectively, through public deliberation in communal assemblies. The literary sources of the time were mostly just as hostile to popular rule as Greek ones 15, but, at least until around 400 AD, such polities definitely existed, and the deliberative mechanisms they employed continue to be employed, in everything from the governance of Buddhist monasteries to craft guilds, until the present day. It was possible, then, to say that the Indian, or even Hindu, tradition was always inherently democratic, and this became a strong argument for those seeking independence. These early historians clearly overstated their case. After independence came the inevitable backlash. Historians began to point out that these clan republics were very limited democracies at best, that the overwhelming majority of the population, women, slaves, those defined as outsiders, were completely disenfranchised. Of course, all this was true of Athens as well, and historians have pointed that out at length. But it seems to me questions of authenticity are of at best secondary importance. Such traditions are always largely fabrications. To some degree, that's what traditions are, the continual process of their own fabrication. The point is that, in every case, what we have are political elites or would-be political elites identifying with a tradition of democracy in order to validate essentially republican forms of government. Also, not only was democracy not the special invention of the West, neither was this process of recuperation and refoundation. True, elites in India started playing the game some 60 years later than those in England and France, but, historically, this is not a particularly long period of time. Rather than seeing Indian, or Malagasy, or Tswana, or Maya claims to being part of an inherently democratic tradition as an attempt to ape the West, it seems to me we are looking at different aspects of the same planetary process, a crystallization of long-standing democratic practices in the formation of a global system, in which ideas were flying back and forth in all directions, and the gradual, usually grudging adoption of some by ruling elites. The temptation to trace democracy to some particular cultural origins, though, seems almost irresistible. Even serious scholars continue to indulge it. Let me return to Harvard to provide one final, to my mind particularly ironic, example, a collection of essays called The Breakout, The Origins of Civilization, M. Lamard-Karlofsky 2000, put together by leading American symbolic archaeologists. 16 The line of argument sets out from a suggestion by archaeologist K.C. Chang, that early Chinese civilization was based on a fundamentally different sort of ideology than Egypt or Mesopotamia. It was essentially a continuation of the cosmos of earlier hunting societies, in which the monarch replaced the shaman as having an exclusive and personal connection with divine powers. The result was absolute authority. Chang was fascinated by the similarities between early China and the classic Maya, as reconstructed through recently translated inscriptions, the stratified universe with bird-perched cosmic tree and religious personnel interlinking the upper, middle, and underworlds, animal messengers, use of writing mainly for politics and ritual, veneration of ancestors, and so on, 1988, 2007. The states that emerged in the third millennium in the Middle East, in contrast, represented a kind of breakthrough to an alternate, more pluralistic model, that began when gods and their priesthoods came to be seen as independent from the state. Most of the resulting volume consists of speculations as to what this breakthrough really involved. C.C. Lamard-Karlofsky argued that the key was the first appearance of notions of freedom and equality in ancient Mesopotamia, in royal doctrines which saw a social contract between the rulers of individual city-states and their subjects, which he calls a breakout, and which most contributors agreed should be seen as pointing the way towards Western democracy. 122. In fact, the main topic of debate soon became who, or what, deserved the credit. Mason Hammond argued for the Indo-European origins of the concept of a democratic society, saying that notions of democracy did not reach Greece from contact with the Near East or Mesopotamia, where equity and justice were the gift of the ruler, but stemmed from an Indo-European concept of a social organization in which sovereignty might be said to rest, not with the chief, but with the council of elders and the assembly of arms-bearing males. 59. Gordon Willey, on the other hand, sees democratic urges as arising from the free market, which he thinks was more developed in Mesopotamia than China, and largely absent under Maya kingdoms, where rulers ruled by divine right and there is no evidence of any counterbalancing power within the chiefdom or state that could have held him in check. 29.17 Linda Skeely, the foremost authority on the classic Maya, concurs, adding that this shamanic cosmos is still alive and functioning today in modern Maya communities. 54. Other scholars try to put in a good word for their own parts of the ancient world, Egypt, Israel, the Harappan civilization. At times, these arguments seem almost comical parodies of the kind of logic I've been criticizing in historians, most obviously, the line of reasoning that assumes that, if there is no direct evidence for something, it can be treated as if it does not exist. This seems especially inappropriate when dealing with early antiquity, an enormous landscape on which archaeology and linguistics can at best throw open a few tiny windows. For example, the fact that primitive Celts and Germans met in communal assemblies does not in itself prove that communal assemblies have an Indo-European origin unless, that is, one can demonstrate that stateless societies speaking non-Indo-European languages at the time did not. In fact, the argument seems almost circular, since by primitive, the author seems to mean stateless or relatively egalitarian, and such societies almost by definition cannot be ruled autocratically, no matter what language people speak. Similarly, when characterizing the classic Maya as lacking any form of countervailing institutions, Willey describes even the bloodthirsty Aztecs as less authoritarian, owing to their more developed markets. It doesn't seem to occur to any of the authors to wonder what ancient Rome or medieval England might look like if they had to be reconstructed exclusively through ruined buildings and official statements carved in stone. In fact, if my argument is right, what these authors are doing is searching for the origins of democracy precisely where they are least likely to find it, in the proclamations of the states that largely suppressed local forms of self-governance and collective deliberation, and the literary philosophical traditions that justified their doing so. This, at least, would help explain why, in Italy, Greece, and India alike, sovereign assemblies appear at the beginnings of written history and disappear quickly thereafter. The fate of the Mayas is instructive here. Sometime in the late first millennium, classic Maya civilization collapsed. Archaeologists argue about the reasons, presumably they always will, but most theories assume popular rebellions played at least some role. By the time the Spaniards arrived 600 years later, Mayan societies were thoroughly decentralized, with an endless variety of tiny city-states, some apparently with elected leaders. Conquest took much longer than it did in Peru and Mexico, and Maya communities have proved so consistently rebellious that, over the last 500 years, there has been virtually no point during which at least some have not been in a state of armed insurrection. Most ironic of all, the current wave of the global justice movement was largely kicked off by the EZLN, or Zapatista Army of National Liberation, a group of largely Maya-speaking rebels in Chiapas, mostly drawn from campesinos who had resettled in new communities in the Lacandon rainforest. Their insurrection in 1994 was carried out explicitly in the name of democracy, by which they meant something much more like Athenian-style direct democracy than the republican forms of government that have since appropriated the name. The Zapatistas developed an elaborate system in which communal assemblies, operating on consensus, supplemented by women and youth caucuses to counterbalance the traditional dominance of adult males, are knitted together by councils with recallable delegates. They claim it to be rooted in, but a radicalization of, the way that Maya-speaking communities have governed themselves for thousands of years. We do know that most highland Maya communities have been governed by some kind of consensus system since we have records, that is, for at least 500 years. While it's possible that nothing of the sort existed in rural communities during the classic Maya heyday a little over 1,000 years ago, it seems rather unlikely. Certainly, modern rebels make their own views on the classic Maya clear enough. As a Cole-speaking Zapatista remarked to a friend of mine recently, pointing to the ruins of Palenque, we managed to get rid of those guys. I don't suppose the Mexican government could be all that much of a challenge in comparison. Part V, the crisis of the state. We're finally back, then, where we began, with the rise of global movements calling for new forms of democracy. In a way, the main point of this piece has been to demonstrate that the Zapatistas are nothing unusual. They are speakers of a variety of Maya languages: Tziltel, Tojolobal, Cole, Tzotzil, Mam, originally from communities traditionally allowed a certain degree of self-governance, largely so they could function as indigenous labor reserves for ranches and plantations located elsewhere, who had formed new largely multi-ethnic communities in newly opened lands in the Lacandon, Collier 1999, Ross 2000, Russ, Hernandez and Matias 2003. In other words, they inhabit a classic example of what I've been calling spaces of democratic improvisation, in which a jumbled amalgam of people, most with at least some initial experience of methods of communal self-governance, find themselves in new communities outside the immediate supervision of the state. Neither is there anything particularly new about the fact that they are at the fulcrum of a global play of influences, absorbing ideas from everywhere, and their own example having an enormous impact on social movements across the planet. The first Zapatista encuentro in 1996, for example, eventually led to the formation of an international network, People's Global Action, or PGA, based on principles of autonomy, horizontally, and direct democracy, that included such disparate groups as the Movimento dos Trabalhadores Rurais Sem Terra, MST, in Brazil, the Karnataka State Farmers Association, KRSS, a Gandhian Socialist Direct Action Group in India, the Canadian Postal Workers Union, and a whole host of anarchist collectives. In Europe and the Americas, along with indigenous organizations on every continent. It was PGA, for instance, that put out the original call to action against the WDO meetings in Seattle in November 1999. Even more, the principles of Zapatismo, the rejection of vanguardism, the emphasis on creating viable alternatives in one's own community as a way of subverting the logic of global capital, has had an enormous influence on participants in social movements that, in some cases, are at best vaguely aware of the Zapatistas themselves and have certainly never heard of PGA. No doubt the growth of the internet and global communications have allowed the process to proceed much faster than ever before, and allowed for more formal, explicit alliances, but this does not mean we are dealing with an entirely unprecedented phenomenon. One might gauge the importance of the point by considering what happens when it's not borne constantly in mind. Let me turn here to an author whose position is actually quite close to my own. In a book called Cosmopolitanism, 2002, literary theorist Walter Mignolo provides a beautiful summary of just how much Kant's cosmopolitanism, or the UN Discourse on Human Rights, was developed within a context of conquest and imperialism, then invokes Zapatista calls for democracy to counter an argument by Slavoj Žižek that leftists need to temper their critiques of Eurocentrism in order to embrace democracy as the true European legacy from ancient Greece onward, 1998, 1009. Mignolo writes, "The Zapatistas have used the word democracy, although it has a different meaning for them than it has for the Mexican government. Democracy for the Zapatistas is not conceptualized in terms of European political philosophy but in terms of Maya social organization based on reciprocity, communal, instead of individual, values, the value of wisdom rather than epistemology, and so forth. The Zapatistas have no choice but to use the word that political hegemony imposed, though using that word does not mean bending to its monologic interpretation. Once democracy is singled out by the Zapatistas, it becomes a connector through which liberal concepts of democracy and indigenous concepts of reciprocity and community social organization for the common good must come to terms, Mignolo 2002, 180. This is a nice idea. Mignolo calls it border thinking. He proposes it as a model for how to come up with a healthy, critical cosmopolitanism, as opposed to the Eurocentric variety represented by Kant or Zizek. The problem though, it seems to me, is that in doing so, Mignolo himself ends up falling into a more modest version of the very essentializing discourse he's trying to escape. First of all, to say the Zapatistas have no choice but to use the word democracy is simply untrue. Of course they have a choice. Other indigenous-based groups have made very different ones. The Aymara movement in Bolivia, to select one fairly random example, chose to reject the word democracy entirely, on the grounds that, in their people's historical experience, the name has only been used for systems imposed on them through violence. 18 They therefore see their own traditions of egalitarian decision-making as having nothing to do with democracy. The Zapatista decision to embrace the term, it seems to me, was more than anything else a decision to reject anything that smacked of a politics of identity, and to appeal for allies in Mexico and elsewhere, among those interested in a broader conversation about forms of self-organization in much the same way as they also sought to begin a conversation with those interested in re-examining the meaning of words like revolution. Second, Mignolo, not entirely unlike Levi-Bruhl, ends up producing yet another confrontation between apples and oranges. He ends up contrasting Western theory and indigenous practice. In fact, Zapatismo is not simply an emanation of traditional Maya practices, its origins have to be sought in a prolonged confrontation between those practices and, among other things, the ideas of local Maya intellectuals, many, presumably, not entirely unfamiliar with the work of Kant, liberation theologists, who drew inspiration from prophetic texts written in ancient Palestine, and mestizo revolutionaries, who drew inspiration from the works of Chairman Mao, who lived in China. Democracy, in turn, did not emerge from anybody's discourse. It is as if simply taking the Western literary tradition as one's starting point even for purposes of critique means authors like Mignolo always somehow end up trapped within it. In reality, the word that political hegemony imposed is in this case itself a fractured compromise. If it weren't, we would not have a Greek word originally coined to describe a form of communal self-governance applied to representative republics to begin with. It's exactly this contradiction the Zapatistas were seizing on. In fact, it seems impossible to get rid of. Liberal theorists, example Sartori 1987, 279, do occasionally evince a desire to simply brush aside Athenian democracy entirely, to declare it irrelevant and be done with it, but for ideological purposes, such a move would be simply inadmissible. After all, without Athens, there would be no way to claim that the Western tradition had anything inherently democratic about it. We would be left tracing back our political ideals to the totalitarian musings of Plato, or if not, perhaps, to admit there's really no such thing as the West. In effect, liberal theorists have boxed themselves into a corner. Obviously, the Zapatistas are hardly the first revolutionaries to have seized on this contradiction, but their doing so has found an unusually powerful resonance, this time in part, because this is a moment of a profound crisis of the state. The impossible marriage. In its essence, I think, the contradiction is not simply one of language. It reflects something deeper. For the last 200 years, Democrats have been trying to graft ideals of popular self-governance onto the coercive apparatus of the state. In the end, the project is simply unworkable. States cannot, by their nature, ever truly be democratized. They are, after all, basically ways of organizing violence. The American Federalists were being quite realistic when they argued that democracy is inconsistent with a society based on inequalities of wealth, since, in order to protect wealth, one needs an apparatus of coercion to keep down the very mob that democracy would empower. Athens was a unique case in this respect because it was, in effect, transitional. There were certainly inequalities of wealth, even, arguably, a ruling class, but there was virtually no formal apparatus of coercion. Hence there's no consensus among scholars whether it can really be considered a state at all. It's precisely when one considers the problem of the modern state's monopoly of coercive force that the whole pretense of democracy dissolves into a welter of contradictions. For example, while modern elites have largely put aside the earlier discourse of the mob as a murderous great beast, the same imagery still pops back, in almost exactly the form it had in the 16th century, the moment anyone proposes democratizing some aspect of the apparatus of coercion. In the US, for example, advocates of the fully informed jury movement, who point out that the Constitution actually allows juries to decide on questions of law, not just of evidence, are regularly denounced in the media as wishing to go back to the days of lynchings and mob rule. It's no coincidence that the United States, a country that still prides itself on its democratic spirit, has also led the world in mythologizing, even deifying, its police. Francis Dupuy-Dury, 2002, has coined the term political agoraphobia to refer to the suspicion of public deliberation and decision-making that runs through the Western tradition, just as much in the works of Constant, Caius, or Madison as in Plato or Aristotle. I would add that even the most impressive accomplishments of the liberal state, its most genuinely democratic elements, for instance, its guarantees on freedom of speech and freedom of assembly, are premised on such agoraphobia. It is only once it becomes absolutely clear that public speech and assembly is no longer itself the medium of political decision-making, but at best an attempt to criticize, influence, or make suggestions to political decision-makers, that they can be treated as sacrosanct. Critically, this agoraphobia is not just shared by politicians and professional journalists, but in large measure by the public itself. The reasons, I think, are not far to seek. While liberal democracies lack anything resembling the Athenian agora, they certainly do not lack equivalents to Roman circuses. The ugly mirror phenomenon, by which ruling elites encourage forms of popular participation that continually remind the public just how much they are unfit to rule, seems, in many modern states, to have been brought to a condition of unprecedented perfection. Consider here, for example, the view of human nature one might derive generalizing from the experience of driving to work on the highway, as opposed to the view one might derive from the experience of public transportation. Yet the American or German love affair with the car was the result of conscious policy decisions by political and corporate elites beginning in the 1930s. One could write a similar history of the television, or consumerism, or, as Polanyi long ago noted, the market. Jurists, meanwhile, have long been aware that the coercive nature of the state ensures that democratic constitutions are founded on a fundamental contradiction. Walter Benjamin, 1978, summed it up nicely by pointing out that any legal order that claims a monopoly of the use of violence has to be founded by some power other than itself, which inevitably means by acts that were illegal according to whatever system of law came before. The legitimacy of a system of law, thus, necessarily rests on acts of criminal violence. American and French revolutionaries were, after all, by the law under which they grew up, guilty of high treason. Of course, sacred kings from Africa to Nepal have managed to solve this logical conundrum by placing themselves, like God, outside the system. But as political theorists from Agamben to Negri remind us, there is no obvious way for the people to exercise sovereignty in the same way. Both the right-wing solution, constitutional orders, are founded by, and can be set aside by, inspired leaders, whether founding fathers, or Führers who embody the popular will, and the left-wing solution, constitutional orders usually gain their legitimacy through violent popular revolutions, lead to endless practical contradictions. In fact, as sociologist Michael Mann has hinted, 1999, much of the slaughter of the 20th century derives from some version of this contradiction. The demand to simultaneously create a uniform apparatus of coercion within every piece of land on the surface of the planet, and to maintain the pretense that the legitimacy of that apparatus derives from the people, has led to an endless need to determine who, precisely, the people are supposed to be. In all the varied German law courts of the last 80 years, from Weimar to Nazi to Communist DDR to the Bundesrepublik, the judges have used the same opening formula, in Namen des Volks, in the name of the people. American courts prefer the formula the case of the people versus X, Mann 1999, 19. In other words, the people must be evoked as the authority behind the allocation of violence, despite the fact that any suggestion that the proceedings be in any way democratized is likely to be greeted with horror by all concerned. Mann suggests that pragmatic efforts to work out this contradiction, to use the apparatus of violence to identify and constitute a people that those maintaining that apparatus feel are worthy of being the source of their authority, has been responsible for at least 60 million murders in the 20th century alone. It is in this context that I might suggest that the anarchist solution that there really is no resolution to this paradox is really not all that unreasonable. The democratic state was always a contradiction. Globalization has simply exposed the rotten underpinnings, by creating the need for decision-making structures on a planetary scale where any attempt to maintain the pretense of popular sovereignty, let alone participation, would be obviously absurd. The neoliberal solution, of course, is to declare the market the only form of public deliberation one really needs, and to restrict the state almost exclusively to its coercive function. In this context, the Zapatista response to abandon the notion that revolution is a matter of seizing control over the coercive apparatus of the state, and instead proposing to refound democracy in the self-organization of autonomous communities makes perfect sense. This is the reason an otherwise obscure insurrection in southern Mexico caused such a sensation in radical circles to begin with. Democracy, then, is for the moment returning to the spaces in which it originated, the spaces in between. Whether it can then proceed to engulf the world depends perhaps less on what kind of theories we make about it, but on whether we honestly believe that ordinary human beings, sitting down together in deliberative bodies, would be capable of managing their own affairs as well as elites, whose decisions are backed up by the power of weapons, are of managing it for them, or even whether, even if they wouldn't, they have the right to be allowed to try. For most of human history, faced with such questions, professional intellectuals have almost universally taken the side of the elites. It is rather my impression that, if it really comes down to it, the overwhelming majority are still seduced by the various ugly mirrors and have no real faith in the possibilities of popular democracy. But perhaps this too could change. 12. On the phenomenology of giant puppets, broken windows, imaginary jars of urine, and the cosmological role of the police in American culture. What follows is an essay of interpretation. It is about direct action in North America, about the mass mobilizations organized by the so-called anti-globalization movement, and especially, about the war of images that has surrounded it. It begins with a simple observation. I think it's fair to say that if the average American knows just two things about these mobilizations, they are, first of all, that there are often people dressed in black who break windows, second, that they involve colorful giant puppets. I want to start by asking why these images in particular appear to have so struck the popular imagination. I also want to ask why it is that, of the two, American police seem to hate the puppets more. As many activists have observed, the forces of order in the United States seem to have a profound aversion to giant puppets. Often police strategies aim to destroy or capture them before they can even appear on the streets. As a result, a major concern for those planning actions soon became how to hide the puppets so they would not be destroyed in preemptive attacks. What's more, for many individual officers at least, the objection to puppets appeared to be not merely strategic, but personal, even visceral. Cops hate puppets. Activists are puzzled as to why. To some degree this essay emerges from that puzzlement. It is written very much from the perspective of a participant. I have been involved in the global justice movement for 6 years now, having helped organize and taken part in actions small and large, and I have spent a good deal of time wondering about such questions myself. If this were simply an essay on police psychology, of course, my involvement would put me at a significant disadvantage, since it makes it difficult to carry out detailed interviews with police. Granted, being active in the movement does afford frequent occasions for casual chats with cops. But they're not always the most enlightening. The only extended conversation I ever had with police officers on the subject of puppets, on the other hand, was carried out while I was handcuffed, which if nothing else makes it very difficult to take notes. At any rate, this essay is not so much about the particulars of police, or activist, psychology as about what the annals school historians like to call a structure of the conjuncture, the peculiar and endlessly shifting symbolic interactions of state, capital, mass media, and oppositional movements that the globalization movement has sparked. Since any strategic planning must start from an understanding of such matters, those engaged in planning actions end up endlessly discussing the current state of this conjuncture. I see this essay, therefore, as a contribution to an ongoing conversation, one that is necessarily aesthetic, critical, ethical, and political all at the same time. I also see it as ultimately pursuing the movement's aims and aspirations in another form. To ask these questions: why puppets? Why windows? Why do these images seem to have such mythic power? Why do representatives of the state react the way they do? What is the public's perception? What is the public, anyway? How would it be possible to transform the public into something else, is to begin to try to piece together the tacit rules of the game of symbolic warfare, from its elementary assumptions to the details of how the terms of engagement are negotiated in any given action, ultimately, to understand the stakes in new forms of revolutionary politics. I am myself personally convinced that such understandings are themselves revolutionary in their implications. Hence, the unusual structure of this essay, in which an analysis of the symbolism of puppets leads to a discussion of police media strategies and, from there, to reflections on the very nature of violence and the state of international politics. It is an attempt to understand an historical moment from the perspective on someone very much situated inside it. There is a widespread perception that events surrounding the WDO ministerial in Seattle in November 1999 marked the birth of a new movement in North America. It would probably be better to say that Seattle marked the moment when a much larger global movement, one which traces back at least to the Zapatista rebellion in 1994, made its first appearance on North American shores. Nonetheless, the actions in Seattle were widely considered a spectacular victory. They were quickly followed in 2000 and 2001 by a series of similar mobilizations in Washington, Prague, Quebec City, and Genoa, growing in size, but facing increasing levels of state repression. September 11 and the subsequent War on Terror changed the nature of the playing field, enabling governments to step up this repression quite dramatically, which became clear in the U.S. with the extraordinary violence with which police tactics confronted protesters during the Free Trade Areas of the Americas Summit in Miami in November 2003. Since then, the movement has largely been in a process of regrouping, though at the time of writing, summer 2006, there are increasing signs of a second wind. The movement's disarray was not simply due to heightened levels of repression. Another reason, however paradoxical this may seem, was that it reached so many of its immediate goals so quickly. After Seattle, the WDO process froze in its tracks and has never really recovered. Most ambitious global trade schemes were squashed. The effects on political discourse were even more remarkable. In fact, the change was so dramatic that it has become difficult, for many, to even remember what public discourse was actually like in the years immediately before Seattle. In the late 1990s, Washington Consensus, as it was then called, simply had no significant challengers. In the US itself, politicians and journalists appeared to have come to unanimous agreement that radical free market reforms were the only possible approach to economic development, anywhere and everywhere. In the mainstream media, anyone who challenged the basic tenets of this faith was likely to be treated as if they were almost literally insane. Speaking as someone who became active in the first months of 2000, I can attest that, however exhilarated by what had happened at Seattle, most of us still felt it would take 5 or 10 years to shatter these assumptions. In fact, It took less than 2. By late 2001, it was commonplace to see even news journals that had just months before denounced protesters as so many ignorant children, declaring that we had won the war of ideas. Much as the movement against nuclear power discovered in the 1970s and early 1980s, the direct action approach was so effective that short-term goals were reached almost immediately, forcing participants to scramble to redefine what the movement was actually about. Splits quickly developed between the anti-corporates and the anti-capitalists. As anarchist ideas and forms of organization became increasingly important, unions and NGOs began to draw back. What's critical for present purposes is that all this became a problem largely because the initial movement was so successful in getting its message out. I must, however, introduce one crucial qualification. This success applied only to the movement's negative message, what we were against. That organizations like the IMF, WTO, and World Bank were inherently unaccountable and undemocratic, that neoliberal policies were devastating the planet and throwing millions of human beings into death, poverty, hopelessness, and despair. All this, we found, was relatively easy to communicate. While mainstream media were never willing to quote our spokespeople or run the editorials we sent them, it wasn't long before accredited pundits and talking heads, encouraged by renegade economists like Joseph Stiglitz, began simply repeating the same things as if they'd made them up themselves. Admittedly, American newspaper columnists were not going to repeat the whole of the movement's arguments. They certainly were not willing to repeat anything that suggested these problems were ultimately rooted in the very nature of the state and capitalism. But the immediate message did get out. Not so for what most in the movement were actually for. If there was one central inspiration to the global justice movement, it was the principle of direct action. This is a notion very much at the heart of the anarchist tradition and, in fact, most of the movement's central organizers more and more as time went on considered themselves anarchists, or at least, heavily influenced by anarchist ideas. They saw mass mobilizations not only as opportunities to expose the illegitimate, undemocratic nature of existing institutions, but as ways to do so in a form that itself demonstrated why such institutions were unnecessary, by providing a living example of genuine, direct democracy. The key word here is process, meaning, decision-making process. When members of the Direct Action Network or similar groups are considering whether to work with some other group, the first question that's likely to be asked is what sort of process do they use? That is, do they practice internal democracy? Do they vote or use consensus? Is there a formal leadership? Such questions are usually considered of much more immediate importance than questions of ideology. Point 2. Similarly, if one talks to someone fresh from a major mobilization and asks what she found most new and exciting about the experience, one is most likely to hear long descriptions of the organization of affinity groups, clusters, blockades, flying squads, spokes councils, and network structures, or about the apparent miracle of consensus decision-making in which one can see thousands of people coordinate their actions without any formal leadership structure. There is a technical term for all this: prefigurative politics. Direct action is a form of resistance which, in its structure, is meant to prefigure the genuinely free society one wishes to create. Revolutionary action is not a form of self-sacrifice, a grim dedication to doing whatever it takes to achieve a future world of freedom. It is the defiant insistence on acting as if one is already free. The positive message, then, was a new vision of democracy. In its ability to get it out before a larger public, though, the movement has been strikingly unsuccessful. Groups like the Direct Action Network have been fairly effective in disseminating its models of decision-making within activist circles, since they do, in fact, work remarkably well, but beyond those circles, they have had very little luck. Early attempts to provoke a public debate about the nature of democracy were invariably brushed aside by the mainstream media. As for the new forms of organization, readers of mainstream newspapers or TV viewers, even those who followed stories about the movement fairly assiduously, would have had little way to know that they existed. Media images. I do not want to leave the reader with the impression that many of those involved in the global justice movement see their main task as getting a message out through the media. It is a somewhat unusual feature of this new movement that large elements of it are openly hostile to any attempt to influence what they called the corporate media, or even, in many cases, to engage with it at all. Companies like CNN or the Associated Press, they argue, are capitalist firms. It would be utterly naive to imagine they would been willing to provide a friendly venue for anyone actively opposed to capitalism, let alone to carry anti-capitalist messages to the public. Some argue that, as a key element in the structure of power, the media apparatus should itself be considered an appropriate target for direct action. One of the greatest accomplishments of the movement, in fact, has been to develop an entirely new, alternative media network, independent media, an international, participatory, activist-driven, largely internet-based media project that has, since Seattle, provided moment-to-moment coverage of large mobilizations in email, print, radio, and video forms. All this is very much in the spirit of direct action. Nonetheless, there are always activists, even anarchists, who are willing to do more traditional media work. I myself can often be counted among them. During several mobilizations, I ended up spending much of my time preparing press conferences, attending meetings on daily spins and sound bites, and fielding calls from reporters. I have in fact been the object of severe opprobrium from certain hardcore anarchist circles as a result. Still, I think the anarchist critique is largely correct, especially in America. In my own experience, editors and most reporters in this country are inherently suspicious of protests, which they tend to see not as real news stories but as artificial events concocted to influence them. Point 3. They seem willing to cover such artificial events only when constituted by proper authorities. When they do cover activist events, they are very self-conscious about the dangers that they might be manipulated, particularly if they see protests as violent. For journalists, there is an inherent dilemma here, because violence in itself is inherently newsworthy. A violent protest is far more likely to be covered, but, for that reason, the last thing journalists want to think of themselves as doing is allowing violent protesters to hijack the media to convey a message. The matter is further complicated by the fact that journalists have a fairly idiosyncratic definition of violence, something like damage to persons or property not authorized by properly constituted authorities. So, if even one protester damages a Starbucks window, one can speak of violent protests, but if police then proceed to attack everyone present with tasers, sticks, and plastic bullets, this cannot be described as violent. In these circumstances, it's hardly surprising that anarchist media teams mainly end up doing damage control. One can now begin to understand the environment in which images of black bloc anarchists smashing windows, and colorful puppets, predominate media coverage. Message is largely off limits. Almost every major mobilization has been accompanied by a day of public seminars in which radical intellectuals analyze the policies of the IMF, G8, and so on, and discuss possible alternatives. None, to my knowledge, have ever been covered by the corporate press. Process is complicated and difficult to capture visually. Meetings are usually off limits to reporters anyway. Still, the relative lack of attention to street blockades and street parties, lockdowns, banner drops, critical mass rides, and the like, is harder to explain. All these are dramatic, public, and often quite visually striking. Admittedly, since it is almost impossible to describe those engaged in such tactics as violent, the fact that participants frequently end up gassed, beaten, pepper-sprayed, shot at with plastic bullets, and otherwise manhandled by police provides narrative dilemmas most journalists would, apparently, prefer to avoid. Point 4. But this alone does not seem an adequate explanation. Point 5. We return, then, to my initial observation, that there would seem to be something compelling about the paired images of masked window breakers and giant puppets. Why? Well, if nothing else, the two do mark a kind of neat structural opposition. Anarchists in black bloc mean to render themselves anonymous and interchangeable, identifiable only by their political affinity, their willingness to engage in militant tactics, and their solidarity with one another. Hence, the uniform black hooded sweatshirts and black bandanas worn as masks. The papier-mâché puppets used in actions are all unique and individual, they tend to be brightly painted, but otherwise to vary wildly in size, shape, and conception. So, on the one hand, one has faceless, black anonymous figures, all roughly the same, on the other polychrome goddesses and birds and pigs and politicians. One is a mass, anonymous, destructive, deadly serious, the other, a multiplicity of spectacular displays of whimsical creativity. If the paired images seem somehow powerful, I would suggest, it is because their juxtaposition does, in fact, say something important about what direct action aims to achieve. Let me begin by considering property destruction. Such acts are anything but random. They tend to follow strict ethical guidelines. Individual possessions are off limits, for example, along with any commercial property that's the base of its owner's immediate livelihood. Every possible precaution is to be taken to avoid harming actual human beings. The targets often carefully researched in advance are corporate facades, banks and mass retail outlets, government buildings, or other symbols of state power. When describing their strategic vision, anarchists tend to draw on situationism. Debord and Vainagem have always been the most popular French theorists in anarchist info shops. Consumer capitalism renders us isolated passive spectators, our only relation to one another our shared fascination with an endless play of images that are, ultimately, representations of the very sense of wholeness and community we have lost. Property destruction, then, is an attempt to break the spell, to divert and redefine. It is a direct assault upon the spectacle. Consider here the words of the famous N30 Seattle Black Bloc communique, from the section entitled On the Violence of Property. When we smash a window, we aim to destroy the thin veneer of legitimacy that surrounds private property rights. At the same time, we exorcise that set of violent and destructive social relationships which has been imbued in almost everything around us. By destroying private property, we convert its limited exchange value into an expanded use value. A storefront window becomes a vent to let some fresh air into the oppressive atmosphere of a retail outlet, at least until the police decide to tear gas a nearby road blockade. A newspaper box becomes a tool for creating such vents, or a small blockade for the reclamation of public space, or an object to improve one's vantage point by standing on it. A dumpster becomes an obstruction to a phalanx of rioting cops and a source of heat and light. A building facade becomes a message board to record brainstorm ideas for a better world. After N30, many people will never see a shop window or a hammer the same way again. The potential uses of an entire cityscape have increased 1,000-fold. The number of broken windows pales in comparison to the number of broken spells cast by a corporate hegemony to lull us into forgetfulness of all the violence committed in the name of private property rights and of all the potential of a society without them. Broken windows can be boarded up, with yet more waste of our forests, and eventually replaced, but the shattering of assumptions will hopefully persist for some time to come. In David and X 2002, 56. Property destruction is a matter of taking an urban landscape full of endless corporate facades and flashing imagery that seems immutable, permanent, monumental, and demonstrating just how fragile it really is. It is a literal shattering of illusions. What then of puppets? Again, they seem the perfect complement. Giant papier-mâché puppets are created by taking the most ephemeral of material ideas, paper, wire mesh, and transforming it into something very like a monument, even if they are, at the same time, somewhat ridiculous. A giant puppet is the mockery of the idea of a monument 6, and of everything monuments represent, the inapproachability, monochrome solemnity, above all, the implication of permanence, the state's, itself ultimately somewhat ridiculous, attempt to turn its principle and history into eternal verities. If property destruction is meant to shatter the existing spectacle, giant puppets, it seems to me, suggest the permanent capacity to create new ones. In fact, From the perspective of the activists, it is again process in this case, the process of production that is really the point. There are brainstorming sessions to come up with themes and visions, organizing meetings, but, above all, the wires and frames lie on the floors of garages or yards or warehouses or similar quasi-industrial spaces for days, surrounded by buckets of paint and construction materials, almost never alone, with small teams in attendance, molding, painting, smoking, eating, playing music, arguing, wandering in and out. Everything is designed to be communal, egalitarian, expressive. The objects themselves are not expected to last. They are for the most part made of fairly delicate materials, few would withstand a heavy rainstorm, some are even self-consciously destroyed or set ablaze in the course of actions. In the absence of permanent storage facilities, they usually quickly start to fall apart. As for the images, these are clearly meant to encompass, and hence constitute, a kind of universe. Normally, puppetistas, as they sometimes call themselves, aim for a rough balance between positive and negative images. On the one hand, one might have the giant pig that represents the World Bank, on the other, a giant liberation puppet whose arms can block an entire highway. Many of the most famous images identify marchers and the things they wear or carry. For instance, a giant bird puppet at A16, the 2000 IMF/World Bank actions, was accompanied by hundreds of little birds on top of signs distributed to all and sundry. Similarly, Haymarket martyrs, Zapatistas, the Statue of Liberty, or a liberation monkey wrench might carry slogans identical to those carried on the signs, stickers, or T-shirts of those actually taking part in the action. The most striking images, though, are often negative ones. The corporate control puppet at the 2000 Democratic Convention, operating both Bush and Gore like marionettes, a giant riot policeman who shoots out pepper spray, and endless effigies to be encompassed and ridiculed. The mocking and destruction of effigies is, of course, one of the oldest and most familiar gestures of political protest. Often, such effigies are an explicit assault on monumentality. The fall of regimes is marked by the pulling down of statues. It was the, apparently staged, felling of the statue of Saddam Hussein in Baghdad that, in the minds of almost everyone, determined the moment of the actual end of his regime. Similarly, during George Bush's visit to England in 2004, protesters erected innumerable mock statues of Bush, large and small, just in order to pull them down again. Still, the positive images are often treated with little more respect than the effigies. Here is an extract from my early reflections on the subject, jotted down shortly after spending time in the puppet warehouse in Philadelphia before the Republican convention in 2000. Some would read it. Field Notes Extracts, July 31, 2000. The question I keep asking myself is, why are these things even called puppets? Normally, one thinks of puppets as figures that move in response to the motions of some puppeteer. Most of these have few, if any, moving parts. These are more like moving statues, sometimes worn, sometimes carried. So in what sense are they puppets? These puppets are extremely visual, large, but also delicate and ephemeral. Usually they fall apart after a single action. This combination of huge size and lightness, it seems to me, makes them a bridge between words and reality. They are the point of transition. They represent the ability to start to make ideas real and take on solid form, to make our view of the world into something of equal physical bulk and greater spectacular power even than the engines of state violence that stand against it. The idea that they are extensions of our minds, words, may help explain the use of the term puppets. They may not move around as an extension of some individual's will. But, if they did, this would somewhat contradict the emphasis on collective creativity. Insofar as they are characters in a drama, it is a drama with a collective author. Insofar as they are manipulated, it is in a sense by everyone, in processions, often passed around from one activist to the next. Above all, they are meant to be emanations of a collective imagination. As such, for them either to become fully solid, or fully manipulable by a single individual, would contradict the point. Puppets can be worn like costumes, and in large actions, they are in fact continuous with costumes. Every major mobilization had its totem, or totems, the famous sea turtles at Seattle, the birds and sharks at A16, the dancing skeletons at R2K, the Republican convention in Philly, the caribou at Bush's inauguration, or for that matter the fragments of Picasso's Guernica designed for the protests against the upcoming Iraq invasion in 2003, designed so that they could each wander off and then all periodically combine together. In fact, there's usually no clear line between puppets, costumes, banners, and symbols, and simple props. Everything is designed to overlap and reinforce each other. Puppets tend to be surrounded by a much larger carnival block, replete with clowns, stilt walkers, jugglers, fire breathers, unicyclists, radical cheerleaders, costumed kick lines, or, often, entire marching bands such as the Infernal Noise Brigade in Seattle or Hungry March Band in New York that usually specialize in klezmer or circus music, in addition to the ubiquitous drums and whistles. The circus metaphor seems to sit particularly well with anarchists, presumably because circuses are collections of extreme individuals. One can't get much more individualistic than a collection of circus freaks, nonetheless engaged in a purely cooperative enterprise that also involves transgressing ordinary boundaries. Tony Blair's famous comment in 2004 that he was not about to be swayed by some traveling anarchist circus was not taken, by many, as an insult. There are in fact quite a number of explicitly anarchist circus troupes, their numbers only matched, perhaps, by that of various phony preachers. The connection is significant, for now, the critical thing is that every action will normally have its circus fringe, a collection of flying squads that circulate through the large street blockades to lift spirits, perform street theater, and also, critically, to try to defuse moments of tension or potential conflict. This latter is crucial. Since direct actions, unlike permitted marches, scrupulously avoid marshals or formal peacekeepers, who police will always try to co-opt, the puppet/circus squads often end up serving some of the same functions. Here is a first-hand account by members of one such affinity group from Chapel Hill, Paper Hand Puppet Intervention, about how this might work itself out in practice. Berger and Zimmerman brought puppets to the explosive protests of the World Trade Organization in Seattle 2 years ago, where they joined a group that was blockading the building in which talks were being held. People had linked arms, Zimmerman says. The police had beaten and pepper sprayed them already, and they threatened that they were coming back in 5 minutes to attack them again. But the protesters held their line, linking arms and crying, blinded by the pepper spray. Berger, Zimmerman, and their friends came along on stilts, with clowns, a 40-foot puppet, and a belly dancer. They went up and down the line, leading the protesters in song. When the security van returned, they'd back the giant puppet up into its way. Somehow, this motley circus diffused the situation. They couldn't bring themselves to attack this bunch of people who were now singing songs, Zimmerman says. Injecting humor and celebration into a grim situation, he says, is the essence of a puppet intervention, Cooks 2001. For all the circus trappings, those most involved in making and deploying giant puppets will often insist that they are deeply serious. Puppets are not cute, like Muppets, insists Peter Schumann, the director of Bread and Puppet Theater, the group historically most responsible for popularizing the use of papier-mâché figures in political protest in the 1960s. Puppets are effigies and gods and meaningful creatures. Sometimes, they are literally so, as with the Maya gods that came to greet delegates at the WTO meetings in Cancun in September 2003. Always, they have a certain numinous quality. Still, if giant puppets, generically, are gods, most are obviously, foolish, silly, ridiculous gods. It is as if the process of producing and displaying puppets becomes a way to both seize the power to make gods, and to make fun of it at the same time. Here, one seems to be striking against a profoundly anarchist sensibility. Within anarchism, one encounters a similar impulse at every point where one approaches the mythic or deeply meaningful. It appears to be operative in the doctrines of Zerzanites and similar primitivists, who go about self-consciously creating myths, their own version of the Garden of Eden, the fall, the coming apocalypse, that seem to imply they want to see millions perish in a worldwide industrial collapse, or that imply they seek to abolish agriculture or even language, and who then bridle at the suggestion that they really do. It's clearly present in the writings of theorists like Peter Lamborn Wilson, whose meditations on the role of the sacred in revolutionary action are written under the persona of an insane Ismaili pederastic poet named Hakim Bey. It's even more clearly present among pagan anarchist groups like Reclaiming, who since the anti-nuclear movement of the 1980s, Epstein 1991, have specialized in conducting what often seem like extravagant satires of pagan rituals that they nonetheless insist are real rituals that are really effective and which represent what they see as the deepest possible spiritual truths about the world. 8. Puppets simply push this logic to a kind of extreme. The sacred here is, ultimately, the sheer power of creativity, of the imagination, or, perhaps more exactly, the power to bring the imagination into reality. This is, after all, the ultimate ideal of all revolutionary practice, to, as the 1968 slogan put it, give power to the imagination. But it is also as if the democratization of the sacred can only be accomplished through a kind of burlesque. Hence, the constant self-mockery, which, however, is never meant to genuinely undercut the gravity and importance of what's being asserted, but rather, to imply the ultimate recognition that, although gods are human creations, they are still gods, and that taking this fact too seriously might prove dangerous. Symbolic warfare on the part of the police. Anarchists, as I've said, avoid designing their strategies around the media. The same cannot be said of the police. It's obvious that the events of N30 in Seattle came as a surprise to most in the American government. The Seattle police were clearly unprepared for the sophisticated tactics adopted by the hundreds of affinity groups that surrounded the hotel and, at least for the first day, effectively shut down the meetings. The first impulse of many commanders appears to have been to respect the nonviolence of the actions. It was only after 1 p.m. on the 30th, after Madeleine Albright called the governor from inside the hotel demanding that he tell them to do whatever they had to do to break the blockade, that police began a full-blown assault with tear gas, pepper spray, and concussion grenades. 10 Even then, many seemed to hesitate, while others, when they did enter the fray, descended into wild rampages, attacking and arresting scores of ordinary shoppers in Seattle's commercial district. In the end, the governor was forced to call in the National Guard. While the media pitched in by representing police actions as a response to Black Bloc actions that began much later, having to bring in federal troops was an undeniable spectacular symbolic defeat. In the immediate aftermath of Seattle, law enforcement officials on the national and international level appear to have begun a concerted effort to develop a new strategy. The details of such deliberations are, obviously, not available to the public. Nonetheless, judging by subsequent events, it seems that their conclusion, unsurprisingly, was that the Seattle police had not resorted to violence quickly or efficiently enough. The new strategy soon put into practice during subsequent actions in Washington, Windsor, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, and Quebec appears to have been one of aggressive preemption. The problem, of course, was how to justify this against a movement that was overwhelmingly nonviolent, engaged in actions that for the most part could not even be defined as criminal, and whose message appeared to have at least potentially strong public appeal. 11. One might phrase it this way. The events targeted by the movement, trade summits, political conventions, IMF meetings, were largely symbolic events. They were not, for the most part, venues for formal political decision-making, but junkets, self-celebratory rituals, and networking occasions for some of the richest and most powerful people on earth. The effect of the actions is normally not to shut down the meetings, but to create a sense of siege. It might all be done in such a way as not to physically endanger anyone. The catapults might, as in Quebec, only be hurling stuffed animals, but the result is to produce meetings surrounded by mayhem, in which those attending have to be escorted about by heavily armed security, the cocktail parties are cancelled, and the celebrations, effectively, ruined. Nothing could have been more effective in shattering the air of triumphant inevitability that had surrounded such meetings in the 1990s. To imagine that the forces of order would not respond aggressively would be naive indeed. For them, the nonviolence of the blockaders was simply irrelevant. Or, to be more precise, it was an issue only because it created a potential problem of public perception. This problem, however, was quite serious. How was one to represent protesters as a threat to public safety, justifying extreme measures, if they did not actually do anyone physical harm? Here one should probably let events speak for themselves. If one looks at what happened during the months immediately following Seattle, the first thing one observes is a series of preemptive strikes, always aimed at threats that, not unlike Iraq's weapons of mass destruction, never quite materialized. April 2000, Washington, D.C. Hours before the protests against the IMF and World Bank are to begin on April 15, police round up 600 marchers in a preemptive arrest and seize the protesters' convergence center. Police Chief Charles Ramsey loudly claims to have discovered a workshop for manufacturing Molotov cocktails and homemade pepper spray inside. DC police later admit no such workshop existed. Really, they'd found paint thinner used in art projects and peppers being used for the manufacture of gazpacho. However, the Convergence Center remains closed and much of the art and many of the puppets inside are confiscated. July 2000, Minneapolis. Days before a scheduled protest against the International Society of Animal Geneticists, local police claim that activists had detonated a cyanide bomb at a local McDonald's and might have their hands on stolen explosives. The next day the DEA raids a house used by organizers, drags off the bloodied inhabitants, and confiscates their computers and boxes full of outreach materials. Police later admit there never actually was a cyanide bomb and they had no reason to believe activists were in possession of explosives. August 2000, Philadelphia. Hours before the protests against the Republican convention are to begin, police, claiming to be acting on a tip, seize the warehouse where the art, banners, and puppets used for the action are being prepared, arresting all of the at least 75 activists discovered inside. Police Chief John Timoney loudly claims to have discovered C4 explosives and water balloons full of hydrochloric acid in the building. Police later admit no explosives or acid were really found. The arrestees are however not released until well after the actions are over. All of the puppets, banners, art, and literature to be used in the protest are systematically destroyed. While it is possible that we are dealing with a remarkable series of honest mistakes, this does look an awful lot like a series of attacks on the material activists were intending to use to get their message out to the public. Certainly that's how the activists interpreted them, especially after Philadelphia. Organizers planning the parallel protests against the Democratic Convention in LA managed to obtain a restraining order barring police from attacking their convergence center, but ever since, in the weeks before any major mobilization, a key issue is always how to hide and protect the puppets. By Philadelphia, it became quite clear that the police had adopted a very self-conscious media strategy. Their spokesman would pepper each daily press conference with wild accusations, well aware that the crime desk reporters assigned to cover them, who usually relied on good working relations with police for their livelihood, would normally uncritically reproduce anything they said, and rarely consider it to merit a story if, afterwards, the claims turned out to be false. I was working the phones for the activist media team during much of this time and can attest that a large part of what we ended up doing was coming up with responses to what we came to call the lie of the day. The first day, police announced that they had seized a van full of poisonous snakes and reptiles that activists were intending to release in the city center. They were later forced to admit that it actually belonged to a pet store and had nothing to do with the protests. The second day, they claimed that anarchists had splashed acid in an officer's face. This sent us scrambling to figure out what might have actually happened. They dropped the story immediately thereafter, but it would appear that if anything was actually splashed on an officer, it was probably red paint that was actually directed at a wall. On the third day we were accused of planting dry ice bombs throughout the city. This, again, sent the anarchist media teams scrambling to try to figure out precisely what dry ice bombs were. It turned out the police had apparently found the reference in a copy of the anarchist cookbook. Interestingly, this last story does not seem to have actually made the news. At this point, most reporters no longer were willing to reproduce the most dramatic claims by the authorities. The fact that the first two claims turned out to be false, however, along with the claims of acid and explosives in the puppet warehouse, or that Timony appeared to have developed an intentional policy of lying to them, was never considered itself newsworthy. Neither, however, was the actual reason for the actions, that were meant to draw attention to the prison industrial complex, a phrase that we repeated endlessly to reporters, but never made it into a single news report, presumably on the grounds that it would be unethical for reporters to allow violent protesters to hijack the media. This same period began to see increasingly outlandish accounts of what had happened at Seattle. During the WDO protests themselves, I must emphasize, no one, including the Seattle police, had claimed anarchists had done anything more militant than break windows. That was the end of November 1999. In March 2000, less than 3 months later, a story in the Boston Herald reported that, in the weeks before an upcoming biotech conference, officers from Seattle had come to brief the local police on how to deal with Seattle tactics, such as attacking police with chunks of concrete, BB guns, wrist rockets, and large-capacity squirt guns loaded with bleach and urine. Martinez 2000. In June, New York Times reporter Nicole Christian, apparently relying on police sources in Detroit preparing for a trade protest across the Canadian border in Windsor, claimed that Seattle demonstrators had hurled Molotov cocktails, rocks, and excrement at delegates and police officers. On this occasion, after the New York Direct Action Network picketed their offices, the Times ended up having to run a retraction, admitting that according to Seattle authorities, no objects had been thrown at human beings. 12 Nonetheless, the account appears to have become canonical. Each time there is a new mobilization, stories invariably surface in local newspapers with the same list of Seattle tactics, a list that also appears to have become enshrined in training manuals distributed to street cops. Before the Miami Summit of the Americas in 2003, for example, circulars distributed to local businessmen and civic groups listed every one of these Seattle tactics as what they should expect to see on the streets once anarchists arrived. Wrist rockets, larger hunter-type slingshots that they used to shoot steel ball bearings or large bolts. A very dangerous and deadly weapon. Molotov cocktails, many were thrown in Seattle and Quebec and caused extensive damage. Crowbars, to smash windows, cars, etc. They also pry up curbs, then break the cement into pieces that they can throw at police officers. This was done extensively in Seattle. Squirt guns, filled with acid or urine. 13. Again, according to local police's own accounts, none of these weapons or tactics had been used in Seattle and no one has produced any evidence they've been used in any subsequent U.S. mobilization. 14. In Miami, the predictable result was that, by the time the first marches began, most of downtown lay shuttered and abandoned. Miami, as the first major convergence in the new security climate after September 11, might be said to mark the full culmination of this approach, combining aggressive disinformation and preemptive attacks on activists. During the actions, the police chief John Timony again had officers pouring out an endless series of accusations of activists hurling rocks, bottles, urine, and bags of feces at police. Needless to say, despite ubiquitous video cameras and hundreds of arrests, no one was ever charged, let alone convicted, of assaulting an officer with any such substance, and no reporter managed to produce an image of an activist doing so. Police strategy consisted almost entirely of raids and preemptive attacks on protesters, employing the full arsenal of old and newly developed non-lethal weaponry, tasers, pepper spray, plastic and rubber and wooden bullets, beanbag bullets soaked in pepper spray, tear gas, and so on, and rules of engagement that allowed them to pretty much fire at anyone at will. Here too, puppets were singled out. In the months before the summit, the Miami City Council actually attempted to pass a law making the display of puppets illegal, on the grounds that they could be used to conceal bombs or other weapons, Kerner 2003. It failed, since it was patently unconstitutional, but the message got out. As a result, the Black Bloc in Miami actually ended up spending most of their time and energy protecting the puppets. Miami also provides a vivid example of the peculiar personal animus many police seem to have against large figures made of papier-mâché. According to one eyewitness report, after police routed protesters from Seaside Plaza, forcing them to abandon their puppets, officers spent the next half hour or so systematically attacking and destroying them, shooting, kicking, and ripping the remains, one even putting a giant puppet in his squad car with the head sticking out and driving so as to smash it against every sign and street post available. Rallying the troops. The Boston example is particularly striking because it indicates that there were elements in the Seattle police actually training other police in how to deal with violent tactics that official Seattle spokesmen were, simultaneously, denying had actually been employed. It's very difficult to know exactly what's going on here, even really, to figure out precisely who these endlessly cited police intelligence sources actually are. We seem to be entering a murky zone involving information being collected, concocted, and passed back and forth between a variety of federal police task forces, private security agencies, and allied right-wing think tanks, in such a way that the images become self-reinforcing and presumably, no one is quite sure what is and isn't true. However, it is easy to see how one of the main concerns in the wake of Seattle would be to ensure the reliability of one's troops. As commanders discovered in Seattle, officers used to considering themselves guardians of public safety frequently balk, or at least waver, when given orders to make a baton charge against a collection of nonviolent 16-year-old white girls. These were, after all, the very sort of people they are ordinarily expected to protect. At least some of the imagery, then, appears to be designed specifically to appeal to the sensibility of ordinary street cops. This at least would help to explain the otherwise peculiar emphasis on bodily fluids, the water pistols full of bleach and urine, for example, or claims that officers were pelted with urine and excrement. This appears to be very much a police obsession. Certainly, it has next to nothing to do with anarchist sensibilities. When I've asked activists where they think such stories come from, most confess themselves deeply puzzled. One or two suggested that, when defending a besieged squad, sometimes buckets of human waste is one of the few things one has to throw. But none have ever heard of anyone actually transporting human waste to an action in order to hurl or shoot at police, or could suggest why anyone might want to. A brick, some point out, is unlikely to injure an officer in full riot gear, but it will certainly slow him down. But what would be the point of shooting urine at him? Yet images like this re-emerge almost every time police attempt to justify a preemptive strike. In press conferences, they have been known to actually produce jars of urine and bags of feces that they claim to have discovered hidden in backpacks or activist convergence sites. Point 15. It is hard to see these claims as making sense except within the peculiar economy of personal honor typical of any institution that, like the police, operates on an essentially military ethos. For police officers, the most legitimate justification for violence is an assault on one's personal dignity. To cover another person in shit and piss is obviously about as powerful an assault on their personal dignity as one can possibly make. We also seem to be dealing here with a self-conscious allusion to the famous image of 1960s protesters spitting on soldiers in uniform when they returned from Vietnam, one whose mythic power continues to resonate, not just in right-wing circles, to this day, despite the fact that there's little evidence that it ever happened. Point 16. It's almost as if someone decided to ratchet the image up a notch. If spitting on a uniform is such an insult, what would be even worse? That there might have been some kind of coordination in this effort might be gleaned, too, From the fact that it was precisely around the time of the Democratic and Republican conventions in the summer of 2000 that mayors and police chiefs around America began regularly declaring, often in striking similar terms, and based on no evidence whatsoever, that anarchists were actually a bunch of trust fund babies, who disguised their faces while breaking things so their wealthy parents wouldn't recognize them on TV, an accusation that soon became received wisdom among right-wing talk show hosts and law enforcement professionals across America. Point 17 The obvious message to the officer on the street appeared to be, do not think of your assignment as having to protect a bunch of bankers and politicians who have contempt for you against protesters whose actual positions on economic issues you might well agree with. Think of it, rather, as a chance to beat up on those bankers and politicians. Children. In a sense, one might say the message was perfectly calibrated to the level of repression required, since it suggests that, while force was appropriate, deadly force was not. If one were to actually maim or kill a protester, one might well be killing the son or daughter of a senator or CEO, which would be likely to provoke a scandal. Police are also apparently regularly warned that puppets might be used to conceal bombs or weapons. Point 18 If questioned on their attitudes towards puppets, this is how they are likely to respond. However, it's hard to imagine this alone could explain the level of personal vindictiveness witnessed in Miami and other actions, especially since police hacking puppets to pieces must have been aware that there was nothing hidden inside them. The antipathy seems to run far deeper. Many activists have speculated on the reasons. David Corsten Knowles, you have to bear in mind these are people who are trained to be paranoid. They really do have to ask themselves whether something so big and inscrutable might contain explosives, however absurd that might seem from a nonviolent protester's perspective. Police view their jobs not just as law enforcement, but also as maintaining order. And they take that job very personally. Giant demonstrations and giant puppets aren't orderly. They are about creating something, a different society, a different way of looking at things, and creativity is fundamentally at odds with the status quo. Daniel Lang, well, one theory is that the cops just don't like being upstaged by someone putting on a bigger show. After all, normally they're the spectacle, they've got the blue uniforms, they've got the helicopters and horses and rows of shiny motorcycles. So maybe they just resent it when someone steals the show by coming up with something even bigger and even more visually striking. They want to take out the competition. Yvonne Liu, it's because they're so big. Cops don't like things that tower over them. That's why they like to be on horses. Plus, puppets are silly and round and misshapen. Notice how much cops always have to maintain straight lines. They stand in straight lines. They always try to make you stand in straight lines. I think round misshapen things somehow offend them. Max Uhlenbeck, obviously, they hate to be reminded that they're puppets themselves. I will return to this question shortly. Analysis I, the Hollywood movie principle. From the point of view of security officials during this period, rallying the troops was presumably the easy part. The stickier problem was what to do with the fact that the bulk of the American public refused to see the global justice movement as a threat. The only survey I am aware of taken at the time that addressed the question, a Zogby America poll taken of TV viewers during the Republican convention in 2000, found that about a third claimed to feel pride when they saw images of protesters on TV, and less than 16% had an unqualified negative reaction. Reuters/Zogby 2000. 19 This was especially striking in a poll of television viewers, since TV coverage during the convention was unremittingly hostile, treating the events almost exclusively as potential security threats. There is, I think, a simple explanation. I would propose to call it the Hollywood movie principle. Most Americans, in watching a dramatic confrontation on TV, effectively ask themselves, if this were a Hollywood movie, who would be the good guys? Presented with a contest between what appear to be a collection of idealistic kids who do not actually injure anyone, and a collection of heavily armed riot cops protecting trade bureaucrats and corporate CEOs, the answer is pretty obvious. Individual maverick cops can be movie heroes. Riot cops never are. In fact, in Hollywood movies, riot cops almost never appear. About the closest one can find to them are the Imperial stormtroopers in Star Wars, who, like their leader Darth Vader, stand in American popular culture as one of the most familiar archetypes of evil. This point is not lost on the anarchists, who have since A16 taken to regularly bringing recordings of the Imperial stormtrooper music from Star Wars to blast from their ranks as soon as a line of riot cops starts advancing. If so, the key problem for the forces of order became, what would it take to reverse this perception? How to cast protesters in the role of the villain? In the immediate aftermath of Seattle, the focus was all on broken windows. As we've seen, this imagery certainly did strike some sort of chord. But in terms of creating a sense that decisive measures were required, efforts to make a national issue out of property destruction came to surprisingly little effect. In the terms of my analysis, this makes perfect sense. After all, in the moral economy of Hollywood, property destruction is at best a very minor peccadillo. In fact, if the popularity of the various Terminators, Lethal Weapons, or Die Hards and the like reveal anything, it is that most Americans seem to rather like the idea of property destruction. If they did not themselves harbor a certain hidden glee at the idea of someone smashing a branch of their local bank, or a McDonald's, not to mention police cars, shopping malls, and complex construction machinery, it's hard to imagine why they would so regularly pay money to watch idealistic do-gooders smashing and blowing them up for hours on end, always in ways which, through the magic of the movies but also like the practice of the Black Bloc, tend to leave innocent bystanders entirely unharmed. Certainly, it's unlikely that there are significant numbers of Americans who have not, at some time or another, had a fantasy about smashing up their bank. In the land of demolition derbies and monster trucks, Black Bloc anarchists might be said to be living a hidden aspect of the American dream. Obviously, these are just fantasies. Most working-class Americans do not overtly approve of destroying a Starbucks facade, but, unlike the talking classes, neither do they see such activity as a threat to the nation, let alone anything requiring military-style repression. Analysis 2. Creative destruction and the privatization of desire. One could even say that in a sense, the Black Bloc appear to be the latest avatars of an artistic/revolutionary tradition which runs at least through the Dadaists, Surrealists, and Situationists, one which tries to play off the contradictions of capitalism by turning its own destructive, leveling forces against it. Capitalist societies, and America in particular, are, in essence, potlatch societies. That is, they are built around the spectacular destruction of consumer goods. 20 They are societies that imagine themselves as built on something they call the economy, which, in turn, is imagined as a nexus between production and consumption, endlessly spitting out products and then destroying them again. Since it is all based on the principle of infinite expansion of industrial production, the very principle which the Black Bloc anarchists, mostly being highly ecologically conscious anti-capitalists, most vehemently oppose, all that stuff has to be constantly destroyed to make way for new products. But this, in turn, means inculcating a certain passion for or delight in the smashing and destruction of property that can very easily slip into a delight in the shattering of those structures of relation which make capitalism possible. It is a system that can only renew itself by cultivating a hidden pleasure at the prospect of its own destruction. 21. Actually, one could well argue that there have been two strains in 20th century artistic/revolutionary thought, and that both have been entangled in the endlessly ambivalent image of the potlatch. In the 1930s, for example, Georges Baudelot became fascinated by Marcel Mauss' description of the spectacular destruction of property in Quakiutl potlatches. It ultimately became the basis for his famous theory of expenditure, of the creation of meaning through destruction that he felt was ultimately lacking under modern capitalism. There are endless ironies here. First of all, what Baudelot and subsequent authors seized on was not, in fact, the potlatch at all, but a small number of very unusual potlatches held around the turn of the century, at a time when Kwakiutl population was rapidly declining and a simultaneous minor economic boom had left the region awash in an unprecedented number of consumer goods. Ordinary potlatches did not normally involve the destruction of property at all, they were simply occasions for aristocrats to lavish wealth on the community. If the image of Indians setting fire to thousands of blankets or other consumer goods proved captivating, in other words, it was not because it represented some fundamental truth about human society that consumer capitalism had forgotten, but rather because it reflected the ultimate truth of consumer capitalism itself. In 1937, Bertoli teamed up with Roger Colloy to found a reading group called the College of Sociology that expanded his insights into a general theory of the revolutionary festival, arguing that it was only by reclaiming the principle of the sacred and the power of myth embodied in popular festivals that effective revolutionary action would be possible. Similar ideas were developed in the 1950s by Henry Lefebvre, and within the Lettrist International, whose journal, edited by Guy Debord, was, significantly, entitled Potlatch.22. Here there is, of course, a direct line from the Situationists, with their promulgation of art as a form of revolutionary direct action, to the punk movement and contemporary anarchism. If black blocs embody one side of this tradition, capitalism's encouragement of a kind of fascination with consumerist destruction that can, ultimately, be turned back against capitalism itself, the puppets surely represent the other one, the recuperation of the sacred and unalienated experience in the collective festival. Radical puppeteers tend to be keenly aware that their art harkens back to the wickerwork giants and dragons, gargantuas and pantagruels of medieval festivals. Even those who have not themselves read Rabelais or Bakhtin are likely to be familiar with the notion of the carnivalesque. 23 Convergence are regularly framed as carnivals against capitalism or festivals of resistance. The baseline reference seems to be the late medieval world immediately before the emergence of capitalism, particularly, the period after the Black Death, when the sudden decline in population had the effect of putting unprecedented amounts of money into the hands of the laboring classes. Most of it ended up being poured into popular festivals of one sort or another, which themselves began to multiply until they took up large parts of the calendar year, what nowadays might be called events of collective consumption, celebrations of carnality and rowdy pleasures, and if Bakhtin is to be believed, tacit attacks on the very principle of hierarchy. One might say that the first wave of capitalism, the Puritan moment as it's sometimes called, had to begin with a concerted assault on this world, which was condemned by improving landlords and nascent capitalists as pagan, immoral, and utterly unconducive to the maintenance of labor discipline. Of course, a movement to abolish all moments of public festivity could not last forever. Cromwell's reign in England is reviled to this day on the grounds that he outlawed Christmas. More importantly, once moments of festive, collective consumption were eliminated, the nascent capitalism would be left with the obvious problem of how to sell its products, particularly in light of the need to constantly expand production. The end result was what I like to call a process of the privatization of desire, the creation of endless individual, familial, or semi-furtive forms of consumption, none of which, as we are so often reminded, could really be fully satisfying, or else the whole logic of endless expansion wouldn't work. While one should hardly imagine that police strategists are fully cognizant of all this, the very existence of police is tied to a political cosmology which sees such forms of collective consumption as inherently disorderly, and, much like a medieval carnival, always brimming with the possibility of violent insurrection. Order means that citizens should go home and watch TV. 24. For police, then, what revolutionaries see as an eruption of the sacred through a recreation of the popular festival is a disorderly assembly, and exactly the sort of thing they exist to disperse. However, since this sense of festival as threatening does not appear to resonate with large sectors of the TV audience, the police were forced to, as it were, change the script. What we've seen is a very calculated campaign of symbolic warfare, an attempt to eliminate images of colorful floats and puppets, and substitute images of bombs and hydrochloric acid, the very substances that, in police fantasies, are likely to actually lurk beneath the papier-mâché facade. Analysis 3, The Laws of War. To fully understand the place of puppets, though, I think one has to grapple with the question of rules of engagement. I already touched on this question obliquely earlier when I suggested that, when politicians informed street cops that protesters were trust fund babies, what they really meant to suggest was that they could be brutalized, but not maimed or killed, and that police tactics should be designed accordingly. From an ethnographer's perspective, one of the most puzzling things about direct action is to understand how these rules are actually negotiated. Certainly, rules exist. There are lines that cannot be crossed by the police without risk of major scandal. There are endless lines that cannot be crossed by activists. Yet each side acts as if it is playing a game whose rules it had worked out exclusively through its own internal processes, without any consultation with the other players. This could not ultimately be the case. I first began thinking about these questions after my experience in Philly during the Republican convention in the summer of 2000. As I've said, I was working mainly with an activist media team. During the day of action, however, my job was to go out into the streets with a cell phone to report back to them what was actually happening. I ended up accompanying a column of black blockers whose actions were originally meant as a diversion, to lure police away from street blockades in a different part of town. The police appear to have decided not to take the bait, and as a result, the block briefly had their run of a wide stretch of downtown Philadelphia. Based on field notes, Philadelphia, August 1, 2000. Faced with a rapidly moving column of several hundred anarchists appearing out of nowhere, small groups of police would often abandon their cars, which the anarchists would then proceed to trash and spray paint. A couple dozen police cars, one stretch limo, and numerous official buildings were hit in the course of the next hour or so. Eventually, reinforcements, in the form of police bicycle squads, began to appear, and before long there was a rough balance of forces. What followed at this point could only be described as an episode of some kind of nonviolent warfare. A few black bloc kids would try to shut down a bus by playing with valves in the back. A squad of bike cops would swoop in and grab a few, cuffing them and locking their bikes together to create tiny fortresses in which to hold them. Once, a large mass of protesters appeared from another direction, and the cops ended up besieged in their little bike fort, with black blockers surrounding them, screaming insults, throwing paint bombs above their heads, doing everything but actually attacking them. On that occasion the bloc wasn't quite able to snatch back their arrested comrades before police vans with reinforcements appeared to take them away. Elsewhere, there were rumors of successful unarrests. The police even suffered a casualty in that particular confrontation. One overweight cop, overwhelmed by the tension and stifling heat, collapsed and had to be carried off or revived with smelling salts. It was obvious that both sides had worked out rules of engagement. Activists tended to work out their principles carefully in advance, and, while there were certainly differences, say, between those who adopted classic nonviolent civil disobedience rules, who had, for example, undergone nonviolence trainings, and the more militant anarchists I was with, all agree at least on the need to avoid directly causing harm to other human beings, or to damaging personal property or owner-operated mom-and-pop stores. The police of course could attack protesters more or less at will, but at this point at least, they seemed to feel they had to do so in such a way as to be fairly sure that none would be killed, or that more than a handful required hospitalization, which, in the absence of very specific trainings and technologies, required a fair amount of constraint. These basic rules applied throughout. However, over the course of the day, the tenor of events was constantly shifting. The black bloc confrontations were tense and angry, other areas were placid or somber ritual, drum circles or pagan spiral dances, others, full of music or ridiculous carnival. The black bloc column I was accompanying, for example, eventually converged with a series of others until there were almost 1,000 anarchists rampaging through the center of the city. The district attorney's office was thoroughly paint-bombed. More police cars were destroyed. However, it was all done quickly on the move. Larger and larger bike squads followed our columns, splitting the block and threatening to isolate smaller groups that could, then, be arrested. We were running faster and faster, dodging through alleys and parking lots. Finally, the largest group descended on a plaza where a permitted rally was being held. This was assumed to be a safe space. In fact, it wasn't quite. Riot police soon began surrounding the plaza and cutting off routes of escape. It seemed like they were preparing for a mass arrest. Such matters usually simply come down to numbers. It takes something like 2 officers in the field for every protester to carry off a mass arrest, probably 3 if the victims are trying to resist, and have some idea of how to go about it, i.e., know enough to link arms and try to keep a continuous line. In this situation, the Black Bloc kids could be expected to know exactly what to do. The others, who thought they were attending a safe, permitted event, were mostly entirely unprepared, but could nonetheless be expected to follow their lead. On the other hand, they were trapped, they had no way to receive reinforcements, and the police were getting a constant flow of them. The mood was extremely tense. Activists who had earlier been conducting a teach-in and small rally against the prison industrial complex milled about uncomfortably around a giant poster board as the block, now reduced to a couple hundred black figures in bandanas and gas masks, formed a mini spokes council, then faced off against the police lines at 2 different points where it seemed there might be a break in their lines. There usually is, when the police first begin to deploy, but to no avail. I lingered on the plaza, chatting with a friend, Brad, who was complaining that he had lost his backpack and most of his worldly goods in the police raid on the puppet space that morning. We munched on apples none of us had eaten all day and watched as 4 performance artists on bicycles with papier-mâché goat heads, carrying a little sign saying "Goats with a Vote," began wading into the police lines to perform an a cappella rap song. "You see what you can do with puppets," laughed Brad. "No one else would ever be able to get away with that." The goats, as it turned out, were just the first wave. They were followed, 10 minutes later, by a kind of puppet intervention. Not with real puppets. The puppets had all been destroyed, and the musicians all arrested, at the warehouse earlier that morning. Instead, the revolutionary anarchist clown block appeared, led by 2 figures on high bicycles, blowing horns and kazoos, spreading streamers and confetti everywhere, alongside a large contingent of billionaires for Bush, or Gore, dressed in high camp tuxedos and evening gowns. There were probably not more than 30 or 40 of them in all, but between them they immediately managed to change the tenor of the whole event, and to throw everything into confusion. The billionaires started handing fake money to the police, to thank them for suppressing dissent. The clowns attacked the billionaires with squeaky mallets. Unicycles appeared, and fire jugglers. In the ensuing confusion, cracks did appear in the police lines, and just about everyone on the plaza took advantage to form a wedge and burst out and to safety, with the Black Bloc leading the way. Let's consider for a moment this idea of nonviolent warfare. How much of a metaphor is it really? One could well make the argument that it is not a metaphor at all. Clausewitz notwithstanding, war has never been a pure contest of force with no rules. Just about all armed conflicts have had very complex and detailed sets of mutual understandings between the warring parties. When total war does occur, its practitioners Attila, Cortez tend to be remembered 1,000 years later for this very reason. There are always rules. As the Israeli military theorist Martin van Creveld, 1991, observes, if nothing else, in any armed conflict there will normally be rules for parleys and truces. This would include, for example, the sanctity of negotiators. Rules for how to surrender and how captives are to be treated. Rules for how to identify and deal with non-combatants, normally including medics. Rules for levels and types force allowable between combatants, which weapons or tactics are dishonorable or illegal, i.e., even when Hitler and Stalin were going at it, neither tried to assassinate the another or used chemical weapons. Van Creveld emphasizes that such rules are actually necessary for any effective use of force, because to maintain an effective army, one needs to maintain a certain sense of honor and discipline, a sense of being the good guys. Without the rules, in other words, it would be impossible to maintain any real morale or command structure. An army which does not obey rules degenerates into a marauding band, and faced with a real army, marauding bands invariably lose. Van Creveld suggests there are probably other reasons why there must be rules, for instance, that violence is so intrinsically frightening that humans always immediately surround it with regulation. But one of the most interesting, because it brings home how much the battlefield is an extension of a larger political field, is that, without rules, it is impossible to know when you have won, since ultimately one needs to have both sides agree on this question. Now consider the police. Police certainly see themselves soldiers of a sort. But insofar as they see themselves as fighting a war, the war on crime, they also know they are involved in a conflict in which victory is by definition impossible. How does this affect the rules of engagement? On one level the answer is obvious. When it comes to levels of force, what sort of weapons or tactics one can use in what circumstances, police operate under enormous constraints, far more than any army. Some of these constraints remain tacit. Others are quite legal and explicit. Certainly, every time a policeman fires a gun, there must be an investigation. This is one of the reasons for the endless elaboration of non-lethal weapons, tasers, plastic bullets, pepper spray, and the like for purposes of crowd control. They are not freighted with the same restrictions. On the other hand, when police are engaged in actions not deemed to involve potentially lethal force, and that are not meant to lead to a suspect's eventual criminal conviction, there are almost no constraints of what they can do, certainly none that can be enforced in any way. 25. So in the last of Van Creveld's categories, the specific kinds of weapons that can be used in open combat, especially, the use of lethal force, there are endless constraints. As for the other rules, anyone who has been involved in direct action can testify to the fact that the police systematically violate all of them. Police regularly engage in practices which, in war, would be considered outrageous, or at the very least, utterly dishonorable. Police regularly arrest mediators. If members of an affinity group occupy a building, and one does not but instead acts as police liaison, it might well end up that the liaison is the only one who is actually arrested. If one does negotiate an agreement with the police, they will almost invariably violate it. Police frequently attack or arrest those they have earlier offered safe passage. They regularly target medics. If those carrying out an action in one part of a city try to create green zones or safe spaces in another, in other words, if they try to set up an area in which everyone agrees not to break the law or provoke the authorities, as a way to distinguish combatants and non-combatants, the police will almost invariably attack the green zone. Why? There are various reasons. Some are obviously pragmatic. You don't have to come to an understanding about how to treat prisoners if you can arrest protesters, but protesters can't arrest you. But, in a broader sense, such behavior is a means of refusing any suggestion of equivalency, the kind that would simply be assumed if fighting another army in a conventional war. Police represent the state has a monopoly of the legitimate use of violence within its borders, therefore, within that territory, police are by definition incommensurable with anyone else. This is essential to understanding what police actually are. Many sociological studies have pointed out that maybe 6% of the average police officer's time is spent on anything which can even remotely be considered fighting crime. Police are a group of armed, lower echelon government administrators, trained in the scientific application of physical force to aid in the resolution of administrative problems. They are bureaucrats with guns, and, whether they are guarding lost children, talking rowdy drunks out of bars, or supervising free concerts in the park, the one common feature of the kind of situation to which they're assigned is the possibility of having to impose non-negotiated solutions backed up by the potential use of force. 26. The key term here, I think, is non-negotiable. Police do not negotiate, at least when it comes to anything important, because that would imply equivalency. When they are forced to negotiate, they pretty much invariably break their word. 27. In other words, police find themselves in a paradoxical position. Their job is to embody the state's monopoly on the use of coercive force, yet their freedom to employ that force is extremely limited. The refusal to treat the other side as honorable opponents, and, therefore, as equivalent in any way, seems to be the only way to maintain the principle of absolute incommensurability that representatives of the state must, by definition, maintain. This would appear to be the reason why, when restrictions on the use of force by police are removed, the results are catastrophic. Whenever you see wars that violate all the rules and involve horrific atrocities against civilians, they are invariably framed as police actions. Obviously, none of this actually answers the question of how rules of engagement are negotiated. But it does make it clear why it cannot be done directly. This seems particularly true in America. In many countries, from Italy to Madagascar, the rules of civil resistance can sometimes be worked quite explicitly, so that protest ends up becoming a kind of game in which the rules are clearly understood by each side. A good example is the famous toot by and see or white overalls tactics employed in Italy between 1999 and 2001, where protesters would fortify themselves with layers of padding and inflatable inner tubes and the like, and rush the barricades, at the same time pledging to do no harm to another human being. Participants often admitted to me that the rules were, for the most part, directly negotiated. You can hit us as hard as you like as long as you hit us on the padding, we won't hit you but we'll try to plow through the barricades, let's see who wins. In fact, matters had come to such a pass that negotiation was expected. Before the G8 meetings in Genoa, when the government opted for a policy of violent repression, they were forced to bring in the LAPD to train Italian police in how not to interact with protesters, how not to allow either side to be effectively humanized in the eyes of the other. 28 In the United States, however, police appear to object to such negotiations on principle unless, that is, protesters are actually trying to get arrested, and are willing to negotiate the terms. Still, it's obvious that on some level, negotiation must take place. What's more, whatever level that is, it is the real level of power, since, after all, as always in politics, real power is not the power to win a contest, but the power to define the rules and stakes, not the power to win an argument, but the power to define what the argument is about. Here, it is clear that the power is not all on one side. Years of moral political struggle, one might say, have created a situation in which the police, generally speaking, have to accept extreme restrictions on their use of force. This is much more true when dealing with people defined as white, of course, but nonetheless it is a real limit on their ability to suppress dissent. The problem for those dedicated to the principle of direct action is that, while these rules of engagement, particularly the levels of force police are allowed to get away with, are under constant renegotiation, this process is expected to take place through institutions to which anarchists, on principle, object. Normally, one is expected to employ the language of rights or police brutality, to pursue one's case through the courts with the help of liberal NGOs and sympathetic politicians, but most of all, one is expected to do battle in the court of public opinion. This, of course, means through the corporate media, since the public in this context is little more than its audience. Of course, for an anarchist, the very fact that human beings are organized into a public, into a collection of atomized spectators, is precisely the problem. The solution for them is self-organization. They wish to see the public abandon their role as spectators and organize themselves into an endless and overlapping collection of directly democratic voluntary associations and communities. Yet, according to the language normally employed by the media and political classes, the moment members of the public begin to do this, the moment they self-organize in any way, say, by forming labor unions or political associations, they are no longer the public but special interest groups presumed by definition to be opposed to the public interest. This helps explain why even peaceful protesters at permitted events expressing views shared by overwhelming majorities of Americans are nonetheless never described as members of the public. Negotiation, then, is supposed to take place indirectly. Each side is supposed to make their case via the media mainly, through precisely the kind of calculated symbolic warfare that the police, in America, are willing to play quite aggressively, but activists, and particularly anarchists, are increasingly unwilling to play at all. Anarchists and their allies are above all trying to circumvent this game. To some degree, they are trying to do so by creating their own media. To some degree, they are trying to do so by using the corporate media to convey images that they know are likely to alienate most suburban middle-class viewers, but that they hope will galvanize potentially revolutionary constituencies, oppressed minorities, alienated adolescents, the working poor. Many black bloc anarchists were quite delighted, after Seattle, to see the media sensationalizing property destruction for this very reason. To some degree, too, they are trying to circumvent the game by trying to seize the power to renegotiate the terms of engagement on the field of battle. It's the latter, I think, that the police see as fundamentally unfair. So why do cops hate puppets? Let's return, then, to the notion of a puppet intervention. In Philly, on the evening of the 1st, we organized a press conference in which one of the few puppetistas who escaped arrest that morning was given center stage. During the press conference and subsequent talks with the media, we all emphasized that the puppet crews were, effectively, our peacekeepers. One of their main jobs was to intervene to defuse situations of potential violence. If the police were really primarily concerned with maintaining public order, as they maintained, peacekeepers seemed a strange choice for a preemptive strike. By now, it should be easy enough to see why police might not see things this way. This is not to say we were wrong to insist that the attack on the puppet warehouse was inspired by political motives, rather than a desire to protect the public. 29 It was. As we've seen, it appears, with its wild claims of acid and explosives, to have been part of a calculated campaign of symbolic warfare. At the same time, the manner in which puppets can be used to defuse situations of potential violence is completely different than, say, that employed by protest marshals. Police tend to appreciate the presence of marshals, since marshals are organized into a chain of command that police tend to immediately treat as a mere extension of their own and which, as a result, often effectively becomes so. Unlike marshals, puppets cannot be used to convey orders. Rather, like the clowns and billionaires, they aim to transform and redefine situations of potential conflict. It might be helpful here to reflect on the nature of the violence force, if you like, that police represent. A former LAPD officer, writing about the Rodney King case, pointed out that on most of the occasions in which a citizen is severely beaten by police, it turns out that the victim was actually innocent of any crime. Cops don't beat up burglars, he observed. If you want to cause the police to be violent, the surest way is to challenge their right to define the situation. This is not something a burglar is likely to do, Cooper 1991, .30. This of course makes perfect sense if we remember that police are, essentially, bureaucrats with guns. Bureaucratic procedures are all about questions of definition. Or, to be more precise, they are about the imposition of a narrow range of pre-established schema to a social reality that is, usually, infinitely more complex. A crowd can be either orderly or disorderly, a citizen can be white, black, Hispanic, or an Asian/Pacific Islander, a petitioner is or is not in possession of a valid photo ID. Such simplistic rubrics can only be maintained in the absence of dialogue. Hence, the quintessential form of bureaucratic violence is the wielding of the truncheon when somebody talks back. I began by saying that this was to be an essay of interpretation. In fact, it has been just as much an essay about frustrated interpretation, about the limits of interpretation. Ultimately, I think this frustration can be traced back to the very nature of violence, bureaucratic or otherwise. Violence is in fact unique among forms of human action in that it holds out the possibility of affecting the actions of others about whom one understands nothing. Any other way one might wish to affect another's actions, one must at least have some idea who they think they are, what they want, what they think is going on. Interpretation is required, and that requires a certain degree of imaginative identification. Hit someone over the head hard enough, all this becomes irrelevant. Obviously, two parties locked in an equal contest of violence would usually do well to get inside each other's heads, but when access to violence becomes extremely unequal, the need vanishes. This is typically the case in situations of structural violence, of systemic inequality that is ultimately backed up by the threat of force. Structural violence always seems to create extremely lopsided structures of imagination. Gender is actually a telling example here. Women almost everywhere know a great deal about men's work, men's lives, and male experience. Men are almost always not only ignorant about women's lives, they often react with indignation at the idea they should even try to imagine what being a woman might be like. The same is typically the case in most relations of clear subordination, masters and servants, employers and employees, rich and poor. The victims of structural violence invariably end up spending a great deal of time imagining what it is like for those who benefit from it. The opposite rarely occurs. One concomitant is that the victims often end up identifying with, and caring about, the beneficiaries of structural violence, which, next to the violence itself, is probably one of the most powerful forces guaranteeing the perpetuation of systems of inequality. Another is that violence, as we've seen, allows the possibility of cutting through the subtleties of constant mutual interpretation on which ordinary human relations are based. The details of this play of imagination against structural violence are endlessly complicated, and this is hardly the place to work out the full theoretical ramifications. For now, I only want to emphasize two crucial points. The first is that the line of riot police is precisely the point where structural violence turns into the real thing. Therefore, it functions as a kind of wall against imaginative identification. Nonviolence training actually focuses on trying to break the barrier and teach activists how to constantly bear in mind what the cops are likely to be thinking, but, even here, we are usually dealing with thought on its most elemental, animalistic level. A police officer will panic if he feels he is cornered, never do anything that he might interpret as reaching towards a gun, etc. For most anarchists, the existence of the imaginative wall is intensely frustrating, because anarchist morality is based on a moral imperative towards imaginative identification. 31 On many occasions, I have seen legal trainers having to remind activists that, whatever their inclinations, one should not engage in conversation with one's arresting officer, no matter how apparently open or interested they seem to be, because chances are they are simply fishing for information which will help in a conviction. And, during the actions themselves, one tends to hear endless dismayed speculation about what the cops must be thinking as they truncheon or tear gas nonviolent citizens' conversations, which make clear, above all else, that no one really has the slightest idea. But this is precisely the police role. The point of military-style discipline is to make any individual officer's actual feelings or opinions not just impenetrable, but entirely irrelevant. Obviously, no wall is completely impenetrable. Given sufficient pressure, any will eventually begin to crumble. Most of those who help to organize mass actions are keenly aware that historically, when anarchists actually win, when civil resistance campaigns of any sort topple governments, it is usually at the point when the police refuse to fire on them. This is one reason why the image of police officers crying behind their gas masks in Seattle was so important to them. Security officials seem to understand this principle as well. That's why they spent so much energy, in the months after Seattle, trying to rally their troops. So this is the first point, the imaginative wall. The second point is that this juxtaposition of imagination and violence reflects a much larger conflict between two principles of political action. One might even say, between two conceptions of political reality. The first, call it a political ontology of violence, assumes that the ultimate reality is one of forces, with force here largely a euphemism for various technologies of physical coercion. To be a realist in international relations, for example, has nothing to do with recognizing material realities. In fact, it is all about attributing interests to imaginary entities known as nations, but about willingness to accept the realities of violence. Nation states are real because they can kill you. violence here really is what defines situations. The other could be described as a political ontology of the imagination. It's not so much a matter of giving power to the imagination as recognizing that the imagination is the source of power in the first place, and here we might take note of the fact that, next to the situationists, the French theorist one will encounter the most often in anarchist bookstores is Cornelius Castoriadis. 32 This is why imaginative powers are seen as suffused with the sacred. What anarchists regularly try to do is to level a systematic and continual challenge to the right of the police, and the authorities in general, to define the situation. They do it by proposing endless alternative frameworks or, more precisely, by insisting on the power to switch frameworks whenever they like. Puppets are the very embodiment of this power. What this means in the streets is that activists are trying to effectively collapse the political, negotiating process into the structure of the action itself. To win the contest, as it were, by continually changing the definition of what is the field, what are the rules, what are the stakes, and to do so on the field itself. 33 A situation that is sort of like nonviolent warfare becomes a situation that is sort of like a circus, or a theatrical performance, or a religious ritual, and might equally well slip back at any time. Of course, from the point of view of the police, this is simply cheating. Protesters who alternate between throwing paintballs over their heads, and breaking into song and dance numbers, are not fighting fair. But, as we've seen, the police aren't fighting fair either. They systematically violate all the laws of combat. They systematically violate agreements. They have to, as a matter of principle, since to do otherwise would be to admit the existence of a situation of dual power, it would be to deny the absolute incommensurability of the state. In a way, what we are confronting here is the familiar paradox of constituent power. As various German and Italian theorists are fond of reminding us, since no system can create itself, i.e., any God capable of instituting a moral order cannot be bound by that morality, any legal/political order can only be created by some force to which that legality does not apply. 34 In modern Euro-American history, this has meant that the legitimacy of constitutions ultimately harkens back to some kind of popular revolution, at precisely the point, in my terms, where the politics of force meets the politics of imagination. Now, of course, revolution is precisely what the people with the puppets feel they are ultimately about, even if they are trying to do so with an absolute minimum of actual violence. But it seems to me that what really provokes the most violent reactions on the part of the forces of order is precisely the attempt to make constituent power the power of popular imagination, to create new institutional forms present not just in brief flashes, but continually. To permanently challenge the authorities' ability to define the situation. The insistence that the rules of engagement, as it were, can be constantly renegotiated on the field of battle, that you can constantly change the narrative in the middle of the story is, in this light, just one aspect of a much larger phenomenon. It also explains why anarchists hate to think of themselves as having to rely in any way on the good offices of even well-meaning corporate media or liberal NGO groups, and even their frequent hostility to would-be benefactors, who nonetheless demand, as a prerequisite to their help, the right to place anarchists within their own preset narrative frameworks. Direct action is, by definition, unmediated. It is about cutting through all such frameworks and bringing the power of definition into the streets. Obviously, under ordinary conditions, that is, outside of those magical moments when the police actually do refuse to fire, there is only a very limited degree to which one can actually do this. In the meantime, moral political struggle in the courts of public opinion as well of the courts of law would seem unavoidable. Some anarchists deny this. Others grudgingly accept it. All cling to direct action as the ultimate ideal. This, I think, makes it easier to see why giant puppets, that are so extraordinarily creative but at the same time so intentionally ephemeral, that make a mockery of the very idea of the eternal verities that monuments are meant to represent, can so easily become the symbol of this attempt to seize the power of social creativity, the power to recreate and redefine institutions. 35 Why, as a result, they can end up standing in for everything: the new forms of organization, the emphasis on democratic process that standard media portrayals of the movement make disappear. They embody the permanence of revolution. From the perspective of the forces of order, this is precisely what makes them both ridiculous and somehow demonic. From the perspective of many anarchists, this is precisely what makes them both ridiculous and somehow divine. 36. Some very tenuous conclusions. This essay thus ends where it should perhaps have begun, with the need to thoroughly rethink the idea of revolution. While most of those engaged with the politics of direct action think of themselves as, in some sense, revolutionaries, few, at this point, are operating within the classic revolutionary framework where revolutionary organizing is designed to build towards a violent, apocalyptic confrontation with the state. Even fewer see revolution as a matter of seizing state power and transforming society through its mechanisms. On the other hand, neither are they simply interested in a strategy of engaged withdrawal, as in Verneux's revolutionary exodus, and the founding of new, autonomous communities, Verneux and Hart 1996. In a way, one might say the politics of direct action, by trying to create alternative forms of organization in the very teeth of state power, means to explore a middle ground precisely between these two alternatives. Anyway, we are dealing with a new synthesis that, I think, is not yet entirely worked out. If nothing else, some of the theoretical frameworks proposed in this essay provide an interesting vantage on the current historical moment. Consider the notion of the war on terror. Many have spoken with some dismay of the notion of permanent war that seems to be implied. In fact, while the 20th century could be described as one of permanent war, almost the entire period between 1914 and 1991 was spent either fighting or preparing for world wars of one kind or another. It is not at all clear whether the 21st could be described in the same terms. It might be better to say that what the United States is attempting to impose on the world is not really a war at all. It has, of course, become a truism that, as nuclear weapons proliferate, declared wars between states no longer occur, and all conflicts come to be framed as police actions. Still, it is also critical to bear in mind that police actions have their own, very distinctive, qualities. Police see themselves as engaged in a war largely without rules, against an opponent without honor, towards whom one is therefore not obliged to act honorably, but in which victory is ultimately impossible. States have a strong tendency to define their relation to their people in terms of an unwinnable war of some sort or another. The American state has been one of the most flagrant in this regard. In recent decades we have seen a war on poverty degenerate into a war on crime, then a war on drugs, which was extended internationally, and finally, now, a war on terror. But, as the sequence makes clear, the latter is not really a war at all but an attempt to extend the same, internal logic to the entire globe. It is an attempt to declare a kind of diffuse global police state. In the final analysis, I suspect the panic reaction on the part of the state was really more a reaction to the success of an ongoing, if subtle, global anti-capitalist uprising than to the threat of Osama bin Laden, though the latter certainly provided the ultimate convenient excuse. It's just that on a global scale as well, moral political struggle has created rules of engagement which make it very difficult for the US to strike out directly at those against whom it would most like to strike out. 37. To put it somewhat glibly, just as the form of violence most appropriate for a political ontology based in the imagination is revolution, so is the form of imagination most appropriate for a political ontology based in violence, precisely, terror. One might add that the Bushes and bin Ladens are working quite in tandem in this regard. It is significant, I think, that if Al-Qaeda does harbor some gigantic utopian vision, a reunification of the old Islamic Indian Ocean diaspora, a restoration of the caliphate, they haven't told us much about it. Still, this is no doubt a bit simplistic. To understand the American regime as a global structure, and at the same time to understand its contradictions, I think one must return to the cosmological role of the police in American culture. It is a peculiar characteristic of life in the United States that most American citizens, who over the course of the day can normally be expected to try to avoid any circumstance that might lead them to have to deal with police or police affairs, can also normally be expected to go home and spend hours watching dramas that invite them to see the world from a policeman's point of view. This was not always so. It's actually quite difficult to identify an American movie from before the 1960s where a policeman was a sympathetic hero. Over the course of the 1960s, however, police abruptly took the place previously held by cowboys in American entertainment. 38 The timing seems hardly insignificant. Neither does the fact that, by now, cinematic and TV images of American police are being relentlessly exported to every corner of the world, at the same time as their flesh and blood equivalents. What I would emphasize here though is that both are characterized by an extra-legal impunity which, paradoxically, makes them able to embody a kind of constituent power turned against itself. The Hollywood cop, like the cowboy, is a lone maverick who breaks all the rules. This is permissible, even necessary, since he is always dealing with dishonorable opponents. In fact, it is usually precisely the maverick cop who engages in the endless property destruction which provides so much of the pleasure of Hollywood action films. In other words, police can be heroes in such movies largely because they are the only figures who can systematically ignore the law. It is constituent power turned on itself, of course, because cops, on screen or in reality, are not trying to create, or constitute, anything. They are simply maintaining the status quo. In one sense, this is the most clever ideological displacement of all the perfect complement to the aforementioned privatization of consumer desire. Insofar as the popular festival endures, it has become pure spectacle, with the role of master of the potlatch granted to the very figure who, in real life, is in charge of ensuring that any actual outbreaks of popular festive behavior are forcibly suppressed. Like any ideological formula, however, this one is extraordinarily unstable, riddled with contradictions as the initial difficulties of the US police in suppressing the globalization movement so vividly attest. It seems to me it is best seen as a way of managing a situation of extreme alienation and insecurity that itself can only be maintained by systematic coercion. Faced with anything that remotely resembles creative, non-alienated experience, it tends to look as ridiculous as a deodorant commercial during a time of national disaster. But then, I am an anarchist. The anarchist problem remains how to bring that sort of experience, and the imaginative power that lies behind it, into the daily lives of those outside the small, autonomous bubbles we anarchists have already created. This is a continual problem, but there seems to me every reason to believe that, were it possible, the power of the police cosmology, and with it, the power of the police themselves, would simply melt away.